we will, good evening, everyone. Non, non, on m'entend pas. Bonsoir. Bonsoir à tous. Good evening.
Good evening, everyone.
So welcome, everyone. We have a full agenda this evening, so we will begin immediately. Donc, Madame la greffière.
Your Worship, all public
Madam Clerk,
translated hearing devices are available. You have the right to address council in the official language of your choice. Meetings are also simulcast in both language on the City of Moncton's YouTube channel and can be found on our website at moncton.ca. If you have registered with the city clerk's office prior to the agenda deadline, 7 days before the meeting, you will be given 5 minutes for your presentation. Other public presentations will be given 2 minutes. You will receive a reminder when 1 minute is remaining. Please note, no presenter shall speak disrespectfully of council, staff, or a member of the general public. The use of offensive or profane language will not be tolerated. Any breach of this guideline may result in the presenter being asked to leave the council chambers at the discretion of the chair. Un service d'interprétation est simultané.
all public meetings of Moncton City Council are simultaneously interpreted, and headsets are located at the entrance to council chambers. You have the right to address council in the official language of your choice. Meetings are also simulcast in both languages on the City of Moncton's YouTube channel and can be found on our website at moncton.ca. If you have registered with the city clerk's office prior to the agenda deadline 7 days before the meeting, you will be given 5 minutes for your presentation. Other public presentations will be given 2 minutes.
Aucun présentateur ne devra.
No presenters shall speak disrespectfully of council, staff, or a member of the general public. The use of offensive or profane language will not be tolerated. Any breach of this guideline will result in the presenter being asked to leave council chambers at the discretion of the chair.
To the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Crosman and Councillor Bourgeois have a change.
Go ahead, Councillor Crossman.
Thank you, Madam Thériault. I would like to move item 9.1 up in the agenda to be discussed after the consent agenda, today's consent agenda.
Thank you, Councillor Crossman, seconded by Conseiller Bourgeois.
Your Worship, we also were made aware that we have a 2-minute presentation by Suzanne Treitz.
So we also have a presentation.
Mhm.
Merci. So we will have a vote on the changes to the agenda, and I believe it's a manual vote. So a show of hands. So all those in favor? Motion carried unanimously.
There are no minutes for adoption today. Conflict of interest, les déclarations des conflits d'intérêt.
Are there any conflicts of interest? There's none. C'est bon, Madame la greffière.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're good.
Street closures. For Shoppers Run for Women on May 4th, Greater Moncton Dragging Boat Festival Practice Weekend, May 24th, 25th, Greater Moncton Dragon Boats Festival, May 30th, 31st, Acoustica Summer Concerts from June 3rd to August 23rd, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, Greater Moncton Highland Games and Scottish Festival, June 10th to 14th, Rotary Rib Fest, June 19th to 22nd, Pops New Brunswick, June 23rd to 28th, Canada Day Celebrations, July 1st, Atlantic Nationals Automotive Extravaganza, July 9th to 13th, Mosaic Street Markets, July 17th, August 21st, and September 18th, Pride Festival, August 1st to 10th, Acadie Rock Festival, August 14th to 17th, and Mosaic Parade of Nations on September 6th.
Merci, Madame la greffière. Could I have a mover and a seconder? Conseiller Richard, Conseiller Butler, seconded by Conseiller Butler. So do we go to an electronic vote?
Nope.
No?
Oh, yes, yes.
Oh,
Sorry.
yes.
My bad, yes.
C'est bon.
Conseiller Monique Leblanc and Councillor Edgett are not here.
Okay, so We have how many votes?
We're okay.
So we're unanimous. Thank you. Merci. Go ahead, Madame la Greffière.
We
Go
have
ahead, Madam Clerk. On a dé-
coming out of the private meeting of Moncton City Council of April 14th, 2025. Moncton City Council at its private meeting of April 14th, 2025 reports that the agenda for the private meeting of that day was adopted and recommends the following. The first recommendation before council this evening is that City Council agree to provide funding to a nonprofit organization to lease space located at 1010 St. George Boulevard for a senior center in the amount of $1,100,000 for capital costs, which may be offset by future disposition of property located at 473 St. George Street, up to $689,000, no interest repayable loan for renovations, furniture, and equipment, and up to a maximum of $125,000 annually in operational funding through the city's annual operating budget, subject to an agreement being entered into between the parties and subject to nonprofit organization agreeing to and meeting the following conditions. A, that not-for-profit organization develop a clear and concise business plan for long-term sustainable funding that may rely on provincial and other federal government programs and budgets, increases in memberships and rentals, and/or community fundraising. B, that a business plan and agreement will be established between the City of Moncton and the nonprofit organization and must be presented to and approved by Moncton City Council. C, that the nonprofit organization provides Class C estimates for the renovations required to the space. D, that the not-for-profit organization be fully sustainable after 5 years. Should this not occur, the city will have the option to take back control of the senior center and operations. E, that the not-for-profit organization establish sound principle of governance and work with administration to establish annual planning and reporting requirements. F, that the city's general manager of financial services or their designate provide oversight to the organization as it is established and during the first 5 years of operation, similar to the City of Moncton's agreement with Carl Moncton. G, that the recruitment process adopted by City Council through its administration of agency, boards, commissions, and committee policy be followed to establish the Board of Management for the nonprofit organization. H, that the future Board of Management include a seat for a member of the Recreation Department. I, that a member of the Recreation Department be part of the recruitment process for the coordinator's position. J, that the coordinator of the center work collaboratively with Community Development Officer to provide diversified programming options and to promote seniors activity. K, that a yearly audit based on sound financial governance be conducted of the center's finances and activity to ensure the agreement with the City of Moncton has been met. L, ensure your youth membership on the board who would be responsible for youth-driven activities. M, that the board be established, incorporated with bylaws to be operational by opening day. N, that the 1010 St. George Boulevard Center be a citywide facility with a citywide mandate and regional component, which would provide activities for the new West End. O, that the lease between the center and the landlord for the facility contain a condition that should the center cease operation or fail to meet obligations under the agreement with the city, or should the lease be terminated early for any reason by either party, that the city shall have the right of first refusal to assume the lease for the remainder of the term. And P, that should the project fail to meet any of the conditions of the agreement or otherwise outlined herein, the agreement may be immediately terminated.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la greffière.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Councillor Reid.
Could I have a seconder, please? Conseiller Crossman, do you wish to move? Second. So any questions from colleagues? Conseiller Bourgeois.
It's not a
Councillor Bourgeois.
basis. We adopt a decision in private, then we ratify it in public, and it's not necessarily the same people who brought up. But on this case, I'm going to ask Councillor Leger for a favor. Since Councillor Crossman worked his butt off to prepare the resolution that eventually was adopted, I would like for the mover and seconder to switch.
Oh. Are you're both okay with that? Okay, c'est beau, merci.
The recorder noted that Councillor Crossman will move it. Thank you.
So there are no other questions or comments. So could we,
Councillor
Crossman. Councillor Crossman, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to thank everyone that's in the room this evening and those watching from home as well. This has been a difficult file to move forward. Without all your cooperation, all your input, and gatherings at the seniors roundtables that we've had, the outcome has been a seniors committee that has proven itself and will continue hopefully to prove itself, you know, for the seniors of Moncton across the city, not only specifically in the north end, but across the entire city. So I just want to take the time to thank you all. I know it's been back and forth quite a bit over the last year and a bit. I think we started this back in January of 2024. So there's been a lot of movement. But again, without your patience, without your dedication, and without your voice, I think tonight's motion couldn't have been possible. So we will see how the vote goes, but I want to thank you all from the bottom of my heart, because I know I met with many of you at coffee shops. I met with you at superstore parking lots and so on and so forth. And it's really encouraging to see the turnout this evening. So I want to thank you all. Thank you, Your Worship.
Merci, Conseiller Crossman. I just want to echo the words of Conseiller Crossman as well. Donc, vraiment un gros merci à vous tous qui
I'd like to thank you very much to all of you who supported the project and promoted the project. I agree with my colleague. I think it is an incredible and valuable heritage for the city of Moncton to recognize citizens that have been working for many, many years, community leaders. We would like to thank you and we wish you every success in your endeavors.
Backgrounder, I am so sorry. I haven't read the backgrounder. I forgot to flip my page over. It's my fault. The backgrounder on this motion is subsequent to the above motion. Council directed the city's chief administration officer and general manager of community services to inform Dennis Cochran and the Project 1010 group of some of the conditions to determine if the requirements could be met. The group also requested to provide, the city with a 5-year operational plan demonstrating sustainability in the 6th year of operation. Mr. Cochran and his committee presented City Council with additional information and a 5-year operational plan on March 15, 2025. The outcome of those discussions resulted in the above recommendation by administration. Again, my apologies.
Merci, merci, Madame la greffière. Donc, on peut passer.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on to the vote.
Merci à tous.
Again, noted that Councillor Edgett is not present.
She's not present, so the vote is unanimous in favor. Merci. Thank you, everyone. Madame la greffière.
Okay. Okay. All right. The second motion that's coming out of that private session is to approve Seville Property Group's Limited's application for the proposed development at 30 Waterloo Street, PID 707107777, under the redevelopment grant program, which is established under the Financial Incentive Program Policy for Downtown Business Improvement Area, BIA, and the Central Business District, CBD, per redevelopment grant amounts found in the financial grant model. Approve Seville's Property Group Limited's application for the building permit and planning fee equivalent to grant program, which is established under the Financial Incentive Program Policy for the Downtown Business Improvement Area, BIA, and Central Business District, CBD, for the proposed development at 30 Waterloo Street, PID 707107777, once the conditions of the program are fulfilled by the applicant and verified by the city administration, and direct the city's legal department to draft a grant payment agreement using the standard form agreement attached to the policy, and to add relevant information with respect to the grant and the project of the application, and that the deputy mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign said agreement and affix the corporate seal of Moncton thereto. The background on this is an application has been received by the owner of Seville Property Group Limited for the development of 30 Waterloo Street under the Moncton's Financial Incentive Program Policy for Downtown Core Community Improvement Plan area, designated heritage building properties, downtown business improvement area, and central business district. The program has been extended for 2 years and is available the development community until December 2025. It is in the city's interest to see the revitalization of vacant and underutilized properties and buildings within the downtown area. The application for the proposed development meets the criteria of the program and is consistent with the goal of the city's strategic plan to attract development in the downtown area. And I believe Luc Babineau, our Director of Economic Development, is here to do a presentation.
Merci, Madame Lagracia. Bonsoir, Monsieur Luc.
Bonsoir, Maîtresse adjointe, chers membres du conseil.
Good evening, Your Worship, members of the council. I'd like to give you a short presentation on this development project.
Seville Property Group at 30 Waterloo Street. So that's the property in red on this map. And just to give you a little bit of background, this is a 77 residential unit building, 6-level wood frame, underground parking, and there will be, it will include 10% affordable housing as well. So we're happy to see that. And just to give you, this is the site plan. And the building permit value for 30 Waterloo Street is $11 million. You will have seen the construction having started in February 2025 with the foundation, and the estimated construction end date is October 2026. There's another view here from the Assumption Boulevard, and just to, I'll go briefly here on, because City Clerk has read most of the recommendation and report. It was evaluated by a interdepartmental working group, and we did score this application 102 points. You need 100 points to qualify. And so therefore, it does qualify for the redevelopment grant under a 3-year program. And you will see here $338,000 over that 3-year period. And I will also mention that the working group determined that the applicant is eligible for the building permit and planning fee equivalent, which is $89,505 for a total grant of $428,006. And I also want to mention that the grant amount will be added to the grant payment agreements when we execute with the grant model, or when we look at the grant models and execute the agreement with the applicant. And the recommendations have already been read by Madame City Clerk. So, ceci termine ma présentation. I'm here for any questions.
So this concludes my presentation. I'll be available to answer your questions.
Seconder for the motion, please. Councillor Richard and Councillor Kingston, seconded by Councillor Kingston. Any questions from council? Donc, il n'y a pas de questions?
Non.
Donc,
There being none,
so the vote is unanimous. Merci.
Merci, bonne
In
soirée.
favor. Merci. Bonne soirée. Madame Lagracia.
Oui.
Madam Clerk.
Run out.
Oh, wait there, Mr. That was quick. Oh, no. Ça a bien été, ça. Mm. Okay.
Okay, our next is public and administration presentations, exposé du public et de l'administration. There is one presentation for this evening registered, and we have a 2-minute registration as well. 6.11, c'est une présentation, prix pour service exemplaire en sécurité.
Presentation, Emergency Management Exemplary Service Award.
To come make a little speech and a presentation.
Bonsoir, Monsieur Cormier.
Bonsoir.
Good evening, Mr. Cormier. Your worship, council members, city staff, and citizens of the city of Moncton.
Emergency Management Exemplary Service Award in the category of Outstanding Contribution to Emergency Management, awarded by Public Safety Canada to Fire Chief Conrad Landry. Merci de me permettre quelques minutes pour présenter Chef Conrad Landry, récipiendaire du prestigieux prix.
I will introduce Conrad Landry, recipient of the Emergency Management Exemplary Service Award in the Emergency Management Outstanding Contribution category.
Recipients this year, Conrad being one of 21 individuals receiving the award. Chief Landry's career is the essence of leadership in emergency management, with an extensive background in public safety, disaster preparedness, and crisis response. He has shown an unwavering commitment to ensuring the safety and resilience of our communities. His excellence in this field has earned him not only the respect of his peers, but also the admiration of several other municipalities in the province. Throughout his distinguished career in emergency management, Chief Landry has led with clarity, precision, and compassion. Qu'il s'agisse de son rôle de commandement,
Whether it be in a commanding capacity during emergency management during the COVID-19 pandemic, or whether it is during coordination efforts when extreme weather events happen, his leadership skills are remarkable.
in emergency management and response, including the implementation of Blue Card Command and Incident Command systems, establishing enhanced communication capabilities, delivering a significant amount of training opportunities for emergency managers such as myself in many organizations across Canada, leading the efforts for mutual aid agreements between our cities as well. One of Chief Landry's most notable contributions has been his dedication to fostering interagency collaboration, improving preparedness, and strengthening relationships between municipal agencies, NGOs, and government entities. His leadership in the field of emergency preparedness demonstrates his ability to pivot quickly and provide compassionate solutions for vulnerable populations during times of crisis. Through tireless training efforts, including facilitating hundreds of emergency management courses to different organizations and tabletop exercises, Chief Landry has ensured that the next generation of emergency responders are well prepared and act decisively in these situations. Grâce à ses efforts tenaces en matière de formation, notamment
Thanks to his training efforts and delivering hundreds of training courses to various organizations, simulation exercises, Chief Landry made sure that the next generation of first responders are well prepared to respond to any type of situation.
extends beyond traditional response mechanisms. Chief Landry's innovative implementation of a public alert system here in Moncton and incident management software as well has transformed how critical information is disseminated to the public, keeping thousands of residents informed during critical moments. Chief Landry's impact goes beyond his technical expertise. His mentorship is leaving a lasting legacy. By conveying his extensive knowledge to colleagues and partners, he has cultivated a culture of preparedness and resilience within our emergency management teams and within himself, having recently completed his master's degree in disaster and emergency management. In conclusion, Chief Landry's exceptional leadership, innovative strategies, and steadfast commitment to service makes him an exemplary recipient of the Emergency Management Exemplary Service Award. Like I said, it's one of 21 individuals in Canada in this year. I'm proud to stand before you today to recognize his tireless contributions to your community safety and resilience. Please join me in congratulating Chief Landry. Joignez-vous à moi pour féliciter Chef Landry de sa contribution exceptionnelle.
Please join me in congratulating Chief Landry. With him, you're in good hands.
Je tiens quand même à féliciter le chef Landry. Donc, je pense au nom de notre ville.
I would like to congratulate Chief Landry in the name of the city. Congratulations. We are so happy to have him in charge. So thank you very much. Madam Clerk.
Is a presentation by Susan Trites. She has a 2-minute presentation on the Holocaust.
Bonsoir, Susan.
Do I have to press the button here? Am I on? Oh, I'm on. Okay. Good afternoon, Deputy Mayor Thériault and Council. With the support of Francis Weil, President of Tiferes Synagogue, and as the New Brunswick representative for the International Christian Embassy Jerusalem Canada team, I come to bring you awareness of the Holocaust Remembrance Day taking place this week. Yad Vashem, the Holocaust Museum in Jerusalem, announced the theme this year being Out of the Depths, the Anguish and Liberation of Rebirth, marking 80 years since the liberation of Nazi Germany. This is a statement issued by the Atlantic Jewish Council. Quote, this year, as last year, we are witnessing a troubling rise in anti-Semitism, anti-Zionism, and hostility towards Israel. Attacks on Jewish schools, synagogues, and community centers have increased, underscoring the urgent need to remain vigilant. Our commitment to confronting these hatreds remains steadfast. We will continue working proactively with media, outlets, social media platforms, and educational institutions to counter hateful rhetoric and misinformation. Despite these challenges, our resilience remains unshaken. While we may not know when normalcy will return, we stand united, stronger together in the face of adversity, unquote. I stand in solidarity with this statement. Our local synagogue is extending an invitation to you, the greater Moncton community, to attend the Holocaust service this Thursday, April 24th at 7 p.m. at the Tiferes Synagogue at 56 Stedman Street. Special guest speaker Ivana Fogarty, a third-generation Holocaust survivor, will share her grandparents' powerful survival story. The number of anti-Semitic incidents in Canada has greatly increased in the past year and a half. Many Jews feel unsafe and need to be assured. It's important for a non-Jewish person to recognize why we should stand against anti-Semitism in our day. I therefore invite every one of you, not as city councilmen and women, but as a fellow citizen with the Jewish community, to show support to your Jewish constituents on this Holocaust Remembrance Day. Thank you very much.
Merci, Susan. Madame la greffière.
Oui,
Madam City Clerk.
RCMP. And I am going to turn this over to our counselor, Marty Kingston. He's the rep for the CRPA for the city of Moncton, and he's going to open this evening. Push your button. Let me speak. Thank you.
One second. Good evening. Thank you, Madam Clerk, and welcome everybody in the ongoing development of collaboration and transparency with council. It's great to bring a CRPA meeting update to you all tonight. The meeting, April 10th, was the Contract and Quality of Policing Committee, Comité de Contrat et la Qualité des Services de Police, le 10 avril. So there was an update on police staffing. We'll hear more on that a bit later. Mise à jour sur les effectifs police staffing. Finance Committee as well got together, Comité de Finance, with an adherence to budget submission deadlines as per the policy G 407. Those were the highlights, I guess, from a high-level view. It's my pleasure now to introduce Chuck Savoie to expand on more of that. Monsieur Savoie, if you will. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. So you're probably wondering, this is kind of a new way of doing things, I guess. So last year when we did the, got our operational package, there was also a component of the comms plan. And part of the comms plan was to make sure that we were giving you the information on a regular basis. So we kind of combined a few things. We wanted CRPA to sort of provide what the last public meeting was, but also give us a venue so that we could give you our KPIs. And the updates, I guess, as we go through the year, I guess. So kind of combine those things, and as usual, Superintendent Gillette would come in and give you kind of a snapshot of the activities, I guess, that were going on in the Kodiak region. So kind of put all three together, and we'll be doing this shortly after each CRPA public meeting. We'll be coming in, we'll be doing a review in Dieppe in the next couple of weeks. So this is an effort, I guess, which was recommended to us to sort of keep you guys better informed, if we could. So for the KPI portion, I know you guys have heard a little bit about it. We're waiting for it. So we've identified about 15 KPIs. That was our target. We've met with the CAOs of the three communities, we met with the CRPA, so we look like we've got a pretty good solid group of 15. We've actually expanded that. We sent the list today. I think it'll probably get closer to 20, somewhere between 15 and 20. So once those are ready to go, we wouldn't have any data anyway because we're just measuring now, I guess. So our first set of data will probably by the end of summer, before budget season, we'll have the first chunk of data, I guess, for the first quarter. First quarter will be April, May, June. So we'll have the data on that first one. Probably August or September, we'll be doing that. So that's really all I had to say today. Superintendent Gillette is unavailable today. He's on vacation. So we have Acting Inspector Sylvette will be here to present a snapshot of the Kodiak region. We'll be available for questions after. Thank you.
Good evening, Deputy Mayor Thériault, Council, member of the public. Superintendent Gillette sends his regrets. He's out of the country on holidays with his family. On behalf of Mr. Gillette and all employees at Kodiak RCMP, we would like to congratulate former Mayor Dawn Arnold on being named Senator. We wish her luck in her new role and look forward to continue working with Moncton Council during this transition to a new mayor. J'aimerais aussi prendre un instant pour féliciter.
I would also like to take a moment to congratulate Chief Landry for this award. We're very proud of him.
We continue being busy in and around Moncton on various issues. Since we last reported to Council, we've had the opportunity to attend several community events. On February 5th, community police members provided a presentation on fraud prevention to a group of seniors at the Sunnybray Baptist Church. These presentations are vital in providing seniors with tools to protect themselves against both online and telephone scams. On February 5th and again on February 20th, community policing members provided presentation to large groups of students at École Odyssée and École Le Sommet regarding online safety. I'll also use this time to remind that online safety is everyone's responsibility, including the children themselves, as well as parents and guardians. I'd like to provide details about an ongoing project that the Community Policing Unit has been working on, specifically regarding our most vulnerable and those individuals who are living rough, which produce the most calls for service. We have been able to identify a list of the top 20 offenders who produce the most calls for service. The Community Police Unit has been deploying both regular members and community intervention officers to address these issues. The community intervention officers take non-enforcement means in attempts to remove the individuals from the streets, such as contacting their family, friends, and care providers. Referrals to mental health care, addictions program, and residency in one of the shelters is also addressed. We have seen a tremendous decrease in calls for service relating to the individuals identified. In the third quarter, October to December, the top 20 accounted for a total of 490 calls for service. Thanks to the efforts of our team, the same individuals accounted for a total of only 203 calls for service in quarter 4, so January to March. The reduction of 287 calls for service accounts for a decrease of 83%. The reduction of calls for service allowed patrol members to have more time to investigate files and be visible in the community. Members of the Community Policing Unit can also focus on other priorities, such as traffic enforcement, working with partners, and provide a presence in our schools. The Crime Reduction Unit, in January of this year, the Miramichi Integrated Enforcement Unit began an investigation into the trafficking of meth, cocaine, and fentanyl on multiple targets in the city of Miramichi. Through the investigation, it was determined that there was a connection with the Kodiak region. Our own investigators assisted with providing information on this file, which led to the successful interception of a package destined for the Women's Institution in Miramichi. Thanks for the collaborative work in this investigation, investigators were able to seize the following: a large amount of fentanyl and crack cocaine. A male and female suspect with ties to Moncton were arrested and are facing various drug charges. On February 12th, the Crime Reduction Unit and the Integrated Enforcement Unit began an investigation on an individual believed to be actively trafficking cocaine, hydros, and meth. On March 5th, members drafted and executed a search warrant at an apartment located on Winnipeg Street. The primary suspect, a 65-year-old male, was taken into custody without incident. During the search of his apartment and vehicle, the following items were located and seized: a large quantity of cocaine with a street value of nearly $200,000, over 1,000 illegal prescription pills, a large amount of contraband cigarettes, and nearly $30,000 in cash. The primary suspect, who was a first-time offender, is facing several drug charges as well as possession of contraband tobacco. For the general investigation section, in the summer of 2024, investigators received information from Skype and Yahoo of a potential offender in New Brunswick who was transmitting child pornography. Based on the geolocation of the IP address, our province was identified. However, no specific city or town was mentioned. Through the investigation, we were able to identify the suspect as a 44-year-old male from Moncton. On February 27, the New Brunswick Internet Child Exploitation Unit, the Kodiak Patrol Section, and the General Investigation investigators executed a search warrant at the suspect's residence in Moncton. The suspect was taken into custody and no children were located at the residence. Several items were seized and the investigation is progressing well. The RCMP National Child Exploitation Crime Center, the Ontario Provincial Police, and the Sûreté du Québec collaborated on a very successful online child sexual exploitation Canadian operation. Project Still was an extensive nationwide and coordinated joint operation led by the RCMP, the OPP, la SQ, and brought together 63 other law enforcement partners across Canada. It successfully targeted online child sexual exploitation. The operation took place from February 17 to 28. To date, 106 individuals have been arrested and 37 children have been safeguarded. A total of 111,32 electronic devices were seized. Locally here in New Brunswick, I'm proud to say that as always, we represented the province with pride at the national level. The 2-week project led to the following results in New Brunswick. Over 30 civilian employees and police officers were involved. 6 different law enforcement agencies participated. 17 judicial authorizations were written and executed. 4 search warrants were executed with positive results. 26 electronic devices seized. 4 suspects were arrested and many criminal charges are expected to be laid in the coming months. On March 10, Kodiak Patrol responded to an incident reporting that a male had been shot at a business on Mountain Road near Collishaw. Several members attended and located a victim who had been shot and an associated crime scene. The victim, a 22-year-old male, was treated at the hospital and released. A short time later, members located 3 young offender suspects at another business in Dieppe and took them into custody. The General Investigation Section assumed carriage of the file. Violence charges are pending against the primary suspect, a male offender. This was an isolated incident and public safety was not at risk. For the patrol side, on February 26th in the early evening, one of our patrol members was responding to a call of service for an overdose at the shelter on St. George Street. Once there, the members observed a female young offender who is known for vehicle thefts in the parking lot. As a member exited his police vehicle, the young female intentionally attempted to flee the scene in her vehicle. In doing so, she struck the driver's side door of the police vehicle, wedging the member between the door and his vehicle. Luckily, the member was not seriously hurt. The next day, the Kodiak Crime Reduction Unit located the suspect vehicle, which was confirmed as being stolen. The same female young offender was identified behind the wheel. Realizing that she would most likely flee again, we contacted the New Brunswick RCMP's Air Services branch, and the RCMP's helicopter was deployed to the scene. The chopper was successfully followed the stolen vehicle to a residence in Riverview, where the young offender was safely arrested, along with another male who was wanted on various outstanding warrants of arrest. What started out as a very dangerous incident the night before was resolved the following day by using all assets available to us. We would like to thank Councillor Bourgeois for his help in rallying a neighborhood in the apprehension of a dangerous driver. Over the last couple of months, residents from the Salisbury Road area had expressed concerns over social media about an elderly female driver who was driving erratically on West Main Street. Some residents had already called police, however, others had not. One, Superintendent Jalette received further details from Councillor Bourgeois, and other residents were able to initiate a targeted traffic enforcement procedure and intercept the female. She was charged with several traffic-related offenses, and her vehicle was impounded. We will continue to monitor this driver and the area. Again, this goes to show the importance of calling in when an offense has been committed or suspicious activities are observed. We do not actively monitor social media. However, we will respond if you call us, even if we are provided with scarce detail. As for theft of vehicles, we have spoken about stolen vehicles in the past council meetings. I wanted to provide some context on what exactly we're seeing out in our area. In the first 3 months of 2025, we have seen the following statistics pertaining to vehicle theft. We have 109 vehicles that were stolen and 78 vehicles were recovered. The common trends that we have been seeing is 1 in 3 stolen vehicles had the keys available to the thief. 1 in 2 stolen vehicles, the keys were either inside the vehicle or the vehicle was running due to like warming up the vehicle in cold days. Or it was also in regards to a food delivery company. 2 out of 3 stolen vehicles were recovered within a 1-month period. On April 2nd, myself, Superintendent Jalette, Inspector White, and several other Kodiak RCMP employees attended the first proactive community consultation event in Moncton, held at the Moncton Coliseum. These sessions are aimed at connecting further with elected officials, partners, and residents. We identified this as an opportunity to improve our accountability through our communication plan. Despite the low turnout, we were able to capture several ideas to move forward into our operational and communication plans. We will be holding subsequent consultation in the coming year. Thanks to Councillor Butler for attending. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Hébert. Any questions from members of council? Sure. Oh, Conseiller Bourgeois.
Merci, Madame la Maire. Merci pour votre présentation.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for your presentation. In the name of the residents of Salisbury Road, thank you for having acted. We will cross our fingers and hope that this woman will no longer do what she was doing for the sake of citizens who are not aware. This is a woman who was driving a small red car at high speeds in the middle lane. So on Salisbury Road, there is an east-west street, and there's a center lane that allows people to make left-hand turns, either going east or west. So this woman was driving excessively fast, sometimes 70 or 80 kilometers an hour in that lane. So thank you very much for stopping her. Thank you, Councillor Bourgeois. Councillor Crossman.
Appreciate it. Is there any way that we could, as council, get an update on exact activities that are going on at the St. George Street shelter on a more regular basis? I guess, rather than once a month, because this is a city-owned building. And I think that as council, we should know the activities that are going on within that building, so that when we have negotiations for further activities, you know, in and around that building, we know exactly what's going on in that area. It can be in private, it can be public. It doesn't bother me any. I'd really like to know so that we can get to the residents and ensure them that, you know, that building is being secured and, you know, it's a safe location within the community as well. So I don't know if you could answer that or, thank you, Your Worship.
We do currently provide to GM of Public Safety, I guess, monthly snippets, I guess, of the activity if it's going up and down. So we could easily, through Jeff, I guess, get it to you guys easily. Yep, welcome.
Any more? No more questions. Donc, merci à tous. Merci à toute l'équipe.
Thank you to all of the members of the CRPA team.
Oui. The next presentation, c'est une présentation sur le jour de la
Is a presentation on Earth Day and environmental initiatives, and it's going to be presented by Tim Moorman.
Bonsoir, Monsieur Moorman.
Bonsoir, Madame la mairesse adjointe, le conseiller, la conseillère.
Good evening, Your Worship and councillors. Thank you for welcoming me this evening.
Sorry. Okay. Swipe to move slides. Okay. So happy Earth Day, everybody. Here to report on our various environmental initiatives, the progress thereon. You may have noticed the kiosk out front here today. This is the first day that we've set it up here at City Hall. This is based on the display that we had at the Moncton Market on Earth Days past. The average Canadian puts out about 14 tons of greenhouse gases per year. That's a lot. It's contributing to global warming. I guess a quick kind of recap of the issue. The greenhouse gases that have been emitted mostly by human activity, mostly from burning fossil fuels, although also some of our agricultural practices are contributing to a very fast warming of the Earth's climate. This threatens all manner of problems, many of which we are beginning to see even today, things like wildfires, droughts, flooding, rising sea levels, a lot of trouble that we are going to have to deal with one way or the other in the future. But one of the ways that we can minimize the impact of further warming is through climate mitigation, which is to say, reducing the amount of greenhouse gas that we put out in our daily lives. So this kiosk that we put out there is designed to really provide a visceral sense of how much our daily activities put out in terms of greenhouse gases. 14 tons per year is a kind of an abstract number. It feels big, but it's certainly hard to visualize. Carbon dioxide is invisible, floats away. You don't even see that it's there, even as it's wreaking all manner of damage on the world. So what we did was we broke it down into a daily amount. Divide 14 tons by 365 days a year, and that's about 86 pounds, or about 39 kilograms of greenhouse gases, mostly carbon dioxide, that are put out each day on average by the average Canadian. And then we broke that down even further into the weight of the mass of greenhouse gases that are emitted from things like transportation, housing, particularly heating housing, the food we eat, the consumer goods that we buy. And we actually put weights that you can lift to actually feel the weight of the greenhouse gas emissions that, again, the average Canadian, you, me, somebody, puts out every single day from each of those activities. So this sort of kind of kinesthetic learning kind of approach, I think it brings the amount of our impact to life in a way that, you know, slides on a PowerPoint or numbers in a spreadsheet don't really convey. I know that at the booths in the past, people have come along to lift some of the weights. and their eyes kind of go like this. They didn't realize that the amount of their emissions was quite so high. So anyway, that booth is now out in the lobby of City Hall. We'll have it there for the next 6 weeks. After that, we will move it to other locations to be determined. People have an opportunity to come and try it out for themselves. Big shout outs, by the way, to our communications department, who did some really excellent design work on the interpretation information on it, as well as to Lauren Campbell over at Resurgo, who actually did the design of the physical kiosk itself, which a lot of brilliance has gone into that. We spent about 40 minutes putting it together today, and even I wasn't able to screw it up. So very good work from all of our colleagues. Another activity coming back this year is the Earth Day cleanup. This year it's happening from Friday through Sunday, April 25th through 27th. Interested residents can go to the city's website and sign up to volunteer to pick up trash, collect trash in one of 29 zones around the city. We have the kits out here. They're free. Encourage people to sign up and participate in this. Essentially, it's collecting trash that's built up over the winter on our trails and our parks, and pack them into bags, and Eco360 will come pick them up at the end of the day. So the kits all have, they have like 5 pairs of gloves, some trash bags, and some other stuff to help you pick up trash safely. So always a very popular event. We always have a lot of people coming out to participate in this. It's run by our recreation department, but always very, very successful. So certainly encourage anyone who's interested. If nothing else, it is an excuse to get outside in the sun. So encourage anyone who's interested to go and participate in that. As well, it's the end of the day today, but we did have, as we usually do on Earth Day, free public transit offered by Kodiak Transpo. So that's something they offer every year, and it's always a hit. As far as updates on our various climate activities, of course, back in 2022, we council adopted the Community Energy and Emissions Plan, or CEP, PEREC en français, with a number of actions that the city should take to bring our net greenhouse gas emissions to net zero by the year 2050. Things having to do with buildings, transportation, energy production, sequestering, all the stuff that it takes for us to bring our own impact down to net zero within the next 25 years. So a lot of the items we've got here, we're just showing them as being in progress. At the time we were putting together the slides and the report, a lot of these were very, very close to being at the end. So they're all shown as being in progress. But some of them are very far along, and in fact, we're expecting results by the end of this month. So a lot of them are essentially done. There is a study being done on the community buildings, city buildings, an assessment of the potential for energy retrofits to make them more efficient and reduce their greenhouse gas emissions. This time last year, we were on the facilities department was on the verge of issuing the contract. The contract was issued, and the study is expected to come back imminently in the next couple of weeks. So we'll be able to identify a lot of opportunities where the resources would be best spent in improving the energy performance of some of our civic buildings, and thereby reducing the greenhouse gas emissions by up to 80%. We are continuing to work on bringing a car sharing service to Moncton. There's been a lot of progress on that. We are in talks with really the only provider that really is suited to Moncton. A lot of the work over the past few years has been really discovering whether there are multiple possible providers and seeing who might be able to provide the service. So we are in talks with them. We hope to bring something to you later on this year in Q3, hopefully, and we're very excited about that. We also have been working on the electric mobility strategy with a consultant. This is to look at all the various ways that we can encourage or assist and responsibly deploy electric propulsion technologies, everything from electric cars to electric micromobility, to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by displacing internal combustion car trips. It's fairly important because an electric device trip all by itself doesn't reduce greenhouse gases. But if it enables someone to get to where they're going without having to drive a fossil fueled car, that's a real win from a greenhouse gas standpoint. We have a draft of the document. The finishing touches are being put on it. We expect it again in the next couple of weeks. The update from Sherry Trenholm on the new police station is that we expect occupancy in the fourth quarter of this year. It has a lot of environmental improvements over and above your kind of run-of-the-mill building. About 100 kilowatts of solar panels on the roof, high energy efficiency, and really just an excellent example of a greatly improved environmental performance that we should strive for in the future. We are, again, very close to having the climate adaptation plan update undertaken. The last one was done in 2013, so time for a refresh. This is a plan that looks at the latest science, the latest projections about climate change and how it will affect Moncton. A particular concern is sea level rise and the projections around same. We are, of course, a coastal city twice a day. And an updated set of actions that we can undertake as a community to minimize the risk posed to the residents and the property and the businesses in the city of Moncton by the amount of climate change that is inevitable at this point. We undertake mitigation to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, to reduce our contribution to further warming, but there is a certain amount of warming that is already baked in, as it were, and it's already wreaking the changes, and so we need to adapt to it. So that's the adaptation. And finally, we, again, this is shown as in progress, but it is in fact in the bag. We have secured almost $200,000 in grant money from the federal government to help plant street trees in some of the underforested neighborhoods here in Moncton. This is an application that we made back in the summer of 2022, and we never heard back until last December. So we thought that we hadn't been approved. So it was a pleasant surprise to learn that we had actually been approved for a significant amount of money to plant trees along our streets here in the city. And oh yeah, so here's a picture of the solar array that Sherry has provided for us. This is on top of the new Kodiak Regional Policing Facility. Which will have a significant reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. By my calculations, about 38 tons of CO2 per year by displacing grid electricity. So a big improvement there. And that is the Earth Day update presentation for this year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tim. Any questions from members of council? Conseiller Léger.
Merci, Madame la Mairesse. Thanks, Tim.
Councillor Léger.
I know that we, as a city, and I think probably the other cities as well, do a lot in terms of encouraging cleanup and so on. But a lot of the litter that we're seeing are on provincial roadways. And so maybe in the future, could there be a collaboration between the province of New Brunswick and, in our instance, the city of Moncton? I mean, Wheeler Boulevard's a mess. It's dangerous, obviously, for people to just simply walk out there and clean up. So, and they eventually do it, or they try. I don't think they actually ever get it completely done, to be honest. So I just would like to put that out for maybe for future consideration with respect to, the importance and of not, first of all, the importance of not littering, but secondly, I think in terms of encouraging that. And finally, Barry Mills is also a provincial road, but it also leads to Echo 360. So I hope this year that and I see if they regularly or routinely clean the litter there, but would encourage them as well to be up front and center as well.
Yeah, that's an excellent point, Councillor. These streets, they're technically provincial highways, but they run through our community and they feel like city. Right, so we see them. So, yeah, we'll talk to the province about maybe coordinating something like that next year.
And as well, in and around some of our shopping areas, in and around Trinity, there's a fair amount of litter that is adjacent to many of the property owners there. And I think that they, possibly they do, but somehow to encourage them to lend a hand in and around that whole area, that a lot of it seems to be the remnants of snow clearing operations, snow that it's pushed out into the adjacent empty area, and then now we're seeing an abundance of litter. And I don't sometimes feel that it's necessarily all of the responsibility of citizens to pick up. I think it's our responsibility not to litter and to help, but I think if everybody collectively participates, we can go a lot further. So I would put that out there, and certainly for safety, because those are very busy roads, and we certainly wouldn't want anyone to get hurt. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor.
Merci, conseiller Léger. Conseillère Edgett.
Merci, Madame la
Councillor Edgett. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
So you're going to plant hundreds of trees over a 3-year period? So like 300 trees or something?
That's correct, Councilor. 300 to 350.
Okay, so it costs somewhere around $500, $600 per tree.
In that ballpark, yes.
So how are we going to, or is there a role that residents can play in deciding where these trees go? Do we have a program that residents can engage in to let the city know where trees could be planted or could be very useful?
Well, Councillor, at this point, we're sort of in the early stages of realizing that we were actually going to get the money for it. So we hadn't been thinking about that. The Parks Department is going to be, in the course of the first year of the program, going to be identifying where this resource would best be spent. The focus is very much going to be in those parts of town that currently are very under-treed. So really, making up for, decades of trees not being planted in certain areas. So I don't have much more information for you beyond that on how the areas will be selected, other than as part of our application, we had identified using the GIS, and we're going back a couple of years now, but we had identified sectors of the city. Yeah, there's like a map of where all the trees are, and we were able to figure out kind of a tree density, trees per meter street, and found some places scattered amongst all 4 wards where there was a particular paucity of trees.
Well, I think a program should be set up that would involve residents, to involve them in the actual location of new trees in our city. Thank you very much.
Merci, conseillère Edgett. Conseiller Bourgeois.
Thank you, Councillor Edgett. Councillor Bourgeois. Thank you very much, Your Worship. Thank you, Tim. 3 short questions. The first one is more of a comment than a question. I remember going on a pre-planting activity on the median on Von Harvey, along with Christian Kumara and other people. I don't know if those trees are still alive, because it may not be the best spot to plant trees with all the salt and traffic and all that. But the idea that I have, and I'm putting it out there, would be to plant wildflowers at perennials that will also contribute to the well-being of the bees. So I think they would be very welcome by citizens. There's different varieties that can grow throughout the summer. I think it's a good alternative to planting trees that might die after a while. So if we plant 300 trees and there's only 30 left in 10 years down the road, that's not necessarily a very good investment. But I think wildflowers are easier to maintain, they're low maintenance, and that would save a lot of money. And it's also very beneficial for bees, and and it's also pleasing to the eye. So that's a suggestion. Second suggestion that I'd like to make is that in the city of Moncton, we have greenhouse gas emissions reduction targets. Is there a way for us to measure what we're doing in order to inform citizens of the efforts deployed towards reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Let's say we have achieved 20% of our goal by 2030 or something like that. So I wonder if it's not something that we could implement so that citizens realize that their actions have an impact. Various things that they do have an impact towards reducing CO2 in the atmosphere. So I think if we had indicators in that respect, that would be very useful and welcome. My last question. We have potential because we have at the Turtle Creek Reservoir, we own half of the land. It's a huge lot. The other half belongs to the province of New Brunswick. We keep trying to increase the size of this lot because we want to protect our water source. But 90% of this lot is unused. There's some trees that absorbs runoff water and all that, but would there be an option for us? Because I know that Energy New Brunswick is having discussions right now. Wouldn't there be a way for us to establish, to build windmills and install solar panels on this huge lot without it affecting the quality of our water while generating power? So, for example, our buses would not be required to recharge on Millennium. They could come here to recharge their batteries. So, I don't know, I don't have a solution, but I think it would be interesting to look at that option. Use the unused land towards creating clean energy. Have we ever thought about what the city of Moncton could do or could suggest to Energy New Brunswick? I know it's already been discussed with Aline in the past, but I think it would be a logical choice for the city of Moncton to be able to generate cheap power so we could reduce our dependency on Belgian or power that's generated through more traditional ways. So yes, thank you for your question. It is something that we're looking at in the long term. For sure, we have an option of generating clean power in various regions, and more specifically the Turtle Creek Reservoir, and also near the water treatment plant. So the challenge that we're faced with is that right now, Granby Power does not allow us to introduce this amount of power into the grid. It is a program that was suspended that was called embedded distribution. So it's a bit of an economic challenge. I understand their concerns because they have their own challenges at Granby Power. There's also technical aspects to that, but it's something that we are hoping to be able to address over time. A power generating facility of that size would represent a big challenge. It would make it hard for it to be distributed. But it's a very interesting question that you asked, and you are pointing to a huge potential, because we know that we're going to have to gradually replace power generation by clean power generation. And not just what we are using and generating today, but also to meet the demands of tomorrow, because there's going to be an increase in the number of electric cars throughout the province. So for sure, it's something that we're keeping an eye on. And we're always on the lookout for opportunities to promote projects like that. Right now, there's too many challenges for us to really focus our efforts there, but eventually it might change.
Of public consultations. And the argument has always been, well, two things. NB Power doesn't want, doesn't allow, only exceptionally in certain periods, and then they shut it down. But the second one is because it's almost a very costly investment, and you're not going to recuperate the energy for the investment for a while. However, if the situation is changing, that the rates will be increasing not exponentially, but significantly over the future, at what point does 50 wind turbines and a square kilometer of solar panels become feasible? So I don't know who, and it may be too expensive for the city to invest, but we have all this land that we protect and we could use. So at what point, and we need some sort of study to do it, will it become feasible for us, maybe as a city, to invest into that generating facility, energy generating facility? So I'm laying it out there because I think the golden opportunity, the window is open, the timing is right for us to suggest to NB Power, open your blinders a little bit and allow us as the economic generator of New Brunswick to play a role, but you have to be flexible on your conditions. You just can't, force us down. You must help us up. I'm throwing it out there, but I think it's a golden opportunity now.
You make some excellent points, Councillor. And these are things that we do keep in mind. We look for the opportunities and sort of as they surface, we push those. But the points are very well taken.
Okay, no offense, but I'm going to be directing them towards the city managers. I can't speak on behalf of council, but I think this timing of our future energy consumption, production for the well-being of the province, if the province could help us do a feasibility study to determine at what point, financially, time-wise, it might be worth investing in something like that. Feasibility study would not be beyond the government's or NB Power's mandate. So maybe we could explore that to see if it's feasible to ask them for a funding for feasibility study. Merci.
Merci pour la question. We will follow up with the province and see what.
Well, thank you very much for your question.
May I just suggest that?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Councillor Bourgeois.
Merci à tous. Merci, Madame.
Well, thank you, everyone. Madam Clerk. Thank you, Mr. Mormon.
And the first this evening is a postponed public hearing for the municipal plan amendment for 70 Queensway. And I believe that Sarah Anderson, Acting Director of Planning, is here to give us an update.
Good afternoon. Right. So, this application, so Fens Market is proposing to develop a new commercial lot at 70 Queensway Drive. The development will feature a new gas station, a Denny's restaurant, and Starbucks. The property is currently zoned HC, or Highway Commercial, which permits the intended commercial uses. However, the property falls outside of the city's urban boundary, meaning that the property does not have the right to connect to the city's sanitary and water systems. So as a result, tonight the proponent is seeking approval to amend Schedule 2 of the municipal plan to include the project area within the urban boundary so that it can be serviced by the city's sanitary sewer and water systems. This application was presented to City Council in a public hearing on March 17th. The public hearing was postponed for additional information and as well as an updated traffic impact study. So just to recap, the property is located in Ward 4. So as you can see here, the subject lands are located at the corner of Mapleton Road and Queensway Drive. As mentioned, the property is already appropriately zoned HC, which permits the commercial businesses, and no changes to the zoning are required as part of this application. Instead, council is being asked to approve an expansion to the urban boundary to include the project area so it can be serviced by municipal water and sewer. If the urban boundary is denied, if the urban boundary amendment is denied, the project may still move forward under the current zoning. However, the site would need to be serviced by a well and a septic system. So this, again, as a reminder, this is the proposed site plan, and these are as well a couple of renderings of what the site is proposed to look like. So going back to this slide, as mentioned, the public hearing was on March 17th of this year. At that time, 2 residents spoke against the application. 5 letters of objection were received, and 1 letter we received was neutral. The main points of concern voiced by the residents included lack of a second access into the area, concern over safety of pedestrians, light and noise pollution, concern over non-residential traffic into existing residential neighborhoods, proximity of gas station to residential homes and an oversaturation of gas stations in the area, the aquifer water contaminated with manganese, increase in traffic, and lastly, that the traffic study did not consider future development potential of the surrounding lands. So I will go over the objections as well as responses to each of them. So number 1, lack of a second access into the area. So any application to rezone land to change permitted uses and to increase density in this area will trigger a second egress point unless that's otherwise determined by the fire department. This subject application is not a request to rezone land to change permitted uses, but to allow the development just to be serviced by water and sewer. So the second is a concern over safety of pedestrians. So to improve traffic operations in the area, the New Brunswick Department of Transportation and Infrastructure, so NBDTI, is making improvements in the area. As part of NBDTI's project at the overpass, a sidewalk will be constructed on Queensway Drive. The city will complete the sidewalk construction on Queensway Drive from Mapleton Road to Cherry Lawn Drive by the year 2026, at the same time that the city is doing other upgrades to the streets in this area. Number 3, light and noise pollution. So the city does have light standards and requirements that will have to be followed by the landowner, similar to any other landowner in the city. Additionally, the activity on the site will also have to comply with the city's noise bylaw, which is again similar to any other landowner or development in the city. Number 4, concerns over non-residential traffic into the existing residential neighborhood. So the city's engineering department will review wayfinding signage after construction to ensure that development traffic is not entering the nearby residential area. Number 5, proximity of gas station to residential homes and oversaturation of gas stations in the area. So as mentioned, the subject site is currently zoned HC or highway commercial, which already currently permits all of the proposed uses. This application is not a request to rezone land to permit the proposed uses, but to allow the development to be serviced by city water and sewer. If the application is denied, the landowner still does have the right as a private business to move forward with the development. But as again, I mentioned, it will be on water, well water and a septic system. Number 6, aquifer water contaminated with manganese. So the applicant did hire a company with expertise in water treatment and filtration to look into this further. It was determined that while the inquiry regarding water treatment, water quality and manganese at the project site might be valid, minerals like manganese are manageable with properly sized and installed equipment to treat the water. So number 7 was a concern over an increase in traffic. So a revised traffic impact study was submitted on April 4th of this year. The study identified operational issues on the TransCanada westbound and eastbound ramps with the existing intersection configurations. These operational issues are a result of existing conditions, and they are not directly related to this proposed development. To improve traffic operations in the area, the New Brunswick Department of Transportation and Infrastructure are planning 2 infrastructure improvement projects, one being a roundabout at the Mapleton Road and TransCanada Highway westbound ramp, and the other is an additional turning lane at the TransCanada Highway eastbound ramp and new traffic signals at the Mapleton Road and TCH eastbound ramp. So the above-mentioned improvements have been planned by DTI for many years and are planned to proceed in 2025. At last, we were notified that they are planning to issue the tender for construction in late April of this year, so just later this month, and with a tentative start date of June 2025. The study further analyzed conditions after the opening of the proposed development with the NBDTI improvements to be constructed in 2025 and with growth in the area, including specific approved developments in the area and overall citywide growth. The analysis indicated that the study area intersections are expected to operate at acceptable levels with the proposed development traffic. The site driveways on Queensway Drive are also expected to operate at acceptable levels. Vehicle speeds and additional traffic on Queensway Drive were noted as resident concerns. Queensway Drive can be assessed after the opening of the development according to the city's traffic calming policy to determine if traffic calming measures are justified here. And lastly, the final concern was that the traffic study did not consider future development potential of the surrounding lands. So for this, the properties to the northeast are all currently zoned RR1 or rural residential. Any future proposed development of these lands would need a second egress, given the distance they're located from Mapleton Road, unless that's otherwise specified by the fire department for emergency purposes. This would be reviewed at the time that that land is proposed to be developed, along with any updates to the transportation network that are identified as needed as a result of that future potential proposed development. So in terms of a recommendation, it is recommended that Moncton City Council approve the amending municipal plan bylaw Z 122.12 and Schedule 2.6, subject to a resolution with conditions that are listed in the report. And that is all for this. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Sarah. So you've really answered all the objections that were brought forward at the March 17th meeting. So today, I just want to inform the Assembly that we will entertain only new objections. Is that correct? That's correct. Merci beaucoup. Merci.
Thank you very much.
So do we have the applicants and the developer here, so would you like to come forward and
Hi, my name is Dwight Fraser. I'm from Woodstock, and I am the developer for that site.
Thank you for coming. Would you wish to add something to for the Assembly today?
I'm not really sure what I can add. I thank Sarah and for her help in putting this presentation together. And like we just want to be, we're hoping to be good citizens there and do what we can to carry on business. And if there's any questions, I'd certainly be happy to answer if I can.
Thank you. Thank you. So now do we go to the proponents? So do we have proponents who wish to speak? Please go ahead.
Were you finished?
Oh, yes, yeah, thanks.
Mayor, councilors, I'm here today to address the proposed fueling station on Queensway Drive and the danger it brings to the area residents. Councilors, earlier today, you received an email.
McDonald.
And prior to the meeting, a Health
Mr.
Canada
McDonald.
conclusion page.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Are you objecting or are you a proponent? Are
I'm
you,
object-
are
I'm
you,
objecting.
okay, no, we're doing proponents at the moment.
Those who
Who support the, then we will go to objectors. Sorry.
Thank you.
So are there speakers who wish to support the project? If there are none, then we would go to the objectors, so. C'est ça, là?
Anything you guess?
Non?
The objectors.
So, le monsieur qui était là, j'ai pas compris.
The gentleman that was there before.
So, new objection, so the gentleman who was at the mic.
Mayor, councilors, I'm here today to address the proposed fueling station on Queensway Drive, the danger it brings to the area residents. Councilors earlier today received an email and prior to the meeting, a Health Canada conclusion page that outlines exposure to benzene from fueling stations. Health Canada quotes, contributions from gasoline station emissions influence exposures from 70 to 300 meters. That would include all of Mapleton Place, the campground, and 2 hotels. Benzene vapors are carcinogenic and known to cause leukemia, blood disorders, and decreased fertility. Expecting mothers and children are more vulnerable to these vapors. Directly across from the proposed fueling station lives a young family with children who will be playing less than 30 meters from the proposed development. Residents should not be placed in a situation where their health and well-being become secondary. The residents of Mapleton Place respectfully request a no vote on the connection of services to this property based on Health Canada's findings about fuel dispensing and gas emissions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other objections? Any other new objections? I don't see any, so Sarah, Siki?
Sarah.
Yes, wait, Sarah. So do you wish to address the new concerns?
I guess just to say that the land is currently zoned highway commercial. The land currently is permitted to develop with the proposed gas station. The question tonight is not whether or not the development should go forward, it's whether or not the development is able to connect to city services.
Merci, Sarah. Maintenant, on va où? So we move to council questions and are there any, Conseiller Richard and then Conseiller Butler?
Merci, Madame Alice Thériault. City Clerk, I was just wondering,
Thank you. We're
the applicant given an opportunity to respond to those objections? Number 8.
Oh, my bad. Did you want to respond to that, the applicant?
I really don't have much knowledge about that, so I really can't respond. I mean, if I don't have any facts with me or we're prepared for that, so I can't respond. Thank you.
Conseiller Richard, avez-vous d'autres questions?
Oui.
Oui.
Councillor Richard, do you have any other questions? Yes.
Thank you to everyone who did come back for this situation. So the increase in traffic, the calming policy, how soon after this, if this development goes forward and opens, how soon can residents be applying for the calming policy requests? I don't know. Il va tourner rouge.
Rouge, okay.
Oh, tu-
Just got to be patient.
T'as dit, hein?
Thank you for the question, Conseiller Richard. This is something we can actually schedule in our policy or in our plan. Typically, these requests come from residents, or if it's something, it's a known development, such as this case, again, we can just add it to our work plan. So this is a traffic study that we do for the traffic calming analysis itself.
So that, you'll take that as direction or?
I can, yes, I can take a note and make sure that our team has that on the schedule. And as you know, with the policies that we need to do some actual analysis, some speeding data collection, and that can only happen once the development has established.
Okay, thank you. Leave your mic on because I think I've got your next question too.
Sure.
We're talking about the concerns over safety of the pedestrians in the sidewalk. That would be only ending in 26. It concerns me to start a project, put in sidewalk, and then stop it midway. And there is mention again in this report where we're talking about extending up to into Cherry Lawn. Would you have any other information on that?
Yeah, it's a fair concern. When we started this project, which is really a project that is with NBDTI and managed by NBDTI, we asked them to extend the sidewalk on Queensway up to the limits of their contract, which lines up basically with the first driveway for the proposed development, or the driveway on the westerly side. And then the rest of the sidewalk, we expect would be done in 2026. There's a few advantages with that. The fact that the DTI project does not impact any residential property. It's gonna stop just short of that. And once we extend the sidewalk up to Cherry Lawn in 2026, we'll have to work with our arborists and our site inspectors because there will probably be some tree removal, potentially some branch cutting. So we'd like to do that internally through a city contract and not a DTI contract. As well as the remaining project, we're looking at potentially adding more sidewalk in that neighborhood, and also some street resurfacing. So again, kind of keeping it like a fine line or a straight line where the DTI project will end at the first driveway of the commercial property, and then the city would take on the rest of it. So that would be our preference to move forward, and so that we have our city inspector on site and our arborists working with the residents there.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I think I caught in there that there would be street improvements, or there would be some resurfacing, or?
Correct. Engineering is proposing the resurfacing of basically the end of Queensway. So from where DTI will finish the project up to Cherry Lawn, including the resurfacing of Cherry Lawn itself. I'm trying to figure out Candlewood or Renshaw and Newport. I think I've got those names correct, but
You're better than me,
residents
thank you.
can correct me, but essentially all the streets that are in that neighborhood are planned for resurfacing in 2026. And again, at the same time, we'll look at what's the potential for adding more sidewalks in that neighborhood.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you.
We mentioned NBTTI work for the roundabout and stuff going on there. Do we have an actual confirmation that it is going to go forward this year?
The best we have is basically a confirmation from DTI that they are planning to tender this month with a closing in May and then a construction start in June. So this is all really we have at this point. I can guarantee the tender is done and ready because I've been to those meetings and there's been a lot of back and forth between the city and DTI on some of the cost sharing items, such as separated bike lanes, sidewalks, things of that nature, crosswalks with rapid flash lights. And so it's definitely there, but I cannot sit here and guarantee you that it's happening because it's not our jurisdiction, it's not our portfolio.
It's been in the plans for quite a while, so I
Yes.
definitely hope that NBDTI does this. I've got more here. Sarah, can you please remind council to the benefit to the city to have this added to the city's urban boundary.
The benefit of why this would be, in this particular case, especially with a commercial use such as the ones being proposed, it would be better to have them on city services as opposed to being on a well and septic system. It's a commercial use, it is near residential homes. So in this particular case, normally staff would not be supportive of amending the urban boundary, but in this particular case, it is safer to have that connected.
Safer, basically,
In terms of the water and sewer, yes.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, appreciate that. In the objections, we had a sheet full of objections from prior. There's one objection that I don't feel that it was answered, or maybe answered enough. Maybe there was more to go to that. And it actually comes up with Mr. McDonald's inclusion from Health Canada. So the objection was, studies have found that having gas stations in proximity to residents are harmful to human health. Location in question is directly across from and adjacent to permanent single-family dwellings, as well as multiple hotels within 750 meters of a well-used public park, and more. And then the response really didn't give anything to the human health side of that objection, of that question. So
I guess the response was more to deal with the fact that the land has development rights. The property owner has development rights. We're not in a position to say whether or not they can or can't do the development. I guess I don't have the facts to say that it's not safer, or that it's not safe for the gas and the fumes. It's more to say it's a business decision. The landowner has the property rights or development rights to build that development, and that is what the application is.
yeah, and I appreciate that. I know that, I understand we're not talking about a rezoning, we're talking about adding to the urban boundary, but this is the project that would be going there, and if we accept it going into the urban boundary, this is other, it's bringing on these other concerns.
Right.
Health concerns, which are quite valid. Now, I know that we all gas our vehicles, we're all open to this, to these fumes, but this is where we're bringing it into a residential area still. So I find it, it fits well with Mr. McDonald's presentation. Without having something accurate, hardcore on NBDTI, creating the roundabout, the sidewalk, it's going to be really hard for me to support this recommendation.
Merci, Conseiller Richard.
Thank you, Councillor Richard. Councillor Butler.
Thanks, Sarah, and you and your staff for this report. I guess my concerns when we first spoke regarding this was the roundabout, when it was going to start, if it was ever going to start. You know, we've had a number of occasions where we thought the government was ready to go, and it's still years and years since it's passed. My other concern is with this project, and with a lot of them, especially out in the rural areas, and we went through it quite a bit with in my area with Jonathan Park, when there was only one way in and one way out. And to me, we fought that hard enough that the developer went and he couldn't do it in this occasion, but I think somebody should be looking at this, because they put an emergency exit in Jonathan Park. If something ever happened up there, like, you know, we just went through with Tim there about climate change and, you know, wildfires and drought, and then we have campers that go up there, that first-time campers that don't know anything about propane, and, you know, things can happen. And, you know, I've always been, you know, dismayed with the fact that we don't have these emergency exits where people can get out. You know, I'm always worried about a fire, you know, in Jonathan Park, for instance, like surrounded by trees and one way out. And if the accident was at the bridge or at the culvert, there was no way out, right? So I think, I think that when they start this, that's another thing too, is when they start the roundabout, like how does the traffic get in and out of there? How does, you know, what's gonna happen? Is there a plan for that, Rennie? Like, you said you sat in that meeting, so what was their plan for traffic when they start this roundabout? Because that's gonna take a while. It's gonna tie up traffic, even up in, off of Cherry Lawn in these areas. Like, how, what is their idea getting people in and out of there?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor Butler. Yes, I was involved in these meetings, and obviously there's certain details that, you know, we don't have at this point, because again, it's an NBDTI project, so I'm not involved into the daily kind of traffic management. All I heard was that obviously we have to provide connection for that community that's kind of landlocked and to the north, if you wish. And so there's certain part of the project where that community, everyone that would reside north of TCH, for instance, could only make, let's say, a right-hand turn onto TCH, for instance, because they're working on that roundabout. So will always be access to that community, except that in certain cases, it might be a stop and go traffic and just one way. And it'll be forced down, let's say, the highway in certain direction before they can turn around at the next exit. So those are details that are really part of the tender package. And it's also, once you have a tender that's closed and you sit down with a contractor, that a proper traffic management plan is detailed and finalized. So we don't have all those details from a weekly or monthly basis, but access will be provided. There's no way that we can have a construction happen or DTI can have a project and the circulation, the traffic will be cut off completely. That will not be acceptable.
I realize that, but when you're sitting at these meetings and the province is making decisions, we're sitting here tonight and we're making decisions on our citizens and their safety and how they get in and out. So, you know, I think that would be, you know, a very important question to, when you sit down with the provincial government, to find out, like, what is their plan? Like, I mean, the citizens up there should know what the plan is. I mean, if they're all ready to go out, like Sarah said, to tender, the traffic decision, how it's going to be moving, they should have that now to be able to pass on. It's, you know, it's hard for us to sit here and say, well, okay, let's go ahead with this. Listen, I'm glad to see that there's sidewalks going up there. I'm glad to see that there's lights going up there. You know, there's a lot of things that are going to be good. I'm sure if I was living up there, I wouldn't mind walking down there to get a Starbucks. No, not really. I'm not big into Starbucks, but what I'm saying is that, you know, there's a lot of details that the residents are still asking for, and, you know, especially with traffic. You know, I know what Sarah's saying is that this is zoned that we're just looking for the boundary, but I think as us as councillors, and we look after everything else regards to the citizens. I think that's a big part, and I'm wondering where did it come? Is that a provincial law that is up to the fire department if we need an exit? Where's that come from, that regulation?
So typically, when we have a development proposal, we have it reviewed by the fire department, and they take a look and determine, there are rules around length of road. You can only have a road a certain length before a second access is created. In this case, I assume Mapleton Road was created a long time ago. Lots were created off of that road, and the development rights exist with those lots. So I'm not sure when the city started looking at emergency access and making sure that there was a second access. The situation is existing and has been existing for many, many years. So that is something that moving forward we do, but I, to be honest, don't know when that started.
Yeah, I'm not so worried about the very end of Mapleton Road. Well, I am with them people too, because I mean, they have to get in and out. But when you go up to Cherry Lawn, I mean, that is a subdivision all by itself, and it's just a steady loop going around, and there's only one way in, one way out. So
that neighborhood is abutting a large piece of vacant land that does run along, or that does have access out onto Mapleton. So chances are eventually that the rest of the neighborhood will build out, and when that happens, that road connection will be required.
yeah, but I hear you. I hear you. It could be a long time.
And that land is zoned R2, so technically would not need any kind of special approval, could come in and just apply for permits.
All right. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Mayor.
Merci, Conseiller Butler, Conseiller Bourgeois.
Councillor Bourgeois. Thank you, Your Worship.
Interest in the city of Moncton. Thank you for the people who reside in that neighborhood and have expressed either by email or presence physically here tonight, your concerns and your opposition. And thank you to Sarah for an excellent presentation. Sometimes I understand fully, sometimes I don't. So I'm going to summarize it as saying, we are here basically only to approve the connection for the water and sewer between that development, that gas station basically, and city infrastructure. If we don't approve it, the developer can proceed regardless, but would have to drill his own well in his own septic tank.
That's right.
So there's very little power we have here, but we do have a little bit in terms of conditions that we can require. But even if we had these conditions, is there a possibility that the developer would say, never mind, I'll do it myself. I'll invest in my own water and my own septic system, and I won't bother with these conditions.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. To me, this big concept of urban boundary, in this case especially, is ridiculous. I get the principle of it, that this is sort of like the imaginary line that we do not want to extend the pipes and beyond because it's spreading out infrastructure without recuperating the cost. I get the principle of it. But in this case, if you look at the map, I don't think we had one. But that piece of property is not included in the urban boundary, but the urban boundary goes around it. So it's a ridiculous consideration for council, but it's just because somebody did a Donald Trump by highlighting Alabama for the hurricane, but now here we sort of circle that piece of property as being not part of the urban boundary, but it's surrounded by the urban boundary, so it doesn't make any sense. Do I get that right?
Yes, I mean, originally that land was owned by DTI. And so when the line was originally drawn, it was originally a serviceable boundary. So it was based on grades and elevations. Chances are this land wasn't even looked at the time because it was owned by the province. It was going to be used eventually for potential, highway changes or an interchange. So didn't even bother being looked at.
I get it. I'm going to suggest something for the new urban plan, the committee that's looking at, don't create donuts like this again, because it doesn't make sense. I get it. The explanation is that property was province owned. Now it's no longer. So now we get into this situation where we're dealing with something that doesn't make sense. So if the urban boundary is drawn that way, don't create little donut holes in the middle. So I'll just extend it to you because I know you can understand it and you can carry it forward to the committee. I do have a couple of specific questions regarding this project. There is a mention there somewhere that one of the streets will eventually be linked to Mapleton, possibly. No specific plan right now, but it could be eventually linked to Mapleton, if I understand correctly.
What I just mentioned then about the existing neighborhood off Cherry Lawn. Yep.
Yeah. Is there a plan or a conception somewhere that we would link Mapleton all the way to McLaughlin?
That's a long stretch of land. So certainly, and it is all zoned RR1, so rural residential. when that land does come in to be proposed for development, at that time, in my opinion, is that a second access would be required. It is very much far away. The length of road needed before a second access will be triggered, and anything in there will need a second access. That would be determined at the time that that land gets developed or proposed for developed.
I agree. I'm thinking for the future generations, 50, 60, 70, 100 years from now, they might find themselves in a problem that we maybe could avoid now. But let's say in 5, 10, 15, 20 years, there is a connection. Developer comes in and builds great new subdivision north of the TransCanada urban boundary. Hopefully council will not necessarily expand it unless there's thousands of units, and we'll do the cost benefit analysis then. But here's the question I'm going to. Would this roundabout, the traffic study, all of a sudden, if we link McLaughlin to Mapleton to Queensway, to you know, right through, would that have an impact on the traffic study? We'd have to redo a traffic study. Is there any way we can sort of foresee that in the future and maybe design the roundabout in a different way?
Yeah, so I'll take that question, Conseiller Bourgeois. So the traffic impact study that was done for this particular development, and also the traffic analysis that was done by NBDTI for the roundabout, looked at future development to a certain point, to a certain horizon. It's not feasible and realistic to do traffic impact studies for 30 years out in the future. Sarah did mention it. If there is another development that is proposed beyond the area that we're looking at, that particular development will have its own requirement for a traffic impact study, and at which point may trigger additional fixes, whatnot. And just to add that, yes, when NBDTI looked at their analysis for the roundabout and the improvements to Mapleton, they added a factor of growth, and they've also added this proposed development that's in front of you today, just to ensure there's enough capacity for the current traffic, but also some additional traffic, but not, you know, beyond, let's say, 20 plus years and what may or may not happen. So hopefully I answered that question.
Je comprends. Puis c'est la façon normale de procéder.
I understand, and that is a normal way to proceed. But just to play devil's advocate, I wanted to give the example of Hildegarden, where we build a boulevard after that one, and then we created a pipe because 50, 60 years ago, when Hildegard was being built, there was just that one subdivision. And then over time, 30, 40 years, the northwest of the city exploded. And in 2009, the pipes that we had laid under Wheeler didn't have enough capacity because we built all of that without adding more pipes, and then the water backed up and flooded 100 or so houses. This cost millions of dollars to the owners and insurance companies, and also to the city of Moncton, because we had to build retention ponds on the other side of Wheeler. So I know it's not the same thing. It's traffic that we're talking about today. But if we think ahead 30, 40, 50 years, and then someone in 30, 40, 50 years is faced with the same thing that we experienced and that the citizens of Hildegard had experienced, because that's where things blacked up, because the first pipes were affected by the water backing up, were on Hildegard. But perhaps we could have built a second pipe at the time without really planning to use it, but because there was extraordinary growth, we could have used that extra pipe. So we had to spend millions of dollars on these retention ponds that we could have avoided if we had a second pipe. So I'm just wondering if we could think 40 or 50 years in the future to avoid some such problems. I know that it's very specific for this one project.
the water and sewer of this particular project to the city's infrastructure. Will this project have an impact, a significant impact on the existing water and sewer pipes that are there already?
This was reviewed, and there is capacity in the system now for this development.
Okay, perfect. And I think I have one more question. In the next item on our agenda on Leopold Béliveau, we are asking the developer to plant 2 rows of trees for visual buffer, but also noise buffer. Why are we not, or maybe I'll ask the developer really, would the developer be open that we add that condition, that to reduce the noise and the light pollution and the whatever it is, by adding 2 rows of trees as we are asking for the developer on Leopold Béliveau?
There is a significant amount of trees on the site. 120.
Could you come to the mic for the recorder?
There are a significant amount of trees on the site plan and on the plan itself.
That you will retain?
Oh, yes, yeah, it was drawn in as part of our plan. I think there's 128 it's been a while since I looked at it.
And regardless, I believe you. I'm just trying to imagine an 18-wheeler pulling out and the lights are shining right to the neighborhood, okay? The trees would block that light?
No, this is around the perimeter of the property. It's not at the end. It's not at the.
But on the northern side of the property where you get to Queensway, between your property, your building and.
Yeah, the trees are around the perimeter between the highway and the back of the property.
Right,
Yeah.
but again, I'm imagining an 18-wheeler, lights are 6, 7, 8 feet up in the air, shining when you're driving out on that neighborhood. So if it's 3 a.m., 2 a.m., a lot of noise as well. Hopefully, we're not going to have jake breaks and stuff. But would those, since you have no trees, would you mind if we added?
No, we wouldn't. And just further that we aren't hoping to attract 18-wheelers. Like that's not our target.
Okay,
clientele.
so just regular.
Just regular cars.
Ford F-150s.
Ford F-150s.
That would be 4 feet off the ground, shining lights into somebody's backyard. You wouldn't mind putting a few rows of trees?
I believe not. Like we have a significant, as a matter of fact, the people pricing it say, well, gee, why do you have so many trees? I guess because that's what they drew in. I didn't question them on it. I just, so yes, we would maybe move
Okay
things
with that?
around. Yeah.
I appreciate that very much. You said you were going to be a good citizen. I appreciate it. I think that was it. Just give me a sec. No, that was it, the 2 rows of trees. So, okay, thank you very much. Merci beaucoup, Madame Laval.
Merci, Councillor Bourgeois.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Councillor Bourgeois. Councillor Léger. Thank you, Your Worship.
And certainly, we've had a lot of discussion. I think the one. Get my phone. Yeah. Well, that's a first. So, I guess coming back to the objections, and most of them have been answered. Our role here is to take a look at that connection, and it's certainly not an ideal scenario where we have an urban boundary and we have a property that used to be owned by DTI and that was sold, and because of that, it requires this forum to be able to allow a project to go forward, in particular with connections. But I'm a little preoccupied with what we received today related to benzene, and so. And I guess in fairness, I appreciated Mr. McDonald, I think it is, who sent the information. And so I went on the website and I took a look at the different tabs and some of the concerns, and they are valid concerns with respect to the evaporation. But then there are mitigation techniques that can reduce that. And I'm just going to read this for the record because I think it goes further in terms of maybe what we and maybe in combination with both the federal and provincial government need to look at in terms of municipalities. But they talk about vapor mitigation, and they talk about the installation of pressure vacuum valves on the top of vent pipes. And I guess in this case, the developer is going to be installing brand new equipment. So it's interesting, I couldn't see why that couldn't be done as the project moves forward. But it talks about the valves that maintain the underground storage tank overpressure and underpressure within set limits. In addition to reducing emissions during gasoline unloading, these valves also reduce evaporative losses from the storage tanks during daily gasoline station operations. Almost sounds like it could be helpful too with sometimes when we hear about deposits of water and substances in the gas over time in the tanks. The presence of those valves is not currently regulated in Canada, but it's regulated in the US. This is information back in 2023, and the federal government had indicated it would look into the regulations. I know that we talk about conditions, and it's probably not binding, but I would encourage, I guess, if that's possible, that be looked into. I don't know what the cost would be to. I heard you want to be a good neighbor, and you do. I don't know what the cost is. It seemed that it made sense in terms of some preventative measures. It may be more to do with, I guess, the long-term impact, but it seemed like it was also a good business way to, I guess, manage the volume in the tanks. So I'm just going to put that out there. It's out of our jurisdiction, but I think in the future, maybe we need to have those conversations. In particular, when we saw what happened in Woodstock with over 100,000 liters of fuel that simply disappeared, that no one noticed anything except the Tim Hortons that happened to not happen, but repeatedly said we can smell fuel in the water that is in our area, and lo and behold. So I think that maybe the time is right to sort of say, if we're building new, maybe this is not a substantial cost. It certainly would be something to the developer that would appease the residents that are very concerned. And this is an opportunity because it's a new service station, and I would encourage that. City Council doesn't have the ability to stop your project because of that, but certainly I think that there's something worth considering. And as far as the rest, the points were taken, and we're considering everything. And I think also for the municipal plan, we need to think about future situations like this. And I do appreciate all the comments, concerns, the proponents, and as well the people who are opposed to this. And I understand, but I throw that out to the developer that hopefully this could be a really good news story where you're the first to do this without having to do it. So I throw out that challenge. Thank you very much.
Merci, Conseiller Léger.
Thank you, Councillor Léger.
To address, Councillor Shaw, I will come to you later. Comment? Okay, so I'll go back to you, Conseil. I'm just learning. I'm sorry, Conseil Richard. Go ahead.
Are there any other, just one sec, are there any other councillors that have not spoken that wish to speak prior? No? Oh, wait. Well,
Stereo, tu fais un bon job.
Thank you, Your Worship. You're doing a very good job.
Property, I believe that would open, so let's say in an emergency where it would come out to Mapleton, is that what you said? 'Cause I saw a lot of shaking heads close to you.
Appropriate private property. Possible.
So, right, so the vacant lands, I guess essentially to the west of the existing neighborhood off of Cherry Lawn. So yeah, so that would be where it's vacant land, and so a street would be required to come out at some point. It is all private land, but if proposal for development, the street coming in off of Cherry Lawn would be too long for them to be able to develop and not come out onto Mapleton. So something would, a street, and I can't envision all of the lands in my head right now, but a street would have to connect at that
I just
time.
wanted to clarify where we were talking about, because I opened up maps and I'm saying, I wasn't sure where you were looking at, so.
Just along, essentially on Mapleton, just north of the hotel. There are houses along there, but I believe there are some vacant lots that.
Okay. No, that's good. Thank you for the clarification. Thank you all for being here. Merci.
Merci, Conseiller Richard.
Thank you, Councillor Richard.
Anyone else who wishes to bring new information? If not, then I will declare the public consultation closed, and I need a mover and a seconder for the motion. Councillor Edgett, do you wish to move it and second it? Conseillère Leblanc, merci. So we go to electronic votes, right? No, are there questions? I'm sorry, I apologize. Are there questions? Conseiller Bourge, Conseiller Edgett. Please go ahead.
Councillor Edgett. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Speak this evening during the discussion and debate. I understand that this application is, as you pointed out, Sarah, a request to rezone. It's not a request to rezone the land or to change any permitted uses. The question that we have here this evening, that we have actual authority to make a decision on, regards the urban boundary. And as I understand the presentation that's been made by our staff and the due diligence that has been provided by the developer through all the different plans and studies that have been done, the safest thing for us to do when it comes to water and sewer is to hook up to the city of Moncton. So in the interest of making a safe decision, from the point of view of what authority we can actually make a decision on, I've thought long and hard about this, and I'm really pleased to see that we will still go through with many infrastructure improvements concerning the sidewalk. That will not change. That will still happen, and the roundabout will be happening. These things will be going on around this issue. But when it comes down to what we are voting on here this evening, I will be voting in favor of adding the urban boundary to include this property. Thank you.
Thank you, Conseillère Edgett. Conseiller Bourgeois.
Merci, Madame la Maire. C'est pour faire suite.
Councillor Bourgeois, as a follow-up to the promoter's commitment to
Mover and seconder agree to incorporate that in condition number 3. Great. If not, I'll move an amendment.
So, Conseillère Edgett, you move the recommend, would you?
Councillor Edgett.
By Conseiller Bourgeois.
Merci, Madame la mairesse adjointe. C'est quoi?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. What was the question again? Sorry. Could you explain your request concerning trees?
I'm not sure how it was phrased, but it would be to add to condition number 3 that the landscaping be completed as per the site plan attached as Schedule B, in addition to adding 2 rows of trees, but I'm open to however which way it was written in the next item, no later than 1 year following the issuance of a development permit.
Sarah, would this be doable in with your understanding of the development?
It would be, they are required and did show on the plan, they are providing one row of trees. The only potential issue possibly, and it would be something we'd have to look at, is if MB Power may have an easement there. So the trees that are planted may be short statured, or they may be smaller trees based on NB Power's requirements. That is something we didn't look at. So planting two rows may be an issue, may not be an issue. So possibly adding a caveat, as per NB Power review or something to that effect might just allow that possibility to go forward.
Yeah.
Okay, I would agree with that.
And I need to specify, it's on the southern side of Queensway, so north of the property in question.
Street frontage or along Queensway Drive. Yeah.
Councillor Leblanc, you agree also? Donc, merci. So we can move to are there further questions? No? Ça va?
Did you want to see the motion with that addition? Did you want to view it, or do you trust me?
C'est beau, c'est beau.
Okay.
So on the question then, it's electronic vote?
Yes.
So
The motion passes with two
Two
nay
nay
votes. Councillor Butler and Councillor Paul Richard.
c'est beau. Thank you, everyone. Merci. Madame la greffière.
Oui. The
Madam Clerk.
postponed at the March 17th meeting. It's a rezoning application for 195 and 225 Leopold Bellevue Drive. And Sarah is here once again to run us through this.
And good evening again. Right. So this is a rezoning application on Leopold F. Bellevue Drive. So this application is to rezone 195 to 225 Leopold F. Bellevue Drive from ID, Integrated Development, and R3, Multiple Unit Dwelling, to ID and P2, Open Space and Conservation. The purpose of the rezoning application is to accommodate a mixed-use development that will include 366 new residential units and 373 square meters of ground floor commercial space. It is also meant to protect the watercourse in the northern portion of the site by rezoning it and the 30-meter buffer around it to P2 or conservation. Again, this application was presented to City Council in a public hearing on March 17th. The public hearing was postponed for additional information regarding revisions to the site plan to address community concerns. So to recap, the subject properties are located in Ward 4. The properties currently have two zones. So there's the ID, Integrated Development Zone, which is the purple, the pink, I guess, and R3, which is the purple for multiple unit dwelling. So given the scale of the development and of the lot to be rezoned, administration are recommending that the entirety of the subject lot be rezoned to ID for continuity purposes. So as noted, a portion of the lot to the north is also being proposed to be rezoned to P2 for conservation to recognize the location of the watercourse and its protected 30-meter buffer. So this is the proposed revised site plan. So a different version was presented at the public hearing on March 17th when several residents spoke out against the application and 12 letters of objection were received. So the main points of concern voiced by residents, there are about 17 of them, and I will go into them, but I'll list them first. So one was a desire for a larger buffer of trees along the street. The second was an objection regarding the location of the driveway across from 244 Leopold F. Bellevue Drive. The third is timing and provision of a second access point for Leopold F. Bellevue Drive. Fourth was questioning when the subject land was rezoned from MU2 to R3. 5, concerns over speeding and road safety on Leopold F. Bellevue Drive. 6, questioning the plan for power lines. 7, will tenants be permitted to store things on their balconies? 8, why is the community only finding out about this proposed development now? 9, concern that property values will go down. 10, the 4.5 meter setback is too close to the street. Could the buildings be pushed further back? 11, traffic congestion and speeding getting worse. 12, safety of pedestrians. 13, questioning whether there's a snow removal plan. 14, is the wetland or watercourse at the back being protected? 15, that the proposed density is too high for the neighborhood. 16, concern over commercial uses in a residential neighborhood. And 17, that already there are too many large apartment buildings in the area. So it is important to note here that the applicants did meet with the residents twice after the public hearing on the development proposal to try to address the concerns and mitigate the issues as much as possible. So the applicants have made a number of changes to address the concerns. Namely, the first being that they moved the primary two-way driveway access from the western side facing the residential home to the eastern side where it now lines up with the intersection of Leopold F. Bellevaux Drive and Park Place Lane. The second, just that the driveway access on the western side is still needed for emergency purposes, but it has been changed to a right-in and right-out only, with a full barrier curb median in the middle to stop vehicles from making any left turn movements. Building A, which is the long building perpendicular with Leopold F. Bellevaux Drive, it has been reduced to 5 stories instead of the originally proposed 6. And lastly, the applicants have agreed to plant 2 rows of trees along the frontage of their property between the buildings and the sidewalk. Trees are to be interspersed and planted approximately 10 meters apart, and a condition regarding this has been added to the draft conditional zoning agreement. So I will again go over the points that were brought up by the residents, as well as the, I guess, response, administration's response to them. So for number 1, the desire for a larger buffer of trees along the street. So as I mentioned, the applicants have agreed to plant the 2 rows of trees along the frontage of their property. Between the buildings and the sidewalk, they will be interspersed and planted approximately 10 meters apart. The second one being the location of the driveway across from 244 Leopold F. Bellevaux Drive. So again, as I mentioned, the driveway that it was originally proposed on that west side has been moved to the east side. And the access there on the west side is a right-in, right-out only with a full barrier curb median to stop left turn movements. Number 3, timing and provision of a second access point for Leopold F. Bellevaux Drive. So the subject area, and I can actually do this so we can see a little bit better. The subject area abuts the eastern vision land. So that's a secondary plan area that is currently being reviewed and master planned right now. There are major transportation connections that will be included in that plan, and they will provide eventual connection of Leopold F. Bellevaux Drive into the surrounding street network. So once that master plan is completed, the future connection of Leopold F. Bellevaux Drive will be then dependent on the abutting lands being developed. But it is important to note at this time that only phase 1, which is only buildings A and B, which are the 2 buildings that front on Leopold F. Bellevaux Drive, they're the only ones that are permitted to go forward until a second access is constructed. Number 4, there was a question on when the subject land was rezoned from MU2 to R3. So between 2012 and 2014, the municipal plan and the zoning bylaw went through a full review and an update that took about 2 years. At that time, the MU2 and MU1 were combined into R3. This did go through several public consultations as required through the Community Planning Act, and the final approved municipal plan and zoning bylaw were approved in 2014. Number 5, speeding and road safety on Leopold F. Bellevaux Drive. So the city has adopted a traffic calming policy in 2023. So residents can request the assessment of any street according to the policy. Streets that qualify based on the policy are considered for the yearly traffic calming program funding to install the traffic calming measures. Number 6, the question of the plan for power lines. So there is currently a 6-meter wide public utility easement along the back property line that is shared with the adjoining property owners to the north. It's 3 meters on each property. So unless otherwise determined by MB Power, the power lines will be located within the existing easements along the back of the property. Number 7, will tenants be permitted to store things on their balconies? There are currently no bylaws regulating items stored on balconies. However, there will be utility rooms with storage in each unit, and there's storage room compartments in the underground parking that will be for rent. The developers have confirmed that it will be prohibited to store things on balconies, and that will be relayed to tenants at the time that they are signing rental agreements. Number 8, why is the community only finding out about the proposed development now? So the Community Planning Act requires a public hearing for rezoning applications, and that is the process that's being followed right now. Until a formal application is made, a development proposal on private property is confidential. Number 9, existing property values may go down. So property valuation is established by the province, not the municipality. And it is important to note here that the lands are currently zoned now to permit 6 six-story buildings with a mix of uses, including commercial on the ground floor of all buildings and residential zones. So that is the current permitted uses on the land now. So the proposed changes to that plan aren't substantial, I guess, in nature. Number 10, the 4.5 meter setback is too close to the sidewalk. Could the buildings be pushed further back? So the 4.5 meter setback is being met or exceeded on all sides of all of the buildings, and is further set back in some areas due to the lot configuration and the curve in the road. So building A, the long perpendicular building, will be set back more than 8 meters in some areas. And the main wall of building B has a setback of 5.72 meters. So the 4.5 is a minimum and does hit in some areas, but otherwise it is, the setback is bigger than that. 11, traffic congestion will get worse. So Leopold F. Bellevaux Drive was constructed as a collector roadway with sidewalks on one side and a multi-use trail on the other. The street is intended to be a transit supportive main corridor. The street was constructed to handle higher volumes of traffic and therefore support this type of higher density development. Additionally, the Elmwood Drive, McLaughlin Drive corridor review, which is currently in draft, is considered, it did consider the eventual extension of Leopold F. Bellevaux Drive, as well as developments like the one being proposed this evening. And it has developed a draft set of transportation improvements to help manage increased congestion in the future. So the first proposed improvement, being traffic signals at Leopold F. Bellevaux Drive and McLaughlin Drive, is planned to be installed in 2025. And it is important to note that these are still just draft improvements. They're tentative and are dependent on many factors such as budgeting, land acquisition, NBDTI approval, and that sort of thing. Number 12, safety of pedestrians. So a crosswalk was installed on Leopold F. Bellevaux Drive at Gallery Drive, so that's by the school entrance. That would be a crossing point for children walking to school. It should also be noted that the crosswalk is currently identified with just a sign that does meet industry standard for the current traffic volumes, but will be monitored in the future as developments in road construction occur to see if improvements such as flashing lights are needed instead of just a sign. 13, is there a snow removal plan? So yes, the snow removal plan is to clear the laneways first within the parking lot, so vehicles can get out of their parking stalls, and the landowners would then split the site into 2 snow removal zones for cars to be moved for during the clearing of the stalls. The company will also come back periodically throughout the day to clear out the stalls that when the cars left sort of later in the day. And residents are encouraged to contact bylaw enforcement if they observe parking in the no parking zones on the street. Number 14 is the wetland or watercourse at the back being protected. So yes, a wetland and watercourse are present in the northern portion of the site. All parts of the development are located a minimum of 30 meters from the watercourse. Wetlands are regulated by the province. The proposed development was submitted to the Provincial Department of Environment and Local Government, and it was approved as designed with conditions based on the proximity to the wetland. 15, proposed density is too high for the neighborhood. So again, the current zone on the subject properties does permit a little less than half of the residential units than what is being proposed now, but the current zone also requires 1,487 square meters of commercial space. Although the proposal does increase the residential density, it reduces the commercial space down to only 373 square meters. 16 is concern over commercial uses in a residential neighborhood. So when this area was originally master planned and rezoned in 2012, it was intended to be a walkable mixed-use neighborhood. The proposed development does reduce the amount of commercial space, but it does maintain a small amount to help achieve that vision of a walkable community with some amenities or services for the neighborhood within the neighborhood. The municipal plan does support the creation of complete communities that include neighborhood amenities and services that are walkable. And 17, lastly, that already there are too many large apartment buildings in the area. And again, the comment would just be that the current zoning already does permit a height of 6 stories. However, to address the community concern, Building A, which is sort of the larger building facing Leopold F. Bellevue Drive, it has been reduced to 5 stories instead of the originally proposed 6. And they've also, the landowners are providing a thicker vegetated buffer in front of the buildings by agreeing to plant 2 rows of trees along the frontage of their buildings. So just to recap a couple of main details about the proposed project. So currently, Leopold F. Bellevue Drive ends in a temporary turnaround with plans to eventually extend the road network to the Vision Lands West to provide the neighborhood with a second access. Administration have been working with consultants to develop a draft road network for the Vision Lands. None of the roads have been assented to at this time, nor are there any timelines to share for that, but it will happen. And again, to note, in order for phase 2 of the application to proceed, so the 2 buildings at the back, we are asking that a second access be provided to the neighborhood before they would be permitted to go forward. These are just some older renderings of the first 2 buildings. Note that Building A, that the one at the top left-hand corner, that's been reduced down to 5 stories with the revisions. And 2 rows of trees will be planted along the frontage of the buildings as well. And the driveway openings have since been amended, putting the 2-way driveway across from Park Place Lane and just a right in and right out at the western end. And so in terms of a recommendation, it is recommended that Moncton City Council approve the zoning bylaw amendment, being bylaw Z 222.43 and Schedule A43 for 195 to 225 Leopold F. Bellevue Drive, subject to a conditional zoning agreement that has been attached as Schedule B. And that is it for my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Sarah, for providing answers to the objections that were received on March the 17th. And again, as we continue with the public hearing, we will hear only new information. So is the developer or the applicant here this evening, and does he or she wish to speak?
I think just answer questions if needed. Yeah. So no presentation, but happy to answer questions.
Okay, so now we move to the proponents. So anyone who's in favor of this project, so any new information? There isn't any. So I'm sorry, I'm still learning, Sarah. I'm not very fast with this, okay? Oh, to the objectors. So if we have objectors with new information to share with us.
Good evening, Council.
Bonsoir.
Bonsoir. I do have basically comments into some of the responses that were made from Sarah, and I thank the developer for meeting with the residents once, I guess.
Could you state your name for the record, please?
Yes, it's Marc Alain. So I'm a resident basically across directly across from the new development. So as I said, there was one formal meeting where the developers addressed some of our concerns and made some good engineering tweaks. I want to note that although the initial plan was 6 stories, they did bring it down to 5, but they did extend the building. So it is a longer building, and they did reduce some indoor parking. But like I said, we appreciate these modifications and are just looking for further improvements made. We're not opposed. We know the current zoning allows for some apartments basically being built. We just want some concessions made to address our concerns. So a few of them that I have noted down, I guess, based on my quick review yesterday of the answers, is the municipal plan advocates for maintaining the integrity and balance of existing residential areas. And that is the city's goal in a sense of creating new subdivisions that are well balanced. And when you do see these new proposal subdivisions, we always see We don't see sharp contrast in zoning. We won't see single unit dwellings directly across from commercial or high-rise buildings or apartments. We'll typically see that with, you know, R2, R3 zoning directly across from commercial or, you know, higher story buildings. So that's one of the things here we want to address is there any other examples in Moncton where there is ID development directly across from R1? Based on my quick research, no. So that's one question I'd like answered. And although the initial zoning, Sarah mentioned that there was 6 buildings proposed in the initial master plan. These were, if I'm not mistaken, 2-story buildings, so 6 2-story buildings with a far less amount of doors to be offered. Here we're looking at 3, so the total number of doors has not been reduced in this sense. It's still 366 proposed with these modifications. But in 2012, the master plans we were looking at approximately 170 doors. So it is a significant increase, and a lot of our concerns, like I said, have been addressed, and I appreciate the effort, both developer and the urban planners on this. I'm asking if the developers can consider further measures, such as reducing the apartment directly across from building A to at least 4 stories to match current apartment buildings in the neighborhood. So it's not an in-your-face feeling of having an apartment building directly across from R1s that is 18 meters high currently. And also, I know it was mentioned the Elmwood Drive McLaughlin corridor review that is being done is being done almost after the fact. I know it will be presented I think to council next month. But there's a significant number of doors that have been happening, I guess, in the area. Like I said, a number of projects that have been approved by council. And being a resident of the area, we see significant traffic congestion in the area. And we just this year we'll see another, I think it's 500 plus new doors being opened. So we'll just see an increase. And with this project, I guess we'll see further more cars added to the area. So that's about it, Ricky. Or I'm not sure if
Merci.
they're given a chance.
Est-ce qu'il y a quelqu'un d'autre qui s'objecte?
Oui.
C'est ça?
Oui, c'est ça.
Avec
Thank you. Are there any other objections? Does anyone have more information?
Hi, Ricky Cormier. I live at 244 Leopold Bell, directly across the right in, right out new entrance exit. Question on that one is, I don't know exactly where the driveway is going to be. Maybe Josh can explain. I still see a bunch of headlights flashing a living room window any time of night. I don't know if maybe Josh can explain where exactly is the right out going to be. Question number 2, the type of trees, you suggested 2 rows of trees 10 meters apart. Do we have a chance to determine or the type of trees to maximize the privacy or the buffer zone? Question 3, power lines. Last we spoke, the power lines were going to be a couple of poles down Leopold Bellevaux and then go underground. Now I have the feeling it's going to be behind our house, possibly extended. Is that a confirmation? The power lines are going behind our house and cutting across Leopold Bellevaux?
The applicant will answer your questions once you're done.
Okay. And that's it. Thank you.
Merci. Is there any other objector? Est-ce qu'il y a quelqu'un d'autre qui s'objecte?
Are there any other objections? or oppositions, should I say? If there are none,
C'est qui? Sarah. Oh, wait, is that? Okay.
Sarah, did you want to address those?
Apologies, I was speaking with the residents. I missed the question, sorry.
C'est quoi la question?
Did you want to address the objector's concerns?
So I can let the developer address the question about the height of the building. I would say I can't think of any examples of where we have this sharp contrast of single unit homes right across the street from high density homes. In this existing situation, that is how the lands were designed in 2012. This was the master plan. That was the master plan of the area. And I guess the intent was that it would be this sort of mixed density, mixed use community where everybody would be sort of, you'd have different people living in different types of housing. You'd have your apartments, you'd have, there are townhouses just to the east a little bit off of Park Place Lane. You have your singles. So it, I think, was intended to be a mix. So I haven't seen that. Like I said, to my mind, I don't have any other examples of where that exists now elsewhere. What was another question? In terms of where exactly the street would go, the driveway on the west side, so the right in and right out. So the intent here is that cars won't necessarily be coming straight out. And I'm not sure if Renee wants to make the words sound better than I do, but or more technical. But in my mind, with the median in the middle, cars will not come straight out and point directly at the house. They will be angled. They're only allowed to turn right. So same with cars turning in, they're just turning right into the site. So there should not be, as the cars kind of come out, they shouldn't be pointing directly at the house. And I guess at the same time, this is the end of a road right now. It's a dead end. The number of vehicles that will likely be coming in and out of this driveway until that road connects somewhere else would probably be pretty limited, knowing that vehicles can come out at the four-way at the main drive at Park Place Lane. In terms of the types of trees, can they choose? Probably. The only thing that I would question is they would have to be trees that can't, it would have to be reviewed in terms of safety and visibility. So we do have a curve in the road there. There are setback requirements, sometimes for a reason, so vehicles can see around areas. So unless I can't think of the reason, but they should be allowed to, there should be an ability to pick the types of trees that they want, provided they are safe and visible. So it could be that they can't have branches below a certain height within a certain distance of the roadway or something like that. But it's certainly something we're open to and can definitely look into. And the question of the power line. So we did look into that, and there is a subdivision plan, and it does show that the easement for MB Power, although it does run along the frontage of Leopold Bellevaux for the first part of the street, it does cut back up in the middle, just to the east of this development, and runs along the side and then runs along the back, likely intended to service the backs of the homes in behind as well. So eventually there will be another road up behind there, and so that is where the easement is now. I guess I can't comment on whether or not MB Power will choose to do something different, but they have that easement now, and that's technically where it's our understanding that the power lines will go. I'm not sure if I answered. I tried to write them all down, but I'm not sure if I answered all of the questions. Okay. Okay.
I don't know if Josh knows the driveway for which one?
Thank you, Sarah. I'm sorry. Does the developer wish to speak? So, no.
So the center is like 7. Center lines. So, question, I need to.
The developers.
Maybe you need to.
Could you come to the microphone, please?
So, okay. So yeah, Josh from Aura Construction Management. So you were asking about the driveway location for the right in, right out. And you wanted to know the distance?
Well, the purpose is to try not to get the lights flashing in the house, and it's directly lined up to our.
Okay, so like in the property line, I guess?
The house is right here then. Is there a way to push this as far as to the edge as possible or not?
Setback. Because there would be more of a curvature to the driveway. Yeah, that helps actually. It's not.
Just trying to address the headlights flashing in our house.
Yeah, from the right out.
The house is right directly like lined up to the.
So I know, like we had discussed in the past, I know like
So-
for future development, then you'll have a bit more, but you're still, there won't be a lot of cars using that exit, but obviously I see your.
So excuse me, could you get together and work this out? And we, perhaps Sarah as well, and we'll move on to council and questions from council. Okay? Thank you.
And my other,
Est-ce qu'il y a des questions de la part du conseil?
can I
Are there any questions from council?
rezoning or master plan from 2012? When we purchased our property in 2012, it was never rezoned R3. It was always MU2 across the street. That was changed afterwards. So if I would have known it was gonna change a year after, do you think I would have bought that property? I'm still unclear how it got to change. And it's not able to downgrade back to an MU2 if we wanted to, because somebody applied for that to build some MU2 buildings and they were denied. I guess I'm just unclear, but.
And what year did you build?
2012.
Thank you, everyone. We're going to move to questions from members of council. Any questions from council? Any questions from council? Councilor Bourgeois.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la maire.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Par cette dernière intervention.
I'm interested in this last question.
Certains, mais
We have to make sure. Maybe we need legal advice on this. I don't know if we can give legal comments in public meetings to know the facts. I don't know if that will influence the vote, but I have an answer and a question. So the answer to your question, Mr. Alain, 74 Rue Belmont, it's a 6-story apartment building, and across the street there are bungalows and Cape Cod style houses. So there's multi-units across on the west side of the street and single family homes on the other side of the street. So those homes face 6-story buildings. They're just residential. Maybe I misunderstood your question. Maybe it's the same. But I'm just trying to think of an example, and that is the one rare exception. I don't know of any others. That's a good point.
But in the previous item 7.1, we had a list of the conditions. I think there were 7 of them. In this one, we have a recommendation to proceed with a conditional zoning agreement. I thought we had a list of conditions. I looked at the minutes of the previous meeting on March 17th, and there was not, unless it's incorporated in the zoning subdivision agreement, what do you call it? Conditional zoning agreement.
Yes.
But why the difference? Why not list the half a dozen conditions as we did on the previous item? I have to read that conditional agreement, and a lot of it is legalese, and it's clearer, it's more succinct, and it's boom, 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 boom on the previous item, but not on this one.
So when the original lands were rezoned in 2012, and back then, when a land was being rezoned, it was all based on a conditional zoning agreement. So that was what they always were for years and years. They were this agreement. With the Queensway, probably in about 2020, 2021, the city stopped doing agreements and did resolutions of council. So it was just a resolution. It just listed the conditions. That is all that gets registered. In this particular case, this conditional zoning agreement from 2012 is still registered to this property. And so the only way to, I guess the intent here is to repeal that agreement and replace it with a new agreement, just for consistency's sake. And that's why it's in the shape, I guess, as it is right now. So the conditions are listed, but they are in the draft conditional zoning agreement.
Right, but it's an agreement, it's legal, it's very dense. As a counselor who's not a lawyer, it would have been nice to have a repeat of the bullets.
Sure.
That would have
That's
been
fair.
the same format as the previous item. Thank you. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Maire.
Merci, Conseiller Bourgeois. Conseiller Richard.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Councillor Bourgeois. Councillor Richard.
You haven't abandoned us yet? So the physical median that's mentioned, I'm just wondering, what's that gonna look like? How physical is it?
I'll let.
I see Renee's light on.
Waiting for my red light. Counterintuitive, really, to be honest with you.
Ooh, don't tell yes.
Thank you for the question, Conseiller Richard. So if you can picture the median that is on Elmwood Drive, just north of Fille de Jésus, to prevent people from turning left into the Sobeys and Liquor area. If you can picture that.
Oh, I can picture it.
Okay, that one is problematic because it's mountable curb. And so we have a lot of infractions or people not respecting it because they're turning and really kind of going over the curb. So this one, what we're suggesting is that it's full barrier curb, which means it's heightened curb, similar to all our typical streets that would have a high curb and then it drops for driveway. So we'd want that island to be full barrier curb so that it's real, well, not physically impossible, but really discouraging people from making a left turn. So if that wasn't there, obviously the left turn movement would have cars lined up directly and the headlights would flash directly across the property and people could be in the future waiting a long term to make a left turn. But as Sarah mentioned, that island's kind of forcing people on an angle. So in the future, when that street builds out and there's actually somewhere to go and not just a dead end, people will actually be on an angle once they reach Léopold F. Béliveau.
I'm glad you kept on going because the way that you started your explanation, I thought you were building the same one coming out of Sobeys, and I was going to say, I would like to thank the both sides to have taken time to talk and go through these concerns together. It sounded like a very respectful conversation. It started as soon as they left council chambers, I understood, and then it ended up with a meeting somewhere else. So really appreciate that. I appreciate the larger buffer of trees, the right in, right out. Something that we mentioned in the last item, Renee, we were talking about streets that would qualify for the traffic calming. Again, that's something, is there a way for residents to apply for that? To make that request, or green lights on, can't go?
Thank you for the question again. Yes, so through our process, residents can contact us directly and submit a request. However, in this case, because it's a known development and we actually planned for it, it's actually already on our list for a speed study, so it can be analyzed through our traffic calming policy. So there's no really need at this point to make a request. It's already on there.
It's already in the books.
Correct.
Okay, power lines were confirmed behind the property,
That's where the easement is for.
not behind the residence property. Are we
I believe I believe the existing residents have the power lines behind their property, but even this one, the easement goes up and in behind this subject of
This
interest as
subject,
well.
that's what I was looking for, okay? Just want to make sure. Getting there, I got lots of notes here. Worked on the setbacks. The crosswalk that's being mentioned, Léopold Béliveau across from l'École Odyssée, I believe, that's where it was? Or is it l'École Mascara, anywhere in that area? We have we're following standards, but we have the right to go above these standards. And where there's so many kids in that area, I'd love to see those lights, crossing lights, go up before we need them as per standards. If there's any way that we can work those in earlier than later for the safety of the kids
Yeah,
and
thank you for the-
pedestrians, the residents around as well, so.
Yeah, we've made some decisions in the past, Conseiller Richard, as even if something did not meet our tax standard, Transportation Association of Canada, even if it didn't meet the standard today, there was a consideration for the growth that was projected in a certain area. So we've done that when certain areas do not warrant, but they're really on the cusp, they're really close to that. So we can definitely, what I'll do is I'll revisit that analysis with the team. I can definitely tell you that our traffic signal budget for 2025 is all but spent. But it's something that we can definitely consider for, 2026 and forward.
That's great. I
Okay,
really
thank you.
appreciate that, René. So it's on your books. One of the objectors had asked about 30% green space covenant, and I'm not sure if this might have changed with the MU1, MU2 into R3. That question,
I
wasn't really answered.
I couldn't find reference to it in the original conditional zoning agreement.
Number 8 in the objections.
Oh, in the objection, yes. In terms of that covenant, I couldn't find it anywhere. I wasn't sure where that was located. I wasn't sure if that was sometimes developments have private covenants that the city doesn't regulate or enforce. It could be that, but I couldn't find any record of that anywhere.
No?
In the original, I
I
mean,
guess I'm wondering if that would have had to do with the other side of the street and not I'm not sure if it had to do with that development or not.
do you have a copy of it anywhere? Just so I could see? Okay, so it was not the conditional zoning agreement from 2012. I couldn't find that. I mean, I guess the response I would have at this time is we don't have a record of that right now. What is registered to the property now is the 2012 rezoning agreement, and that is what we can enforce at this time.
Okay, so that kind of falls away.
I don't know, we wouldn't have the authority to enforce it. I have
Okay.
no record of where it is or
Sounds like a private covenants.
possibly, yeah.
Okay, so it sounds, okay, no, that's all my questions. I do again appreciate, Josh, I didn't ask you any questions tonight, so you're welcome. No, I really appreciate the conversations that's happened. I think you guys have come a long way together. We don't see that all often, so appreciate it. Thank you, merci.
Merci, conseiller Richard.
Thank you, Councillor Richard. Councillor Edgett. Thank you, Your Worship.
I'm looking at the map which shows the extension of Leopold Belleville, and I'm just trying to understand the significance of the major collector. You're showing that in black, and I think that says it's 20. I can't read it, but 28 something meters wide, which is wider than the minor collector.
Yes.
Okay, so when this gets done, because we had a street going technically nowhere when this was first developed back in 2012, is that when it was built?
That was when the master plan, the area was
done,
master
okay.
plan.
So when that's connected, does that mean Leopold Belleville becomes a major collector?
Renee, respond.
Yes, I thank you for the question, Councillor Edgett. Leopold Belleville is already classified as a collector. When it was built with the understanding that there could be a connection in the future. And it also branches to other residential area and other local streets. So it's already built as a collector. I know we have two types of collector, a collector minor and a collector major, to get into really the specifics.
Yes.
And I wouldn't have the answer in front of me to which of the two minor or major it was built, but it was definitely built as a collector.
Okay, so as you're pointing out, a collector is a major road which is going somewhere at some point.
A collector is between a local and arterial. So your arterial roads would be your Elmwood Drive, your Mountain Road, which would be a higher classification. So the collector is really it says in the word, it's collecting some of the local streets, more residential areas, and bringing them to your highway system or your arterial roadways, which would be your Morton Avenue, for instance.
Okay, and it would be wider than other local streets.
It definitely would
It
be
would have-
wider than a local street, and our standard for, just to give you an example, our standard for collector roadways is to have sidewalks on both sides, whereas for a local street, it could be on one side only, two sides depending, or even none in the case of a cul-de-sac, for instance.
And what does Leopold Belleville have?
Right now, that's a good question, and then some of the
Sidewalk
residents-
on one side and multi-use trail on the other.
Okay,
There
thank
you
you.
go.
Thank you very much. I have one more question, please. Well, actually, I asked several there. I apologize. Concerning neighborhoods, I'm listening to the residents that are talking about their desire to, if I understood correctly, to have no commercial or less commercial. And my understanding of what we're trying to develop in Moncton are what I understand everyone in urban development telling us that we're developing neighborhoods. So when we talk about neighborhoods, I was just wondering, Sarah, if you could give us a little bit more of a definition of that, because I feel I live in a neighborhood. I have a lot of mixed housing where I live. I walk a lot of places to get my groceries. I go out to enjoy myself very locally where I am and that sort of thing. But what are we trying to achieve here when we talk about a neighbor? And are we trying to achieve a neighborhood here?
So when we talk about a neighborhood or a complete community, the intent is that ideally people should be able to get to or access, generally speaking, the services they need within, ideally 10, 15 minutes of their home. Kids should be able to walk to school. You should be able to walk to the corner store to get some milk.
Corner store.
Ideally groceries, that's a big ask, but, or a drugstore or getting your hair cut, things like that, the services that one would need. Ideally, the goal is to reduce traffic, reduce the need to get in your car and have to drive downtown or drive to a service center.
Exactly.
The goal is to be able to have people out and about walking through their neighborhood. It's more eyes on the street. It's more, lively and vibrant. It creates a more vibrant community. In this particular case, I think that was the intent when this was master planned in 2012, which is why you have the mix of densities, the mix of housing types, as well as that commercial component as well. Understandably, as things change, you know, the desire to want less commercial might be there, thinking that it will draw people from outside of the community, but at the same time that it is meant really for the community, for people to go be able to get a coffee on your way to drop your kids off at school or that type of thing. So that is the I guess the universal goal of the urban planning. That is kind of what it's all about, is creating vibrant, complete communities.
Thank you. I appreciate that definition. Have we lost any commercial space in the changes that have been made? Is there still going to be commercial space?
There will be commercial. It is less commercial.
Okay.
But it is down to, I think, a total of 373 square meters, I believe, down from about 1,400, which is what the original master plan intended.
All right. Thank you very much.
Merci, Conseillère Adjut. Conseiller Légère.
Thank you very much, Councillor Adjut. Councillor Adjut, Leger. Thank you, Your Worship.
What's happening tonight? And I have some questions as I read the council report form. So you just have to bear with me because it's the properties so you've written down that the properties in question are located where they're located, we know, and they were approved to accommodate 168 residential units with 1,487 square meters of commercial space. And they were going to be distributed over 6 buildings. And they were going to be accessed by the public streets. And now we have before us a proposal for 4 buildings rather than the 6 buildings. And it's also mentioned that, you know, given the housing crisis that we have and so on, and the proximity to school and all that, you know, this is where this fits. And we've gone from having, we've gone from 168 units to 366 units proposed of housing, from 1,487 square meters of commercial space, which really make up a neighborhood when you can have stores and so on around there, to 373 meters square. And so I can reflect back on 2012. I came on council in 2012, and I remember that, and we've had discussions in and around neighborhoods. And I sort of reflect on, you know, there is a fabric of a neighborhood, and then there is the expectations when people buy properties that when something's zoned, and you know, there's a vision of what this might look like. So, but what I'm wondering now is, it says the report is a response to the revised plans that we've seen and recommends the existing conditional zoning agreement, being bylaw Z 102.47, be repealed for the subject lots and replaced by the zoning bylaw amendment Z 222.43 and schedule A43 attached. It's attached. So my question is, what happens if we don't repeal it?
So my question to you would be, don't repeal it and yet still approve this?
Just if we do not repeal it, what happens?
So if I guess if it doesn't get repealed, then we can't have another agreement on top of it because it conflicts.
So then would it mean that the current agreement, which was 6 buildings, so is it 6 buildings? I can't remember a second here. Yeah, 6 main buildings, that would remain.
No, so that would be, yes. If
That would remain.
If you did not repeal this, that would remain.
That would remain.
That's right.
And that was what was in the plan in 2012.
That's right.
And so my difficulty with this is I don't agree with what we're doing tonight, and I'll tell you why. I go to Quebec City often, and the one thing that I really like about Quebec City is we have neighborhoods. They have little commercial nodes. So if I look at this vision, I would have thought, you know what, that would have been an interesting idea. You'd have had 6 buildings, and then you would have had commercial use. So you would have probably had a grocery store in there. You probably would have had a pharmacy. You wouldn't have had it facing the residents who are saying, whoa, just a minute now, this is right in front of my house. You would have probably had it within that complex, and you would have had access to it. And I think, you know, we need to have conversations now. So what I look back, I understand what the developer wants to do. You know, and I understand the crisis, and I understand the not in my backyard, which I don't think this is the case. I think the case here is that there was a vision. Yes, we can repeal it, but we don't have to repeal it. And so if we don't repeal it, then it goes to what the vision was in the first place. It doesn't mean that we won't get extra density in buildings that are going to be further out. So in other words, you'll have your homes that are existing, you'll have your 6 buildings. How many stories were the 6 buildings? I thought there were 4 stories maybe?
In the original.
In the original?
So
2 stories. 2 stories?
Well, it does say that the height cannot exceed 20 meters, which is.
So 20 meters is 2 stories?
It allows up to 6. It allows up to. But in the agreement, it does say the height of any proposed building or structure does not exceed 20 meters, which is 65 feet. So that was the maximum permitted height at that time in this agreement, the 2012 agreement.
And so how many stories would that be?
20,
So
6
stories?
stories.
So 6, so you could be putting 6 6-story buildings?
Yes, but keep in mind the height or the number of residential units is limited, the commercial space. So some of those components may have dictated the heights of them, but yes, this agreement allows the buildings to go up to no more than 6 stories.
How is it calculated to have 168 units if you have six 6-story buildings and you have 4 6-story buildings now that are going to give you 366 units?
The commercial component, maybe the units are smaller now. And the commercial component of the original agreement would have taken up a lot of the main floors of the buildings.
So the confusion though now is how can we be so far apart where you're saying a 6-story building, because that's the height, and yet the residents are saying they've seen a 2-story building. So help me understand where the 4-floor difference is.
I don't know.
Because if that is the case, if in 2012 it was meant to be 6 stories and it's meant to be 6 stories today, then it would be quickly just I'm really confused. A maximum of, but nonetheless, it was at a maximum of, but what was presented as part of the municipal planning was it was going to be 2 stories, even though they could go to 6, but really the vision was 2 stories, and then maybe the vision to move further back would have been higher. You know, we're losing the context, and I'm sorry, I don't want to put you on the spot. You weren't there, or if you were there, you're like me. You're kind of, you know, there comes a point where, you know, it's a time where we've got to think about this, and we've just got to make sure that we do it right. I do appreciate the changes, the discussion with citizens and so on, but I'd like to be a little clearer on that. And I don't know.
Constantly.
To replace.
We will get you that information. I mean, I guess we don't have all that information again, talking back to 2012, 2014. And we'll get the difference between what is approved versus what was permitted. Unless Anne has something that she wants to add?
I'm just.
Or our city solicitor?
I'm just quickly doing research, so I don't want to give any information off that may be inaccurate, so.
Then can I make a suggestion that we take a pause and we get the information? I certainly am not comfortable when we have so many questions, and I don't just simply lightly table something. I don't think anyone wants anything lightly tabled, but on the other hand, before we repeal something that we don't know exactly what it is and why it exists, I would like some clarification. So That's my feeling. You're going to get us answers, but do we make that decision this evening?
From a procedural, we can't table, that's my understanding. So we'll go through all the questions. Did you want to add something, Sarah, for Nick? Kina?
No, I mean, I am looking through the 2012 agreement. The 2012 agreement does say that the height of any proposed building or structure does not exceed 20 meters, 65.6 feet. It talks about rear yards, it talks about front yards, it talks about the proposed permitted uses. Yep. Is it registered?
I wonder if we maybe could take like a 5 or 10 minute health break right now. We could actually just kind of do a little bit of research. We might be able to come back with something.
Perfect.
And if not, we can look to take another step. But-
Okay.
Thank you, I agree.
idea.
Merci.
Okay. Thank you.
Recommence. Okay.
We are resuming the session.
Can we begin the meeting, please?
Pouvons-nous reprendre la séance? Can we begin the meeting, please?
So, c'est Sarah qui est supposée de répondre?
Sarah, I know the other. Okay. Nick. Sarah.
Okay. Yes. So Sarah, the floor is yours.
So I believe we have uncovered what has happened. There's at least one private covenant on the properties that were between the landowners and the sellers of the property that discussed or that talked about the 30-meter or the percentage of land that can't be built on the 30%. We did also talk about the original agreement and the height of the original agreement. So from what I understand, the front buildings were between 4 and 5 stories, and it was 6 stories further back was the conceptual idea. With the requirement here that says they can't go more than 6 stories, that just ensured that, well, just that 6 was the maximum. There was a lot that we discussed, and I'm trying to think, was there anything else that,
Councillor Léger.
Councillor Léger. Merci. Thank you, Your Worship.
Where did the idea of a 2-story building come from then? Any idea?
no, I'm not sure.
And would that have been a covenant? Would that have been something discussed? Well, not a covenant, but would it have been
I just want to,
just curious.
The-
MU2 height of a building limit, is it 20 meters? Or was it? I know it does, it's not MU. Okay.
Hello, everyone. So looking at the history and as part of the municipal plan review under the zoning bylaw previous to, I believe, 2013, what was adopted by council, there previously was an MU1 and an MU2 zone. Right. So when this was brought through at that time, those were the zones that were applicable. So through what the MU2, again, as it covers that lot, allowed for those 6-story buildings. And then the ID zone was also incorporated as well, presumably to offer and allow for uses that were not permitted within those zones at the time. So through the municipal plan review, the MU1, MU2 were presumably abolished and replaced subsequently effectively with the MU zone and the R3 zone. So that was a change in terms of zoning from a city perspective. And we can double back and I can run upstairs and find an old bylaw to confirm what the MU2 did allow. But that is our understanding, and based on the agreement, those 6-story buildings would be permitted.
So the height would have been to a maximum of 6 stories.
Yeah, and again, through the agreement, enabled to be 6 stories as well. That's right. Yeah.
Okay. And so therefore, the reason to repeal again is to allow
more residential units
and less commercial space.
Yes,
Okay.
because that agreement also does limit the number of residential units.
I see. And the agreement limits the number of residential units? So it was the 160, so anyway, okay, that's fine. I didn't realize that. Okay.
Just to add to that too, like, it was one of the concern from the resident having too much commercial, so that's, anyway, that's why we reduced.
Pull some of that away. Okay, all right. Okay, I have a better
So I just want to remind folks in the audience, unless you're being asked by counselors specific questions, please refrain until asked by counselor. specifically? Thank you. Just trying to manage a little bit here.
Thank you very much. I think at least I have a better understanding, and I hope that residents have a better understanding of what happens. And I think maybe as we go through our new municipal plan review, I think this experience has to be brought forward in terms of what this is going to look like. We're going to go forward with our next item will probably be one of those contentious ones, and where people are fearful, and I don't blame them, because you live in a neighborhood, you purchased a house, you have some expectations. It's not always accurate. I mean, if there's green space, it doesn't mean that it's lands for public use. But hopefully, we can do a better job with our next municipal plan to make sure that we build true neighborhoods, and really the intent is, I think, semi-achieved maybe here is we're going to go to at least buildings that are still maybe higher than what residents wanted, but you really should phase them away from, if you've got smaller homes, you don't put a 6-story building, maybe you put a 4-story building, and then you go to a 6-story behind that, so that it helps develop the density, and yet I think create that better neighborhood feel. So, and I understand the commercial space. I'm not sure that reducing it completely like that. I think if the plan had been different, if people understood it a little more, I think we'd create those nodes of commercial space within areas. So we wouldn't have what we have in certain areas where there are all kinds of housing, but there's nothing around it to offer services. So thank you very much. Merci.
Merci, Conseiller Léger. So is there anyone?
Thank you, Councillor Léger.
New information. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak and bring new information? If not, I will declare the public hearing closed. Donc, we have a motion, Madame.
We'll need a mover and a second.
I need a mover and a seconder for the motion. Could I have a mover and a seconder? Conseiller Edgett and Conseiller Butler. Move. And
Councillors Edgett and Butler.
Councillor Edgett.
Conseiller Edgett, did you have a question?
No, I don't think.
No. Merci. Conseiller Richard.
Merci. Councillor Richard. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Once again.
Like to thank both sides to have come together. I don't think both sides had to give, and I think I'll be able to support this motion. But without the work of both sides, that was really incredible to see and hear about. So, I'll see.
Merci, Conseiller Richard. Donc,
thank you, Councillor Richard.
Vote. We have one nay vote, Conseiller Léger, so motion carried. Merci. Madame Lagracia.
Okay, next.
Madam Clerk.
Zoning bylaw amendments, neighborhood and housing initiative, and there were some objections that were received, and Josh Davies is here to lead this item.
Good evening, council, and members of the public. Just gonna get myself orientated here. Yeah, so as mentioned by the city clerk, this is a public hearing for the Neighborhoods and Housing or Missing Middle Housing Initiative. Again, the intent of these amendments is to enable, again, more ground-orientated housing within existing and new residential areas. And the purpose to the point of looking at enabling up to 4 units as of right in all residential zones, and also enhancing the permissions for accessory dwelling units. And I'll touch on some of those highlights here. And my partner in crime, Jim Scott, is here somewhere, or he was, but he'll be coming back in a couple slides to take over from me. Oh, he's right there. Sorry, yeah, there's right in the back of my periphery. So I think it's important to set the context and understand why this matters. And I'll have another slide towards the end of the presentation that will touch on this as well. So as of July of 2024, the latest census data, the Moncton CMA was the second fastest growing population in all of Canada's metropolitan areas, with an estimated growth of 5.1%. So that includes Dieppe, Riverview, surrounding area, and of course the city of Moncton. Within the city itself, the city's population grew 7% in that July 2023 to 2024 period. Just for context, in the urban growth strategy, the city identified around a 2.4% growth rate to be quite strong, and that was actually the high scenario at the time when we adopted the urban growth strategy in 2024. So to show records of 7% growth 2 or 3 years in a row means that our numbers are substantially higher, so much so that we are now in the 2031 bracket in terms of our overall population. So growth is good. I think there's a lot of things to be said for the positive area. A lot of people wanting to come to Moncton to live, work, and play, but it does come with its challenges. Chiefly, and in terms of a lot of the work that the planning department and our team is working on, is housing supply in both ownership and in rental. And vacancy rates remain very low across the board. And the purpose of these proposed amendments is to enable that gentle density, as I mentioned, with maintaining character of residential areas in mind. So it's similar to other municipalities, Moncton is one of many municipalities across the country that has committed to enabling 4 units as of right in residential zones and to enhance accessory dwelling units. Regionally, many Housing Accelerator Fund municipalities have incorporated or are in the process of adopting new housing and zoning standards. I'm sure it was, you saw in the media, if you're looking in CBC New Brunswick, Fredericton successfully passed their amendments last week, but they would now join St. John, Halifax, the city of Summerside and Prince Edward Island, and St. John's, Newfoundland. In terms of the Housing Accelerator Fund and what it provides, and council will be familiar with this slide, is the city was allocated approximately $15.6 million in order to in terms of annual installments of around $4 million to tackle the housing issue. And as council is aware, we are trying to do this across several initiatives, so it's not just in existing new neighborhoods. We're looking at potential housing solutions across the city in tandem with this work, and also through the municipal plan review, which I think we can all agree needs a bit of a refresh, as the 2014 Moncton that we had in the municipal plan review to the one that we're dealing with today in 2025 are quite different places for good and for challenging reasons. So in terms of our Housing Accelerator funding, as council will be familiar, we have a number of grant programs. We have funding tied to the municipal plan, city staffing here at City Hall, and also some key infrastructure investments to open up some new areas to enable further housing. In addition to the Housing Accelerator Fund, there is a 2025 launch of the Federal Canadian Housing Infrastructure Fund, which is providing to the city through a direct and provincial streams. So the city has submitted 3 applications to date under the direct stream and is currently at work in terms of applications for the provincial funding stream. This is a really timely program to come through to the city, as we do have a lot of land, as Jim will cover in a few slides. However, we do lack the infrastructure dollars and the severe cost to get into these lands in order for them to develop. So this program provides the city a real strong opportunity to open up these areas for housing. And as council is aware, and we're coming through with the vision lands and other areas of growth, that we can accommodate growth and development. However, the ticket for entry into this program is that the 4-unit initiative and the accessory dwelling unit enhancements must be completed in order for funding to be received by the city. So just areas that have been identified for infrastructure funding, specifically to housing, because again, these infrastructure projects must result in creation of new housing units. The Vision Lands being one, Humphreys Brook East, and there's some existing infrastructure projects such as St. George Street that are also being considered and submitted for federal and provincial review. So in terms of the public engagement, we certainly wanted to take our time and make sure that we were developing these standards in conjunction with the public. So we did hold 3 sessions within the community, again, receiving general support from attendees in terms of what the city was trying to achieve in terms of its intent and the rationale. We held a suburban developer focus group with developers who have been building within these new and emerging areas. To their point, some questions and some items that we were able to work through, and again, some consensus in terms of what the city is looking to achieve. We had a Let's Chat project page, which was quite busy with feedback, a lot of media discussions, And again, as we developed the standards, we didn't come out in the first meeting with standards and saying, this is what we're trying to do, this is what will happen. These standards were developed over time, working with the planning department and working with the folks at Trace to really provide a visual context that Jim will be providing here shortly. So anticipated uptake, I think this is a really key and important part of the conversation, especially as it relates to existing residential areas. So 4-unit developments are likely to be more prevalent in those new and emerging residential areas within new construction. And the reason for that is developers who are putting in new streets, putting in new subdivisions can set up their design, can set up their lot standards to meet this type of development. It's not so easy to achieve within an existing residential neighborhood. So therefore, it is more likely to see that in these existing areas that we'll see more additional dwelling units. So they could come in the form of basement or building extensions or garden suites. Again, trying to increase that housing supply, increase that housing choice. However, that doesn't come without its challenges. So to create a 4-unit specifically, we're looking around like at the landowner choice. We're looking at existing buildings. A lot of them are not designed to be converted into multiple or 4-unit dwelling units, and the cost associated with renovations. So there's a lot of things beyond the zoning bylaw that will prevent or encourage someone to partake in this type of development. So the zoning bylaw is not saying that you can only build 4 units. We are providing the element of choice, and where the site and the design standards are applicable and appropriate, this type of development may occur. However, we may see, as I mentioned, more accessory dwelling units. We may see more 2 or 3 unit dwellings. Again, but it's ultimately providing the choice to those landowners in terms of what they're willing to partake in and willing to undertake, because they're certainly not cheap. And I would add as well that the accessory dwelling units, because they are accessory to the main dwelling unit, have a lesser stringency in terms of the building code, because the building code sees that unit as secondary to the main dwelling unit. So it's not like 4 units that are completely separate, independent of one another. The code varies quite differently between those 2 housing types. In terms of public notice, we did, again, through as following the procedures and the requirements of the Community Planning Act, posted on the city website, published in 2 local newspapers, a number of presentations through the media. I believe after the introduction to council, we had a late night here, and I was at CBC at 7 in the morning to kind of, again, try to push the narrative and sort of kind of talk about what we're looking to achieve here. Having said that, we did receive, I believe, 2 formal objections or several objections from potential one resident and 1 from another. And some key items in terms of other conversations that we had that may not relate specifically to objections were parking, the perception of traffic, questions about what the potential amendments will do to neighborhood character and property values, and again, some concerns about potential conflict or difference between rental and housing ownership. And I think what we'll do, maybe I'm assuming through the hearing and as residents get up to speak, it may be easier to speak to those points later, but I just did want to point out and say these are the types of things we heard about, and I'm sure we'll talk about them in more detail as the presentation and subsequent questions go on. So this was a big one in terms of the proposed parking schedule. So when we were looking at this from a city planning perspective, we're seeing a lot of transit, a lot of growth, a lot of demand, a lot of new residents coming that maybe don't have cars, a lot of families now that don't actually have the ability to choose between having a rental or renting their home and owning a car. So we're seeing, again, a lot more ridership. And this original map was set up generally within 400 meters of transit stops, and those are transit stops with higher levels of frequency. So if there was a property, so example, the old West End, Centennial Place are not included because that bus line today has 1 bus that's serving that line. So from a planning perspective, we don't believe that we can rely on that to create or to expect that to succeed. However, as investments in transit and more buses get on the streets, we would be able, presumably, to open up this orange area and include more areas once the level of service meets an acceptable level. So in terms of, we had some conversations in terms of, they may not have been formal objections received by the clerk's office, but we did have some conversations around the north end and the suitability of not requiring parking. So again, I should say that this map means that if you're within that orange area and you're proposing a 4-unit dwelling or a stacked semi-detached dwelling, the city would not require you to provide off-street parking. So again, with the move of trying to make ourselves less reliant, less dependent on independent automobiles, we felt as the planning department and administration that this was a positive step forward. However, it may be seen by residents, maybe council as well, as premature. So in saying that, we did develop, and again, this is our recommendation that we continue with this map. And I would point out as well that the generally 400 meters is designed to, I know Councillor Bourgeois made a point around donuts and trying to exclude them from future maps and future schedules. This area, if it was to be strictly 400 meters, would have donuts of 20 or 30 meters of space all over the place. So from an administrative standpoint and from and being able to enforce and effectively deliver on the zoning bylaw, we felt that closing those donut holes was appropriate. However, there is alternate recommendations to council in terms of what, in terms of the alternative recommendations. This being one of them is an alternative Schedule H. And the intent here was to look at options and to look at what may be more feasible, more reasonable to council, is to use Wheeler Boulevard as a hard boundary. And again, we'll be talking about parking, we'll be talking about off-street parking as part of the municipal plan review. I think it's going to be a big topic, especially as it relates to housing. However, this map is targeted again around areas that we want to densify around those busy areas of Mountain Road, and including Elmwood and McLaughlin as well, because they are near to the university, and we envision more student housing of a 4-unit type being something that would be appropriate for student housing, and again, proximity to UDM and along those busier bus rides or bus lines that have a higher level of service. So again, this is not the recommendation of administration, but is another option for council to consider. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jim, and I will be back for the closing slides.
Good evening, Your Worship Council. I'm going to spend about 10 minutes to go through a little bit about development space in Moncton, about the units, character, identity, the relationship of these buildings within their neighborhood, and the relationships of buildings to the street as well. And then I'm going to wrap up by going through a few different examples. And as I go through those, I'll talk a little bit about economics of building the various types of units that are under requirement. So as you can see, with the City of Moncton map, the zoning map, it's a very broad map, and looks like we have a fair bit of room, but as you know, we do not have much room for development. In fact, we're getting down to the point where the Vision Lands is just about all that we have for buildable land. It's not quite ready. Of course, with this initiative, it's going to help make that ready. But if we look at the individual residential zones and their build-outs to date, we see that R1B and RM are sitting at around 80% built out. Our R2 and R3 are approaching 100%, and our R1A, and the one that's my face is covering, is coming up at 100%. So we are pretty much at a position where we're fully built out on our residential units, yet we still have significant supply demand that is required. A lot of that demand sits in workforce housing, some of it sits in affordable housing, and also in mature resident housing, as we found out. If we look at where those percentages sit, we see that our smallest portions of land, our RM, our R1B, are the pieces of land where we do have availability of space. So this even reinforces the point even a little bit further that we're getting to a full build-out position. And it's important for us to look at some intensification where it is possible. Of course, character is everything when we are concerned about intensification. Looking at our permits over the last several years, and the bottom line, a little hard to read on that slide, but you can see that our multi-unit apartments and duplexes and some of the townhouses lead in terms of permits over the last 5 years, where single-family units are really getting down in terms of offering. Duplexes are getting down. Semi-detached is in a position where there's almost none available, either a triplex available coming on market. So we're still building in a very generic sense within our single-family areas, and our apartment buildings are really taking off. And no surprise, we're seeing more and more of that. The City of Moncton Missing Housing Initiative is one of several initiatives that Josh and his team are working on to satisfy the demand on housing and deal with identity and character at the same time as the city has grown. So we have a municipal plan effort that's going through now that is really, really focused on the type of housing, where it goes, and what is the identity of that housing, and how do we make something that is a place to live more than just something to live in. So getting into the special nature of housing as we move forward. When we began this process and understanding that the City of Moncton Missing Middle Initiative was a requirement, we wanted to find out where this requirement would fit a need within our communities and specifically within our neighborhoods. We looked at all of our neighborhoods to look at how are our neighborhoods turning over? How is that housing stock become available for either family members or new people that are moving into the neighborhoods? In fact, it's not rolling over. It's rolling over very, very slowly. And a lot of what we're seeing is people that just want to stay in their neighborhood. They've been in their neighborhood for life, and they do not want to leave their single family homes because they don't have options within their neighborhood. So our focus was on, okay, if that is a real product that we can focus on, Josh and them have several other things that they're working on for varied types of housing elsewhere. We'll really focus on that as a product and make sure that we provide opportunities within our neighborhoods that are in keeping with the neighborhood and provide an opportunity for someone to move out of their home, make that home available, or make a secondary unit within that home or a third unit within that home that they could be a part of. So that was our focus. And under that initiative, we developed several design guidelines and several approaches to doing things like parking, presentation of buildings to streets, and try to get that going. One of the neighborhoods that we've seen evolve over the last, I guess this is about 75, 80 years, this is the old West End. You can see where some of the new apartment buildings are coming online. They've always had 2s and 4s built into the neighborhood. We're just coming over top of there, and then we get into the single family units that are there. And this is actually one of the model communities in Canada. Whenever I work, I'm working in Ontario or Quebec or other places, Newfoundland. This is a neighborhood we talk about quite a bit as having some sense of diversity to it, but we're still in a position where these homes tend to get locked up over time and people do not have the options to move. Now, with the new buildings that are happening along adjacent to Sobeys, this is creating opportunities for these to come available. But these, if you drive through this area, it's tightly knit. It's a wonderful little grid. The homes have a very similar character to the street. You'll see cars parked on the street all the time, night and day, except if there's a storm. And, this is a really great model for how we move forward. We look at other neighborhoods such as Centennial Place, the New West End, they don't have the same diversity and they don't have the same mixture. So we're looking at how do we gently increase density to provide those options without really affecting the character within our neighborhoods. For some reason that wants to run again. And I might be stuck in a loop. Go to the next slide and press play. No, it did it automatically. Okay, so in terms of the missing middle, where it sits in our housing continuum is that we are located right somewhere between market rental and market ownership. So this includes the market rental units, affordable ownership, and then market ownership in terms of type of housing that we're looking at. And of course, the character was the really big thing, is that we wanted to ensure that we were building or working with existing units, or if there was an opportunity to do new units, that they would be within the right type of scale. So we look at the scale of the building, the relationships of the various types of housing to the street, the types of lots that are sitting on, that they're sitting on, and of course, the way that the parking is done in these units. So we'll just pull in the parking here, making sure that we do not provide a large band of parking at the front of any residential unit that is significantly different than the way parking is done elsewhere within the community. So we were able to develop a number of guidelines around that, and making sure that our spatial dimensions such as lot size, setbacks, parking space requirements, all of that was very much in keeping with the zones that we were looking at doing this in. So across all broad zones, making sure that we're able to stay within that sense of character. What I'm going to do is just quickly go through 5 examples of how we approach this. So these are 3 examples of existing units where we've gently increased the density, and 2 examples of new units, just so you get a graphic example of how we're approaching this and how the design guidelines and the requirements of the bylaw come across in working. So an example like this, looking at an existing unit that has a basement unit attached, we would have something that would have, without expanding the driveway at all, we'd be able to support the additional parking if required on the plan, a new side unit that pushes out to the street. And if we expanded that existing 2 unit over to a 3 unit by looking at the front of the building, altering the garage, again, we need to keep within the same spatial requirements of the lot space, and our parking area needs to be the same as well. So in this case, we can push along the side of the building, ensuring that the width of our parking is no more than 6 meters wide, and we are able to put an additional unit, additional space of parking along the side of the building, again, without expanding that frontage of the parking beyond 6 units or beyond 6 meters. The second one I'm going to look at is the idea of adding 2 units plus an additional unit where we do have space on the lot to have an accessory dwelling unit at the rear. So the first one, again, adding an additional unit in an existing building, which requires a new entrance at the side, new access to the parking. Parking is not expanded no more than 6 meters, and we're able to accommodate all the parking that is required. We can add an additional unit as an apartment unit underneath in the basement, and then an accessory dwelling unit at the rear. So now we've moved up to 4 units total within an existing home by adding a unit at the back. We cannot expand the parking any more than 3, so either a parking space is not required to one of the units, or they are allowed to park on the street in the city of Moncton, as you know. Again, keeping that 6-meter spot. If we're looking at a unit where we want to do an addition on the existing building itself, we can expand that to 3 quite easily with a basement unit, and then expanding the garage backward or expanding through some other area of the building that allows us to get to that, to have 3 units within this building, keeping in mind that we have to stay within our lot sizes and our parking area. So in this case, we have 2 parking spaces at the front of the house and 1 on the street. On new units, and I'm just going to show you 2 units, and these are financially a little bit difficult. I'll get into that in a minute. But if we do have a 4-unit building, 4-unit new building, and it could be either a condominium or a rental type unit where we have 4 units built into this, and we want to have on-lot parking, then we would be required to put parking at the rear of the unit. That requires us to put up a 1.5 meter fence along the side, so we have parking at the front and at the rear of the unit. And again, we can't have, within the spatial dimensions of the lot, we can't have our parking be any wider than 6 meters. So we're able to satisfy the parking requirement if you want to provide parking for everybody that's in that building. Economically, this is a tough thing to do, so we would have to somewhere find a lot at a reasonable price, a 4-unit building where you're pushing in units at about $400,000 a unit at a minimum of 3.5 to 5% interest rate is very, very difficult. However, we're meeting the demand of the program and able to show an example of how we would do that. As Josh said, definitely a more doable thing in new development areas as areas develop, but from a refill or retrofit point of view becomes a little more financially difficult. It works a lot better, as I just mentioned, with new areas where we can actually pull the parking. We don't have to go behind the building. We can locate these in new and expanding developing areas by putting our parking on either side and not worry about having all the fencing. Sorry, just going to pull that back. Also, there was the final unit. I'm just going to talk about the stacked semi with units at the front. So this is a unit where we do actually have 2 individual parcels, much as what you would see in any semi-detached unit. This is not permissible in your R1A or R1B zones because of the semi-detached nature of it, but we could do 4 units by putting basement units in that, and we would have parking individually on each lot. So we would have to have a wider lot, but then we can we can get parking, 2 sets of parking on the front of the building. Again, financially difficult to do in existing neighborhoods, but becomes something that works a lot easier as we're expanding the city and we're looking at corner lots where we can move our parking around a little bit. So we've met the requirement in terms of design, concept design, and regulation that is guidance to that design. And we know exactly where, how to do these units and the type of character and identity that we want to have coming through on this. Just going to quickly go by this. So Josh is going to wrap this up and then we can answer questions.
Thanks, Jim. And I think safe to say if Jim and I are at the mic, nothing ever takes 10 minutes. But I think it's important to kind of provide the context in terms of how we got to the recommendations we're making today. And I think a point that we should really enforce is that we, to the best of our ability, we're sort of looking to say, like, what would happen if we took councillors or we took members of the public down a walk down the street in the Old West End or other parts of the city that have these types of developments and say, how would we be able to pick out which units have 4 and which ones have 2? So and then putting those design standards together, again, the look and the feel of the character of the street was the first thing that we came through, because we knew that that was going to be probably one of the biggest challenges that we faced in terms of getting this amendment package to get across the line successfully. But in terms of, again, like just to put I guess a bow on this and get into some questions and discussion, is that based on our most recent projections, the city of Moncton has now grown past 100,000 people, which is a great accomplishment. We should all be very proud of it. At the first municipality in the province to meet this feat, and I think StatsCan will show that again in the latest census or data that we'll get in the July. But again, it doesn't come without its challenges. So in saying that, with our massive amount of growth and record years of permits, record years of population numbers, housing prices have doubled in a decade. So what was an entry-level home for a young couple or for anybody really at $165,000 in around 2016 to over 300 in 2021, and that number hasn't gone down since. So there's certainly a challenge there, and we understand from a workforce housing, from aging population, from newcomers to young individuals or young couples looking to get into the housing market in the neighborhoods that they grew up in or that they lived in their entire lives. That option simply isn't available to them today. And the intent of these amendments is to try to provide that choice. So we're not saying that you must build 4 units. We're not saying that you have to have accessory dwelling units. But what we are saying is that through careful design and through thoughtful standards, that this can be achieved in a way that we're not having to come back to the council through rezoning process. It would not preclude any developments of 4 units or townhouses or semis. They could need variances. We would go to the Planning Advisory Committee and deal with those variances just like we do for other developments that are permitted as of right today. So that would mean that in some cases, a 4-unit may be overbuilding on a lot, even though it is permitted. So we would say 2, 3 may be more appropriate, again, depending on the case-by-case nature of a development. And again, the Planning Advisory Committee is always there to enforce and to make decisions on development applications that don't meet the standard of the bylaw. So as I mentioned, many residents cannot find attainable or affordable housing. And again, providing greater choice within new and existing neighborhoods will help increase that housing supply. It is certainly not going to be the silver bullet that's going to help. But again, in terms of figuring out how all areas of the city that are residentially zoned or have the residential capacity, how they can contribute, we felt that this was one way that was an appropriate way of doing so. So to conclude, and again, this went to Planning Advisory Committee at its March meeting, and it was supported unanimously. So to conclude, the Planning Advisory Committee recommends that Moncton City Council adopt the following bylaw, giving second and third readings, being zoning bylaw amendment Z-222.47. And that would conclude the formality of our presentation, and we would be happy to take any questions and get the conversation going. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh and Jim. Thank you very much. I understand this is another public hearing, so I'm supposed to ask, are there proponents? Do we have people who are supporting this project here this evening?
Can you state your name for the record?
Yes, hi. My name is Patrick Pilon. I don't have any prepared notes or anything like that, but I was eager to come to this presentation. haven't eaten anything since I got off work, and even then, that's a few hours ago now. So, basically, my point is quite simple. I would have loved to buy a home in 2016 for. I would have loved to buy a home in 2016 for roughly $165,000. In 2016, I was in high school at École Le Lycée. A few years go by, I got my first job, and that's more than doubled to more than $300,000. I'm currently renting, paying $2,000 a month in rent, not because I necessarily want to. A lot of people want to rent, and that's okay. But I'd love to buy a home that doesn't cost me $500,000, and I have a pretty good job. I'm pretty lucky one day I'll be able to, but a lot of people my age are not making my kind of money and will just simply never be able to afford a home. There's a lot of technicalities here, and I understand that this meeting will still go on quite a bit longer. But I guess the point I want to stress is that there's a lot of young people, a lot of people my age, I'm 27, and who just simply cannot even consider buying a house and are being squeezed out with $2,000 rents while property values. And again, my parents own a home. I'm sure that that money will eventually make its way to me. I can appreciate that. But I'd still love to be able to afford a home in the first place. Thank you.
Merci, thank you. Anyone else who wishes to speak for the project? If not, do we have objectors? Do we have objectors to this project? Would you come to the microphone, please?
Good evening. My name is Ron Wood. I'm here to speak about it. I'm not necessarily opposed to it, but I'm opposed to it in our current R1 zoning. I don't maybe understand the whole concept, but what I'm getting so far is that R1 zoning, R2 zoning, R3 zoning will be more or less irrelevant because you'll be able to build up to a 4-unit in all 3 of those zones and maybe other zones as well, because I think the wording of it is, it says it can be done up to 4 units in all zones. So I've been a realtor for over 30 years. And so I've worked with buyers and sellers and just in Greater Moncton. And so I think I have a good understanding of what people like and don't like with respect to housing and neighborhoods and so on. And I've evolved into building houses and doing roads and developing. And this proposal I find very troubling as a developer, putting in streets and investing, millions of dollars into buying land and hiring contractors and taking that whole risk of putting the lots in, when what my intention might be is to build nice single-family homes. With this, if I understand it correctly, even if it's in an R1 zone and I've invested in all of this infrastructure, I may build an $800,000 house to sell, but the person who buys next door to me on a lot that maybe I sell them, they have the right to build up to a 4-unit dwelling right next door to my $800,000 house. And really, instantly, this $800,000 house is worth $400,000 because that's just the way it goes. People who want to build nice, big, single-family homes, they want to be in neighborhoods that are single-family. So I did write something before the meeting that maybe you got a copy of, maybe you had a chance to read, and I'm going to try not to go on too long here, but I think what's happening with this proposal will be great in R2 and R3, but not in R1. I think if it goes forward, what you're going to see is already happening in Moncton to some degree with respect to the rural subdivisions, like off of Irishtown Road, White Birch Estates outside of Riverview, big subdivisions outside of Dieppe. People who want to build big, nice, even smaller single-family homes, they want to be in a single-family neighborhood. They don't want semis next to them. They don't want apartment buildings. They want some protection for their investment, and they want their kids to have other kids to play with, and they want them to go on the bus to school, and they want to have a nice, normal neighborhood. So, and there's nothing wrong with neighborhoods that have semis and triplexes and all of that, or fourplexes either, but there's got to be a place for reserved, I don't know how else to say it, but is reserved for single-family housing in cities. I know this proposal is coming from the federal government. In a way, they're making this funding available to municipalities across Canada to put this kind of change in place. And some have accepted it, and maybe Moncton will accept it too. I just think, again, I'm going to try not to go on too long, but as a developer, if this goes through, I can't put in a street in Moncton and invest $3 million and hope that people buy it and hope that they only build single family, because likely there'd be a few 4 units and or 3 units or duplexes, where my intent is for it to be all single family. And I did speak to one of Moncton's bigger developers today, and I asked him if he was coming to the meeting, and he builds single family. He puts in roads in Moncton. I won't say his name because it wouldn't be right really, but he's not in favor of this at all. And he's doing a big subdivision right now. And he said, well, I have covenants. I have covenants that will say you can't put in a 4 unit. I said, well, what about, he just built a nice $800,000 house there. I said, what if somebody buys the lot next door, which is still vacant, and they put a 4 unit? So his attitude is, well, I have covenants, so I'll just go to court and the judge will make the covenants be enforced, and I'll be able to get them to tear the house down. Because they can get a permit. He said he understands they will get the permit to build the 4 unit next to his $800,000 house. So his attitude is, I'll just have them tear it down. So I don't think that would happen if he went to court. There's not a judge that's going to say the city of Moncton bylaws are going to be overridden by a covenant. Covenants just won't stand up anymore to this part, because it just won't, in my opinion. So I won't take the chance myself. Just want to be on the record saying I won't take the chance investing in a city that will allow this carte blanche all over. Right now, it doesn't happen in Riverview. If it happens here, it probably will happen in Riverview, but I would rather, if this goes through, build in rural subdivisions, nice big lots, single family houses, and my investment's protected. So I guess I'm on the record for saying, and that's all I wanted to say for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak, who objects to this?
Hi, my name is George Kennedy. I live on Westmount Boulevard in the New West End. I didn't really plan on speaking. I came to kind of see what City Council was all about. This was something that was interesting. And as I was sitting here over the last, as Patrick mentioned, over 3 hours, there was kind of some interesting notes that I took over the course of the last few hours. The first was with regards to the last one where we were talking about the rezoning. I thought it was interesting when there was a single property that was being discussed with regards to rezoning. There was 8 letters that had been sent into the city, and there was half a dozen or 10 people sitting over here that were aware of this rezoning that was going on. We're sitting here now talking about all over Moncton, a complete change in rezoning, and there's 11 people, and there were 2 letters that were written in. So I think that indicates one of 2 things. One, there's either a problem that has gone on over the last, I don't know if it's been weeks or months, in terms of informing the public of what's going on, because those numbers just don't seem to match up. Or the worst problem, which I really hope we don't have, is that there's a community problem in Moncton that people just don't care, and that they don't care about living in Moncton and preserving family neighborhoods. Another thing that happened earlier this afternoon that I thought was interesting was when it came to a property that had been previously zoned, I don't know what it is, I'm not familiar with the terms, and they were putting in the gas station. And it was not a question of if he could build his property because it had been zoned as such. And the council seemed a little bit handcuffed in terms of what they were able to do. My understanding is if we go forward, or you guys go forward with this vote and pass it, you will be handcuffed like you were earlier this evening for all residential neighborhoods in Moncton going forward, which if I was sitting on the council, I definitely wouldn't necessarily want that to be the case. And especially given the fact that we've seen that there's potentially maybe a communication issue with the public, that might be something that would sit on my nerves going to bed at night, knowing that there was only 11 people in a city of, as Josh mentioned, I think it sounds like maybe over 100,000 right now that are here caring about this. Another thing I wanted to talk about was Jim brought up a couple photos and he showed that infographic of the old West End. Well, as I noted, I lived in the new West End. So I find it kind of interesting that this neighborhood that's been apparently legendary all across Canada of how things can be developed properly and efficiently is currently zoned R2 and R2U. So we can't necessarily use that as a model of the ideal neighborhood of the future for this new plan. Another thing from Jim's point, from Jim's presentation, a lot of it had to do with current figures and feasibility with regards to converting single-family homes. But as Daniel was talking about earlier, when taking a longer-term view of 30, 40, or 50 years, we can't really use current figures to convert a single-family home to a multi-residential or up to 4-unit family home, because the costs today are going to be significantly different than the costs and economic benefits via the rents coming in 10, 15, 20 years from now. One thing I also wanted to address was, I think his name was Patrick, who came up earlier as one of the proponents or pros of this motion, had to do with purchasing single-family homes. So one of the things on Josh's presentation was he pulled up all of the number of permits that had been applied and approved or whatever over the last several years for the various zones. And if you look, there were 62 single-family homes that were approved in 2023. So by putting this on, we are not going to be increasing the affordability or the ability for young people like Patrick to invest in this community. We're actually going to be decreasing it because we're not building more single-family homes. We're taking our existing single-family home supply and reducing it even further, while we're not building that many new single-family homes. Now, that being said, I'm not completely opposed to the new bylaw. I do think that Fredericton, which I think it was last week, they had their vote and they passed it through, had a few interesting twists that potentially we could consider as a city. These are paraphrased, might not be 100% accurate. I'm not a lawyer. One was, my understanding is you cannot demolish an existing building to put in a new structure. I think in Moncton, under the new bylaw, we will be able to do that. Second, in Fredericton last week, they added an amendment to the bylaw such that in order for additional units to be built, the house needed to be owner occupied for at least the previous 12 months. This will ensure that going forward, if changes are taking place in our neighborhoods, it's done by people that are living and contributing to the neighborhood. And then lastly was, you cannot manage what you don't measure. And they also implemented, they were going to start measuring going forward the permits that were applied for converting single-family homes, such that in the future they would be able to evaluate the changes that took place. So those are three things that I think Fredericton did that really kind of helped curb some of the potential fears or apprehensions that I had, that I don't know if they've already been considered or not, but I think should if they haven't. That was all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who opposes this project who wants to speak?
Hi there, my name is Gabriella Mockler. I guess this project's going ahead whether we like it or not, but we'd like to support the amendment that was put forward, meaning that parking would be required from Wheeler on. And just give you an idea, we live in R1 area and we're way past 400 meters to our frequent bus route, but we're still in the yellow zone. I don't know how they expect us to get to a frequent bus route, but maybe the map needs to be adjusted a little bit. But anyways, so that's all I got to say. And thank you, Ron. And we really agree with everything they've said. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? If not, Josh, did you want to answer some of the inquiries or concerns?
Yeah, certainly. So I think there was a number of points raised, and I think in terms with respect, I'll try to work backwards and make sure that we hit all the points that were raised. So in terms of the demolition and the approach that was taken in Fredericton, again, looking at the housing prices and looking at the increasing of value, we're looking at it from in terms of implementation, in terms of a likelihood, in terms of the uptake. So number one, we would be tracking those types of application. We're working together with our IS team and working on our Infor database to make sure that when these, if this does pass, that we will be able to track whether the buildings are being converted, or we'll be able to track whether or not new 4 units are being developed. So again, we can't start tracking these things until they're permitted. And with respect to demolitions, we viewed that, especially in the R1A zones where those property values are quite high, the values of the buildings are quite high, is that again, in terms of the anticipated uptake, we're not anticipating an R1A house to get knocked down, because you're buying that house for $600,000 or $700,000. To Jim's point, you're going to invest $300,000 a door to building an apartment. You're at over 1.2, 1.6 million. So in terms of tying it to the owner occupancy, we felt that we did not need to go that far in terms of the requirement. It's not something that is common in terms of planning and requirement, in terms of basically enforcing that someone owns a property. In our perspective, it's we're looking at zoning for residential purposes. It's not necessarily to say that you must own the property or that you must rent a property. We don't create rental zones in the city of Moncton, nor do we create ownership zones. Many houses in certain neighborhoods today, singles or twos, they could be rented completely and they're not occupied by the owner. Happens quite a bit. Again, the cost of renovating, the cost of improvement, again, in terms of the uptake, is why we feel very strongly that we're going to see more additional dwelling units being constructed versus the 4-unit. Will we see 4-unit developments take place in new neighborhoods? Very likely. For example, again, laying out those streets, laying out those lots, as I mentioned, that'll be something that those developers and other suburban developers we've talked to have provided support for. With respect to Mr. Wood and building his streets and building the single unit dwellings, it's great. Again, we don't want to feel like we're getting in the way of that, but what I would say is what would a situation look like where we do have an $800,000 house and perhaps there's a 4-unit condo that those residents could age and potentially move into this type of condo. That's an option as well. It doesn't mean that it's going to be rental. There could be 4 units with ownership models as well to allow those residents to age in place. And from an ownership perspective and talking about realtor, we're talking about reality of purchasing, is that due to the cost of house prices today, you probably need 3 incomes to pay a mortgage. So if we're looking at a couple that may want to purchase a home, they may need that basement apartment or that accessory dwelling unit to help make the rent, help make the mortgage payments. Was that a problem 10 years ago? No. Were we able to have these exclusive single unit dwelling zones previously when land was cheap, infrastructure was cheap? Yes. Has the situation changed? I would say it has greatly changed. To build these roads, a lot of these developments we're seeing, we don't create a lot of single unit dwelling zones because the cost of infrastructure is so high that we're not going to see unlikely a return. I think the last R1A zone we created, or R1 zone we've created, was in Eastgate, and I note that it was the smallest part of the street that allowed that development to happen. So the higher density, those bigger units, are paying for that kind of portion of the road in terms of making the dollars and cents work. And I know working with engineering and working with other departments, that cost of infrastructure is certainly not anticipated to go down. And I would venture to say, are we going to see a decrease in renovation costs? Unlikely. Are we going to see much? We might see a plateau. But in terms of what we understand and what we're looking at from a permit perspective, we need to try to throw everything in the kitchen sink in terms of being able to apply this. So is the 4-unit going to solve our housing deficit? Is it going to solve the housing problem? No. Is it going to allow for more housing choice? Is it going to allow for residents to stay in their homes? Is it going to allow for younger residents to get into the housing market? I believe that it will. I don't think it's going to be in the hundreds of units that we're going to see this 4-unit initiative, but over time and incrementally in a neighborhood such as Centennial Place that I was fortunate enough to grow up in for a few years, is that if we had 150 houses in that neighborhood and over a 5 to 10 year period, we saw 20 basement apartment units or additional dwelling units, are we really negatively impacting that neighborhood when we have not pulled a unit in that neighborhood for about 40 or 50 years? So what we're trying to do is, as respectfully as we can to the character of these neighborhoods, to provide, again, that element of choice in a way that is complementary to the existing character of the neighborhood through design standards. So to the point around the 4-unit in an R1A neighborhood that has design standards. There are things that you must meet in terms of a lot requirement, in terms of what that building looks like, in terms of parking. And if you're going to meet those requirements, it's good, it would be stringent. However, I would note that in R1A neighborhoods today, for a single family dwelling, there are no design standards. So we're adding those additional standards on to try to keep within character of the neighborhood. So I think I try to answer as many of those as I can. I'm not sure if there was any that were missing, but again, happy to have the conversation and continue the dialogue because I do think it's important. The other part I would just end on, I'm sure there's more questions, is we did host 3 sessions, and I would say that the turnout was much greater than 11 people. And what I would say to council as well is that out of the 100,000 people in the city, not everyone's going to come here and tell us that we're doing a good job. And again, there's divided points of maybe people that agree, they don't agree. A lot of people have said to me, Josh, I think I really enjoyed hearing you on the CBC. I'm happy I didn't have to see you, but like I'll support you from my couch because I'm not going to come to council. I think it's a good idea, but I'm not going to come to council. Alternatively, there are our residents as well who will come here and take the time to advocate against this. And that's the whole point of why we're here. So I would say in those 3 sessions as well, we probably had over 50, in some cases over 100 people come through the doors to have these conversations. So I feel that we did do a good job from a communication standpoint, from getting the messages out through social media, through other forms of conversations, to really make sure that we did have that conversation and provided that opportunity to the public, because at the end of the day, it's the public that has to live with this as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. We will now open the questions to the members of council. No. So, conseiller.
Attend. Oh,
Oh, sorry. I didn't see you.
Sorry about that. My name is Kim Mowat, and I wasn't prepared to speak this evening, but I felt it was right to get up and to thank the 2 previous gentlemen and as well the young gentleman for their thoughts. But I do support the last 2 gentlemen that spoke. I agree with all of their concerns, and they were very valid. Especially, I am concerned about a lot of the people do not understand what the gentle density is. We have spoke to many people, neighbors and friends, and they truly believe, they don't understand that a single home, like a unit, a occupancy, they don't understand that that can be converted into a double, triple, or 4-unit home. They think that it's an empty lot of land next to them that could be converted. So they don't understand this whole proposal at all and how it could affect their communities. I am concerned about the Airbnbs and short-term rentals. I disagree with we don't have to build a 4-unit. We can take our current homes and transform them into a 4-unit building. So what is going to stop if my neighbor next to me decides that they're going to add 3 units to their home, what if they become monthly, like short-term rentals or an Airbnb? So what does that do to our homes and our community and our sense of community? I like the fact that, you know, we have options in Moncton because everybody is in a different situation and has different needs. And I think it's good to respect that. However, we need to make sure it's not a one-size-fits-all in the problems that we could potentially see moving forward with this. As well, the white zone and orange zone, we're a little bit concerned on how that was decided. Because they're talking about the frequency of the buses. If you look at the north end of Moncton, the buses might come a little more frequent. However, we need to take transfers. We need to take 2 buses to get downtown. We've put a lot into our downtown, which is wonderful. However, the north end is going to take an hour in some. It would take me over 15 minutes to walk to a bus stop. So it should be based on the busing transit times instead of the frequency times. I think it's important to know that because if you did live closer to work and closer to your stores, etc., then you could walk there. You don't need to take a bus. But in the north end of town, we need to take 2 buses. And to walk our cord, where I live, we're not even within a bus stop, within 400 meters. They did that Rosei, whatever, they just kind of cut across when they decided to map it out. But it will take me over 15 minutes to walk on a cold winter day to a bus stop and then take 2 transfers to get downtown. So I think that what Fredericton did, you know, we can look at this. I'm not saying that we have to say no, but maybe certain areas, R1 or R2 or R3s, we just need to look at how we're going to do this and do it right for everybody. And we need to make sure, if we looked at Fredericton, I think that they tweaked things and they adopted some really good points to help preserve these things. And the other thing is R1A has a value. People bought within zoning, and you're telling us now that zoning means nothing, and that you put investments there, and you chose to live there and grow your families and your communities. How are we going to attract people to Moncton if there's no single dwelling homes or anything like that? We're going to be turning away people that we really need in Moncton as well. So it's not that the whole thing is bad, but I think we do really have to revisit this, and that all like R1As should be treated the same, because it's not really appropriate either to have, you know, certain zones treated one way when they're supposed to be equally treated. Anyway, I'm just asking for your consideration on the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll work backwards again. So again, I guess as part of the recommendation to council, there is alternative Schedule H within the package that can be considered that would exclude effectively the entire north end and start that no parking requirement within the Wheeler Loop. And if council's direction is wishing to use that alternative recommendation, then it's certainly there. With respect to the R1 neighborhoods and being treated differently, from a perspective of city building and from a perspective of trying to get residents to the city, we have an ample housing supply in terms of single unit dwellings. Concerns that we have are around workforce housing. So if we work with MID, they identify 200 or 300 new jobs coming to the city of Moncton. Those residents aren't moving into R1A neighborhoods. The affordability issue is too high. How can we create, I guess, for a supply or create that element of choice that goes beyond the multis to kind of, again, to address that gap between the single unit dwellings and the multis? How do we bridge that gap between doing 80 single unit dwellings and 900 apartments? This is one way of others that we're considering, that we're working on through other housing initiatives through the municipal plan review to try to create that housing supply. We have an issue with workforce housing. We have an issue with affordability. I see questions around units in brand new developments at $2,100 a month, and the first month is free. It's not because there's a housing supply issue. The issue is that residents cannot afford those costs. So again, working in terms of the the greater good of the 100,000 people that are outside of this door, to allow R1 zone to be treated differently when they account for 5% of the total residential land supply of the city would not be something as a planner, through my professionalism, through my ethics, that I can support. And it has to be included fully, again, to meet those requirements. And I would say too, that in providing stats and providing data is very important. So the R1A zone, as we have shown, in terms of developable land, is 100% built out. So again, coming back to that point around anticipated uptake, the higher likelihood is to see probably maybe nothing in the R1A zones because they don't have potentially the affordability concerns that others do. However, we may see a handful of basement apartments, additions for elderlies or younger families, or maybe a unit above a garage. That is the likely anticipated uptake of the R1A zone and those single unit dwelling zones today, because the cost would be extremely prohibitive to demolish and build a 4-unit dwelling. And what's going to stop developers or stop buildings from being converted without anybody knowing, you will need a permit from the City of Moncton. You will need to meet the National Building Code. As I've mentioned before, a lot of the single unit dwellings that have been designed, they've been in place 30, 40 years. They're not designed to be converted into multiple units. They'll have to separate. There's separate fire, there's egress, there's lots of different code requirements that make things very cost prohibitive and very design prohibitive as well. And lastly, I think the first point that we touched on was Airbnbs. Short-term rentals. So as council will recall, and this is something that I'm hoping that we can pick up the conversation on again, was the provincial task force to look at short-term rentals and how we may combat that, because we know Fredericton, St. John, other municipalities have similar concerns, and we've talked about this before at council around needing provincial legislation in order for us to really to effectively handle Airbnbs. So again, this has been a lot of work, and I'm looking forward to tackling some other initiatives, but the short-term rental will be something I can email through Minister Hickey at the Housing New Brunswick to say, this is something that we looked at, this is something we would like to continue those conversations and see where they go in terms of being able to regulate Airbnbs and short-term rentals. We really need that provincial legislation. I have a really good idea of where it needs to go, but in order for me to do my job effectively and really to put those rules in place, we need the provincial legislation to tackle short-term rentals.
Thank you, Josh. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak against the project? This is the last call, so I will now open it to council for questions. Conseiller Bourgeois.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Maire. Merci, Patrick.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Wood.
Vous rencontrer. Je suis Papa Jérémy Bourgeois.
Pleased to meet you. Pleased to see you.
One comment and 5 questions. When we make these kinds of changes, we must tread carefully. Whether it's a one single case where we rezone and all the neighborhood is affected, or in this case, it's sort of a blanket permission. But my first question, before we get to this vote, because my mind is not made up, I am really disappointed that the federal government would sort of force us to adopt this in order to get money. I feel like, and with the election upcoming, I don't want to get too much into the politics, but it's very frustrating, whether it's the provincial government or the federal government that says, here's money at the end of the stick, but you have to jump. You have to beg. And as much as the objectives, the intention are very honorable, the means sometimes are a little bit frustrating. So it's very difficult, frustrating for me. But first question, how many units, 4-unit dwellings do we anticipate? Either there are a lot of empty lots in Ward 2, not quite in the old West End, but just across the street on the St. George, that little, I don't remember what it's called, but
the Black Diamond.
Yes. Thank you very much. There's a lot of empty lots there, and there's already a mix of residences. But throughout the city, depending on the map, are we talking 50 maybe new constructions and maybe 50 renovations?
I would expect the additional dwelling units would go up, and that's just based on our stats and data. Through the Housing Accelerator Fund, the additional dwelling grant program, we issued all 30 of our ADUs in the first year. So we thought, historically, we'd done 5 or 6 basement apartments that were permitted. We had 30 in 1 year, so the program was capped, and we've got 6 or 7 applications in the queue waiting to be considered. Again, to your point around vacant land, it's like every lot, it's a case by case basis. So each 4-unit dwelling presumably is going to have to meet the design standards. Does it meet the setbacks? Does it meet the yard size? Does it meet the frontage? Can it reasonably fit a 4-unit, just like every other application? So Alan and his team in building inspection, they're dealing with little variances and dealing with those types of issues all the time. And that would still exist for this 4-unit initiative. It's hard to use a crystal ball exercise, but what I would say is that within existing residential areas, I would be very surprised to see a high number of 4 units. Again, but I think, again, that the bread and the butter is going to be in the additional dwelling units because of the prohibitiveness of renovation, because of the building code. The uptake would be less. In new and emerging areas, for example, in the Shediac Road area, lots of areas still being developed, there may be more of an appetite for it because they have the space, they have the lots, future phases of development that may be wanting to incorporate it. But I think the stats are telling around, from what Jim is saying, is we have a lot of land supply, yes, but we don't have a lot of vacant lots with frontage to city services and city streets. And I think that from a professional standpoint, this is the right thing to do in terms of a housing supply issue. But again, it will help us unlock, and to your point around the federal funding and and making that a requirement, it does provide us an opportunity to open up some areas of the city that I don't believe we would ever be able to open if that funding was not made available. So it's not again, to your point, it wasn't something that we foresaw coming either. But again, we've tried to make the best of it and make it work to the best of our abilities.
I like you, Josh.
Merci.
When I ask a question that's either yes or no, because sooner or later the mayor is going to cut me off because it's going to take a long time. Not because of me. My questions last 10 to 12 seconds.
Yeah. But
all of a sudden, we're past 20 minutes of Councillor Bourgeois. I'll have to cut you off and go to somebody else. So, I'll repeat the question. How many units, by modifying the bylaw, how many units, let's say in the next 5 years, do you estimate we will be, either going from a single unit 1 to 4 or 0 in some empty lots to 4, 100 units maybe in 5 years?
I would say that if it was 200, I would be buying a lottery ticket. That's what I would do. It's not going to be high. It'd be I would say if we're building 1,000 units a year, I would anticipate less than 10% would be 4 units. So if it I would say less than 100.
Total, okay.
Yeah.
It's 100 units over 5 years. So one big apartment building could do that within.
Exactly. Yeah. And that's what we're trying to create that supply and that choice is to say, like, a lot of developers are coming in with the 30, the 40, the 50 units. What this is providing is an alternate choice to that higher level of density that council is always dealing with, and providing a different element of housing supply choice that currently doesn't exist today.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. A second question. This is a federal requirement. We have to do this in order to get big chunk of change. Can we, let's say government changes tomorrow, program changes tomorrow, obviously then maybe if we had different requirements, but if we adopt it today, are we bound by the existing program? Or if the program changes in a month and there's no more requirements, can we come back to this amendment and scrap it?
I think, again, I would always treat the zoning bylaw as a living document. It's not something that we just put down and can walk away from. I think this is Amendment 47 of the zoning bylaw that it was readopted in 2022. So what I would say is that through the municipal plan review, which is going to be ongoing, we're going to be coming through with a revamped or new version of a zoning bylaw. So the timing is actually quite nice that we're going to have about an 18 to 20, hopefully 18, 20-month period for us to really look at the zoning bylaw as a whole. And if we see that we're having issues with the 4-unit because of unforeseen issues, to your point, Councilor Bourgeois, then we would look at those design standards and say, listen, there were some things here that just didn't work. As part of the new zoning bylaw, as a part of the new municipal plan review, we'll be bringing forward new changes or new recommended amendments in order to address those concerns and those issues.
Okay, so some réconfort. No? Third question.
Well, this brings me comfort.
Do I understand that we would be losing, is it 15.5 million bucks of federal?
We haven't gone down that path yet, but what I would suspect is that we would be losing the remaining 2 years of a federal installment, so about 8 to 9 million, in addition to the 1.3 that we got in additional half funding, and we would be excluded from the Canadian Housing Infrastructure Fund, which is really to the tune of projects totaling over 100 million. So we'd be 60, 65, 70 million that we would be saying no to open up these other areas to create housing.
So 65 plus 10 be 75?
Yeah, ballpark, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And if we don't, then our residents and city taxpayers would foot that bill.
Yeah, exactly. So for those big, and I know my Bill Budd, if he were here, would say like all the easy land within the city of Moncton has been developed. We do have a lot of land left, but we really need to tap into that infrastructure in order to open these areas up and get that residential yield that's sitting there in those vacant lands.
Okay, thank you. Question number 5, I think. I had the same question about the Airbnb and VRBO. What, if anything, can we do to prevent somebody from building a 4 units and then having it used as an Airbnb VRBO?
I think similar to what I had mentioned earlier in terms of rallying the horses and getting together with our colleagues in Fredericton and St. John and other municipalities dealing with this challenge is to get in front of the province and kind of present a bit of a united front and to say, we as a province need some short-term regulation at that level. So they have it in Prince Edward Island, they have it in Nova Scotia, I think they have it in Newfoundland as well. We need that in New Brunswick to really enforce that. And I would say that as part of the municipal plan review, that if short-term rentals are an issue as it relates to housing, then that's something that we can take on as staff and as administration to really push for that task force to start. With the change in government, there was a willingness there, and I believe if we contact our provincial colleagues, that conversation would start again. And maybe something we form into the new zoning bylaw. At that time, if the legislation is in place, then we can then incorporate those standards into the revamped version of the zoning bylaw.
But could we require this? Do we have the legal authority to require no Airbnb VRBO from these 4-unit buildings while we are adopting this bylaw modification?
Today, I would say no, because a short-term rental is not something that is defined. And again, it's something you can define, you can put rules in place, but in terms of a level of enforcement, I don't think we're there yet. But again, having that provincial legislation will really help us enforce. And again, that's something that I think we're across the urban communities in New Brunswick that we need to tackle.
True, but you're asking us today to vote, so.
That's right. Yeah, and exactly. And the timing, I guess, is never perfect. But.
Final question. Merci, Madame la Maire, pour votre patience. You identified 5 cities, and in Atlantic Canada, there must be some cities elsewhere in Canada as well. But what conditions did these cities in Atlantic Canada impose on dwellings? And I have multiple answers or potential questions. Could they, for instance, or did any one of those 5 cities require a number of affordable units? Let's say 1 out of 4 or 2 out of 4 must be affordable. Can we require that?
I guess the short answer would be no. In terms of a requirement, it's something that we'll be looking at again in terms of how can the city become more involved with affordable. There may be programs, there may be things that come out in the future that will enable that form of density to be affordable. But to the point that I guess Jim had made is that if you're getting into the $300,000 or $400,000 per door for a 4-unit and you're well over $1 million, making that affordable requirement I would say it would be quite prohibitive. Having said that, there may be opportunity for some smaller units to be created. And so maybe there's 2 large units or in a 4 unit and one are smaller. So they're bachelors or they're smaller unit sizes. So if the square footage is smaller, presumably the rent will be a little bit lower than a bigger space. And we can certainly work with developers who may be wanting to proceed down that path in terms of how they would make that work when it comes time to putting in a development application or a permit. But again, that's something that we need to look at because I fear that the affordable housing is not something I think is going to keep me busy for the next 10 years or so. So again, we got to try to deal with it as best we can.
Just needs one for the dominoes to fall. Height restrictions, I think we're limited to 2 floors.
Same as what is existing in the zoning bylaw today.
Okay. A number of bedrooms?
We don't restrict the number
The
of
other
bedrooms.
cities?
No.
Okay. Covenants was mentioned by Mr. Woods. Are there some areas of the city that would be prohibited because of covenants?
I believe so, yeah. And again, like the city is not a gatekeeper for private covenants. That would be with the property owners that hold the covenant with respect to the people who are buying the property. But there's covenants for all types of things. I mean, in some cases, you can't have a clothesline in your backyard because it's a covenant. And I guess the city is not resourced or the city is not in a position to enforce those standards. But again, in most cases, if I were to buy a property and have a covenant to say I could only build a single unit dwelling, chances are I'm building a single unit dwelling because that's what I've agreed to. I would say 90% of the time, 99% of the time, that's what will occur.
2 more. Can we prohibit R1 zones? Can we just limit it to R2 and R3 to be R4, basically?
No, it's the requirement is that it be all residential zones.
Okay, and final one. Could we say only new constructions, not renovations? Is the federal government insisting in that renovations be, or?
I think, again, to the point around the single, respect to the R1 and those single unit dwellings, is that when speaking with our building inspection team, is they're not designed to be converted. Like it would be incredibly onerous to take that existing shell of a building and convert it to meet through fire separation, through egress, through all of those code requirements that come with 4 independent units. That I would say that it's again incredibly unlikely. But if you were to demolish a building and put up a 4 unit, we have design standards that are in place that must be met in order for those to be developed. So for traditional materials on the front, a limit to how many front doors you can have facing the street, connections to sidewalks, again, with the idea of the street in mind and walking down that street. And if we were to go down the street together and I asked you how many were 4 units, I haven't really done my job. Again, if it looks like there's more than 3 or 4 because there's 4 doors facing the street, what have you. So if you're going to demolish and you build a 4 unit, you must meet the design standards and the lot requirements for that zone.
Merci beaucoup. Merci, Madame la Maire.
Councillor Bourgeois, Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Butler.
Thanks, Josh. My concern for this was the blanket effect across the whole city. You know, I would, $15 million, you say it's a big chunk of change, but when you really think of it, that's over what, 4 years, 5 years?
For the half specifically, yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, if it's over 5 years, I mean, really, like, to our budget, it means really nothing. 15 million over 5 years is like, what, 4% of our overall budget. So, I'm not, and, when you say that if we said no, that, we'd lose 65 or 70 million, I don't know if the federal government would sting us or any community for that. I would find that hard to accept. But again, just your opinion, and I have one also. I don't think. I was talking to a couple of, and I wanted to make some phone calls this last week and talk to some developers that I've known up in the North End. One of the things that they did say, and Mr. Wood had mentioned it, some of them are going to start looking at Riverview and Dieppe. Dieppe specifically, that they're going to start looking at because of this. They're really afraid of it. It's like Mr. Wood said, not that, that the house next door is not going to be nice, but when you move into, if you wanted just a single family subdivision where you're living, they don't want renters to be coming and going, and again, we are probably the only province in Atlantic Canada that you could tell me if I'm wrong, but we can't go in, our bylaws, officers can't go in and find somebody right away. We have to go through the provincial government to charge somebody. So if we have a violation, bylaw has to go and give them time, and then give them more time, give them a letter. And then finally we try to get a court date in provincial court. Is that correct?
Yeah, generally speaking, yeah, there's no finding mechanism under the Community Planning Act.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's the problem with me, because we have no control over the violators when we go this. So if 4 or 5 people are doing it by the code, there's going to be 4 or 5 people doing without code. And we do not have, like in your office alone, you just have one person that looks after that, the violations. So here we are, a city of 100,000. We're going to open this up as a blanket to the city. And, I can just tell you from my little neighborhood, how many times there's been violations. It's a single family, and then all of a sudden there's a one in the basement where there's no windows to get out of. There's another one where they cut the lawn out and they put all the lawn as asphalt. People that live next door to that didn't buy for that. And that's just the concern that we're not able to get across to people, that it'd be nice as a jurisdiction, a city of Moncton with over 100,000 people, that we can't get the authority from the province to be able to do a little bit more. Because the federal government says, here's 15 million. The province says, yeah, go ahead. That's a good idea for the city of Moncton. You're the economic engine of the province. But then people can do whatever they want. And it takes us years to catch up. And it's not just that, we've seen what happened. My concern is these Airbnbs would turn into almost like this. People are going to try to cut corners as much as they can to put a basement apartment in, or put another apartment in, not put the firewalls in. We have to have people, when you blanket, I would like to see an area taken that we're going to concentrate on and say, okay, if this is where we're going to put it, we're going to put it right here. And let's see if this four door works in that area, and make sure that we have the jurisdictional part for the authority to shut them down. One of the things we just talked about earlier is that I'm big on the safety of people. The young gentleman that came there said, he pays $2,000 a month rent. Well, if somebody wants to take I know of one that has at least 10, 15 people living in one house, and they charge $50 a week for each room. When you think about that, that's a lot of money that people are just ripping people off. So when you say affordable housing, how do we know if you put four doors in a house, how do you know they're not going to charge $1,500, $1,700, $1,800 a month? That's still not affordable. So we haven't really corrected the problem, unless that $1,800 to $2,000 a month, there's 4 or 5 people move in, and they're sleeping on the floors, on the couches. So then that breaks down the fabric of the neighborhood. And I think that's what we have to be fair about.
Yeah.
So I'm just thinking, I don't want to ruin the way this city runs, how people come to live here. They want to live in subdivisions where it's a family home, subdivision, they walk to schools. And then all of a sudden, for $15 million, what the federal government says we got to do to get this, I don't know if I'm ready for it. I don't know if the citizens are ready for it, the developers are ready for it, our schools are ready for it, in some of the areas that we're talking about, even if and even in the old West End, I was talking to a developer the other day. He said he's done work there, and there's still clay pipes out there. Are they ready to put four bathrooms in the same house? There's so many things, and I don't know if this is the right thing for Moncton. So I just leave that with you.
Yeah, and I think, again, we've talked about compliance and enforcement issues a lot, and there's certainly more than just building permits. And those types of things, right? So to your point, I think maybe what we could look at again is a review of those types of complaints and see again if our one bylaw officer is enough and if we need to beef up the level of enforcement. Similar to your point around the lack of ability to fine, that may be a piece that we want to work with on our other municipal partners to look for that legislation to become into effect. Again, but we need the legislation in order to be able to do those things in terms of fining. And I don't disagree that there are issues in terms of the timelines, in terms of getting those things turned around. But I would say that in terms of the growth, I think a lot of residents are coming here because there is an opportunity. Moncton is still relatively more affordable than other places. We have a high demand for workforce housing, but we have to find the balance of trying to find out housing supply that is attainable, and it may not be affordable. It may be that this is creating attainable housing where someone has their single unit dwelling, kids are coming home from university, they don't want to live inside that house with their parents. That house might already have 4 bathrooms, right? Some of these houses, the housing family sizes are getting smaller. We don't anticipate it to be a big issue in terms of an infrastructure from a wastewater perspective. There was no concerns raised through the engineering review. And again, I think change is hard. I think going through 7% growth year over year over year is extremely challenging. So 7%, say if it's 100,000, we're looking at 7,000 people. That is a requirement of about 3,500 housing units. We did not build 3,500 housing units last year. So we need to try, again, this is not the silver bullet that's going to solve the housing issue, but this is a way where existing and new neighborhoods can contribute to providing more housing choice and more housing supply. And also in addition to all the other programs and all the other initiatives that we'll be taking forward with relates to housing. I would say that $16 million from the federal government, if I asked Jacques in finance for $16 million, it would be pretty tough. But I would say that the grant programs that we've launched, a lot of them have been fully allocated, fully capped, because there is a demand and there is a real drive to create more housing in Moncton. Again, I'm not anticipating that this is going to be the crux and going to be a downturn for our neighborhoods in terms of the overall character. Again, because the time and consideration was taking into those design standards and those requirements. But again, if it's a wish, I can certainly push and work with the provincial government to my best of my ability to try to get more of a finding mechanism, look and see the resource challenges that we're dealing with from a zoning perspective to try to get these things turned around and closed quicker.
Yeah. So just in closing, Madam Mayor, I agree that people deserve to have a place to live. Don't get me wrong. I'm not worried about not in my backyard because I do have it in actually just down the street from my backyard. So, you know, and if they're good neighbors, kudos to them. I think that we need, number one is before we, you know, I'm not big on the blanket proposal for across the city. So when the motion comes forward, I'll be going with Schedule H, where we got some type of a boundary where we can try this to see if it's working, and the developers can still develop out the other way. And I also would request that the city CAO would contact the province right away, ASAP, and start dealing with this violators, that we can have some kind of a legislation that we can actually stop these things. Like you can go in as an inspector and stop it. Right now we can't. So, you know, it's hard to put a blanket on something like this. So anyway, I'll leave that with you. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. René.
Yeah, just a few clarification. The 15 million that was thrown around is the HAF, the Housing Accelerator Fund, that is tied to this. But also there's another program that's tied to this, which is the Canadian Housing Infrastructure Fund. And that one, we presented a few options to council recently. It's difficult to put an amount on it, but that's the one that is tied as well to this program. We're thinking probably around the 40 million. That's and added up together. And whether we receive that money or not is not based on Josh's opinion or my opinion or anyone's opinion in this room. It's really black and white in the application for those programs. So I just want to make sure this is clear, and we may not like it, but that is how the application is written. And you just pointed out the Schedule H. I just want to clarify that Schedule H is not about applying this for a certain area of the city. Schedule H is about the parking requirements, right? So Josh will correct me if I'm wrong, but if we want to be successful with getting the funding from the federal program, it has to be citywide, correct, Josh?
Correct, yeah.
Okay,
That Schedule H is this to not, if you're within the area of Orange, you would not be required to provide off-street parking. But if you're in the area, so again, that amended schedule in the north end, you would be required to provide parking on site.
Merci René. Conseiller Léger.
Merci, Madame la Mairesse.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Long meeting, and certainly, as you see, it's not easy. I do appreciate the comments, though, that have been shared this evening, and I noted some of the things that Fredericton had done as some recommendations, and so I went back while that was being discussed, and I would certainly agree that, because there are some challenges here. Just a point of clarification or just information. Several weeks ago, the Union of Municipalities in New Brunswick were meeting, and the Premier was asked about short-term rentals. And we'll get back to the Union of Municipalities on putting that in gear again. And it was certainly something that had been, I wouldn't say overlooked, but with all of the provincial things on the table, that was not one. So, but that is one that I think is very important. When I look at just the available short-term rentals in Moncton today, there are 844 on their website at the moment. So those are a lot of units. And so there's a lot of fear that, well, you know, if we can put in a 4-unit and we can make it a short-term rental, then, you know, that could certainly benefit someone, but it doesn't benefit the neighborhood. And so I think that's really important. And I take those, those concerns because they are, they're real for people. They're real for all of us. So there were a couple of things that Fredericton did that I would say I don't see the downside of us entertaining those as amendments. And so I'll just read them out. I took a look at what was reported and so on. So one of them was an amendment banning secondary units from being used as short-term rentals, group homes, home-based businesses, daycare centers. Whether it's enforceable or not, it may be eventually, but I think that would be very important to sort of set some framework. It may never happen, Josh. That's not the intent of this. I get it. But also understanding that we don't know what the future is and somebody might be clever enough to slide something in. So comments on that? Because I would think that would be something that would be useful.
Again, if that's council's direction, we can certainly incorporate those changes into just like similar to what Fredericton did. But I guess I just would caution that we would lack the enforcement ability today. And again, I think that's good to hear that those conversations are happening with the other municipalities and hopefully get that legislation in place so that we can enforce them.
Right, and we may lack it, but then it allows us to move it forward. And I think that's important. The other one was the amendment that required homeowners to have lived in their home for at least 12 months before requesting a building permit for a secondary unit. And again, it's the fear that it's sold and then all of a sudden someone buys the property and I understand your arguments, but it at least gives some framework. Now, council may not agree with that, but it's something that I would like some comments on.
Yeah, I think it would be prohibitive in terms of allowing homeowners to say that they're going to purchase the property as a single unit dwelling, add a basement apartment, and that's how they're able to afford it. Then all of a sudden we're saying no. But that would be an issue, and I don't think that we're in a position to enforce that.
We're not in a position now, but that's the whole purpose. That was the whole short-term rental strategy in Halifax. If you need to be an owner and you need to live in the place.
With provincial legislation.
Exactly. And so we need to sort of think about, while we're doing all of this, what can happen in between. So
I think to answer your question, Councilor Legier, I think we're comfortable that we will be moving with short-term rentals as a major topic of discussion in the municipal plan review. And again, it's in that 18 to 24 month window, which would probably be by the time we're successful in getting to see what that new municipal plan looks like, what the zoning by looks like, and again, to have an understanding of what the 4-unit development had looked like over the past 2 years, and be in a good position to make some solid recommendations or changes if we feel that they're needed as part of that public discourse and conversation.
Okay, and I think that's important because there is that 18 months moving forward for a bylaw. So you're sort of we're gonna learn from what the market's having. In the meantime, though, that has to happen before it becomes a right. The bylaw has to be approved before it's without the bylaw, the automatic 4 units as a right. Does it take place effective tomorrow morning?
No. So it would need to be, assuming this is agreed to, it would go to the province for registration. It would be about a 5 to 6 week window, give or take, to get formally registered with the province before the rules can become operative.
And so the rules become operative before the bylaw?
No, the registered bylaw would have to come back from the province in order for us to legally put them into effect.
Okay. And what about the monitoring?
The monitoring, so we're working on a program or an update to our Infor database system to include 4-unit developments. So we'll actually be tracking them as a permit, just like we do single-unit dwellings, 2-unit dwellings. It'll be a new category of building. And just like we do for building permits and the Housing Accelerator Fund Year 1 report we provided, those would be included in there in a line item similar to what we have shown in the housing permit stats. It would be another type of development that we would be tracking.
Okay. A couple things. I think it's important that the Community Planning Act really addresses the ability for municipalities to fine immediately and not have to drag that through the courts. I want to say, the presentation, Jim, is really clear. I mean, it really does help in terms of showing how this can be favorable to neighborhoods, even though the change is somewhat, of a fear. I think that there's in some ways we're looking at change happening very quickly. Other municipalities, I did speak to people who, a planner who was at a conference that you were at, Josh, that was I think she was from Kitchener.
Yeah, my co-presenter, yeah.
Yeah, and indicated they had positive responses, and there are some challenges, but I don't know if she shared any more with you, but certainly gave me some comfort, I guess. But before you say if you had any more, I will go back to Quebec City, where it's really interesting. There are really large homes and then interspaced in that, there are what look like probably a 2 or 3 unit, but the streetscape is great. The price values of property have not dropped. I think it's trying to understand how that will work, and it is going to be transformative. But in any event, I think that as long as we have the right safeguards, is something we can look at.
Yeah, no, I think the key point being with the build out of all these zones and the incremental approach we're seeing to added units, I feel strongly that again, we're not going to see a massive change to the character of our neighborhoods, again, because they're predominantly fully built out, especially those existing areas. And again, those design standards, those other measures that we've put into place are there to ensure that character remains consistent.
Okay, and should we be wrong and something were to happen, we have the ability to step back and take a pause.
Yeah, I'd say that zoning, that would require an amendment to the bylaw. But again, I think that 18-month period that we're about to go through the zoning bylaw and municipal plan review is an apt time. If we had the zoning bylaw updated 2 or 3 years ago and we're still 8 years away, I would say that maybe it would be a different circumstance, but we have the benefit of having a bit of a grace period here to understand it, to study it, to see what the issues are, to see when the shovels hit the ground, then we can really see what issues, if any, have arisen based on the standards we've put together.
Okay, thank you. Merci, Madame la Maire.
Merci, Conseiller Légère. Thank you, colleagues. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak with some new information? If not, Councillor Steves, I'm sorry. Go ahead, please.
Josh, I'm the last one that wants to extend this meeting any longer. But if I'm going to have to vote on this, I've got to just run through just a couple things here. Sometimes waiting till the end, the questions have already been asked, so I just want to repeat a couple things. I'm really concerned, it's been said by many people here that one of the greatest quotes was, "You can't measure what you can't monitor." And regarding this Airbnb stuff, the short-term rentals, all of that, it just seems like the city's capacity, if you get the proper authority from the province, that's going to really consume your office with a new plan, trying to monitor what we just said, 854 units, so would something like that. And then if we've got this on top of it, it just seems like an overwhelming wave from my perspective, but I don't sit with you every single day. Do you just want to speak to that, that if everything was to go perfectly for you and you got your provincial permission and you go with the plan that you have in your mind, which you haven't shared with us because you can't yet, you can handle all this in your office?
Yeah, and I apologize to the length as well. I can be pretty long-winded, but maybe it's part of it is passion. But I would say that, again, like we would, once these legislative reforms, if they did come into play, that we would then be in a position to understand our resources and understand the ability to take permits, to again, have revenue, to have income coming in for those permits, to then hire staff, right? So that was, once those tools come into play and we understand them and say what their limitations and their opportunities are, we could then build a business case to provide positions and provide, it might not be planning staff, it may be by law enforcement, it may be 2 or 3 positions there. They work with planners, we'll tell them what the rules are, and then they would go out and enforce them. But I think it's having that key, having that revenue come in, having that provincial-wide legislation to make sure that it's consistent would put us in a good position. Are we busy? Yes. Are there a lot of other projects that we're working on in addition to this one? Of course. But again, it's all the point of trying to move Moncton in the right direction in terms of the balancing of all those things that we're grappling with.
Yeah, it's a lot, and I know nobody asked for this, the 7% growth. It's a lot on everybody. My second point, just again, it's all or nothing. You keep saying that, it absolutely is. So it's not just for the new neighborhoods only. It's got to be all of the city of Moncton. Are there other grants that we could apply for the new neighborhoods to do this sort of thing?
Yeah, and there are grant programs in place already that allow for especially where we're collecting development charges. We have grant programs in place, and there's been a mass amount of interest and uptake in those programs. So this, effectively what happens is those developers pay their development charge, and then they would get a per dollar or per door amount for each growth program. So presumably in those new areas, if you pay your development charges and you're in that area, you could build a 4-unit with some level of incentive from the city, same as a 4-unit townhouse, same as an apartment building, same as a 1, 2, 3 story, or 1, 2, 3 dwelling unit. Yeah, so those programs are in place today through the Housing Accelerator Fund.
It just sounds like if we say no, we're in the black books forever with the government. That's the tone that I'm hearing.
I would say it would be the potential, and again, I'm not a decision maker. I'm not in your shoes, but I would say it's a very big opportunity for us to for this 4-unit initiative to enable the development of housing in other areas. So, for example, we've had discussions around the Vision Lands. Vision Lands are 20 years away. They're 25 years away. Through this program, if successful, through the infrastructure side of that program, this would maybe be the one chance in my career that east-west collector gets built from Mapleton down to the University of Moncton. So saying no effectively puts us out of the game to open up all these other areas that we need to access housing, is the long and the short of it. And again, if we're opening up other areas for development, if we're opening up other parts of the city to see growth, I would say that there probably would be less of a strain on those existing neighborhoods because we do have the ability to build elsewhere. But right now, that gap and that belt is getting tighter in terms of where we're able to build today because of the infrastructure issues that we face to open those other areas up for development.
Just seems like we're playing chicken with a potential former government.
I don't see it that way because I think in terms of the agreement, it's been signed through CMHC, it's an effective agreement, and the same for the infrastructure. Before I guess a few weeks back, the province and the federal government announced their executed agreement for the SHIFT funding for the city of, or for not for the city, but for the province of New Brunswick. So those agreements are effective and they're in place today.
All right. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Steves. I will ask again, is there anyone else who wants to bring some new information? If not, I will declare the public hearing. Oh, please go ahead. Is it something new?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
a question I didn't ask. There's been a lot of talk about the $15 million. My understanding in Moncton is when a developer puts a street in, to date, the developer pays for all of the infrastructure and gets it back when they sell lots. So is this $15 million, is it going to be going towards street development, like to help developers out? Or where would this money be going? That's one question. Another question or a comment is that your development people are correct. Moncton is pretty much 100% full on residential single-family lots. They're very, very difficult to find. You might find one in between another house, which probably be a 4-unit now, but it's getting so difficult that we need builders, developers to put in streets. And if this goes through, I really don't think you're going to see developers with the confidence to do it unless it's just for multi-housing, like duplexes, triplexes, 4 units. That'll happen, but there won't be single family. The single family, I guarantee you, is going to go to rural subdivisions or Riverview or Dieppe. And I'm from Moncton. I live in Riverview right now, but I'm from Moncton. I'm moving back to Moncton. I just hate to see this happen.
Thank you.
I would make one point that Dieppe and Riverview have also received Housing Accelerator Fund money, and as a requirement, they will also be looking at 4-unit dwellings as a right. So that's I guess relatively new information. Some of the teams have been sort of reaching out to us and looking at our standards because our zoning bylaws in a lot of ways are quite similar. But again, tapping into that Housing Accelerator Fund, municipalities of all shapes and sizes, so including Dieppe and Riverview, will be expected to accommodate that 4-unit as a right as well, as have Fredericton, St. John, Halifax, Summerside as well. And I guess, no, actually, I'll just leave it there, sorry.
Thank you, Josh. This is my last question. Do we have any new information? Does someone want to speak? No? If not, I will declare the public hearing closed. Don't we have a motion, Madame la Greffière?
Yes.
So I need a mover and I need a seconder. Councilor Butler, are you going to move the motion?
Alternative.
Okay.
The H schedule?
Go ahead, Councilor Butler.
I just said, I'll move the motion, but with option, adopt zoning bylaw amendment Z 222.47 with alternative schedules H.
Yeah.
It's there.
So you're making an amendment to the motion?
No, it's already there. It's an alternative. It's an alternative.
But it's alternative, okay.
Do I have a
Just
second?
seconder for that.
Marty.
For Councilor Kingston, seconded by Councilor Kingston. So,
Done.
questions, Councilor Edgett? Yes.
Yeah. I mean,
Go ahead.
there you go.
Thank you, Madame la Maire Adjoint. What is our motion?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Original motion, but-
Alternative.
Okay, so what's the significance of the alternative one, please?
Just a second. Josh, could you explain the alternative?
You bet. So if the motion is for the alternative Schedule H, we would basically just be swapping the larger Schedule H out for the one that is basically using Wheeler Boulevard as that hard barrier. That would be, exactly, so we would be swapping the Schedule H as recommended originally out for the alternative recommendation to Councilor Butler's point. Yeah.
And how does that affect what we're being asked to do?
It doesn't, again, the idea in that was trying to understand, like, how could we try to test having less development that's reliant on single vehicles. What it would do is that it would just say that if you're in the north end, you would need to provide your parking on site. And if you're within the Wheeler Loop and the corridors to the university, you would not be required to provide parking on site because there's suitable transit to be able to get you to where you need to go. So effectively, it would just remove the north end from, it would not remove them from the 4-unit, but it would require that they provide parking on site.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's essentially to say, like, you need to provide parking if you want to build a 4-unit, you have to have the parking on the property.
On the property?
Yeah.
Okay. So that would still provide the appropriate zoning for what we need to do.
It would, yes. Yeah.
Okay, in that case, I will definitely be voting in favor of this because I feel that what we're really talking about here, it was introduced to us and it's been a while now. I mean, there's been presentations publicly. It's been to council a couple of times. We've been talking about this. I'm sure it's been almost a year now. And it's always addressed as gentle density. And to me, that doesn't really explain what comes out of the presentation and the discussions that we're having here today, which is that we're talking about looking after our population, quite frankly, and looking after our housing needs out there. I was very impressed with Patrick's comments, and I have a son the same age, and it's not possible that my son is going to have a single house probably in his lifetime. He's making lots of good money, but he's perhaps not even interested in owning a single dwelling himself. He's looking at different types of dwellings. He's looking at putting his money into other things and having a different style of life than I might have been used to. But still, there are many young people, and we're talking about young people here, and we're also talking about old people who need the chance and the opportunity to come back to their neighborhoods. We're talking about neighborhoods a lot here, and I think it's really, really important, and Josh has emphasized that, and so has Jim in the presentations. These are ways that our families can have our younger generation come, and also we can allow, as I get older, I can live in my own neighborhood in some format without having to leave it. So I heard words like greater choice. Is there something wrong with my mic? Just keeps, it seems like it's going in and out and in and out. No? Does it sound okay? So what I'm hearing is greater choice, opportunities to age in place, affordability, basement apartments and garden suites, more housing choices. I want people to live here. I want all people to have a chance at housing. And not necessarily a single dwelling house, but another type of housing, but they would have a chance to have that type of housing. And what it means to me is we're talking about inclusive neighborhoods. We're allowing options right across our city so that people can go and live where they want to live, possibly. It gives them options. And I think we need to have inclusion in what we are doing today in order to meet all the different housing necessities that our workforce people need, and our aging population, and our young people. And I think this allows us to fill in, as you refer to it, as our gentle density. And I think it's very, very important. On the other hand, it also is part of the big equation here, which is we are looking at funding. This municipality relies on a lot of funding from federal governments and provincial governments. And the amount of money we're talking about in that infrastructure opportunity is 65 million and more. We're not talking $15 million here. We're talking about a lot of money. And that is going to allow us, as Josh has carefully explained to us, the opportunity to open the areas where we will provide all of this different type of housing there. And it'll be opportunities to house the people that want to be here in Moncton. We don't want them to leave. We want them to be able to establish themselves here. That's why I'll be voting for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was very well said, Conseillère Ranjit. Merci. Conseiller Crossman.
Thank you, Your Worship. Josh, just one question, because I think every question on this subject has been asked at this point, but there's one that's picking away at my mind. And we talk about it, and there's been a lot of talk about accessibility. There's been a lot of talk about, increasing our population within neighborhoods, current neighborhoods, new neighborhoods. where are we at with accessibility? If I'm in a wheelchair, if I'm limited for accessibility, am I going to be able to be included in subdivisions and if council passes this motion tonight, or am I now going to be restricted that I can't live in that dwelling because of limitability issues?
No, I would say no. I mean, I would say it would not, it would probably provide more opportunity for more accessible apartments to be built. So an example, in a 4-unit, it may be more likely to see an accessible unit out of the 4 than not. The building code requires that the 5th unit become barrier-free.
Okay.
Or in terms of an absolute requirement.
Right.
But again, like it would not be prohibitive to say a ground floor unit would not be accessible to someone with accessibility issues and concerns.
And that's not what I'm getting at. I'm
Yeah.
just trying to figure out what's that magic number that forces
The number, that would be 5, yeah.
that number would be 5.
That's right.
Okay, good. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. I would like to say something about this. For over 20 years, I have been living in a neighborhood where what we want to create within the city is exactly that. It is an inclusive neighborhood. We have apartment buildings, we have duplexes, we have single-family homes. I have a beautiful garden. I'm able to do that even though we live, people are different and the community cares. I think that this is the way of the future. This is not just about Moncton, Fredericton, and St. John. It is happening. I just came home from Montreal. It's happening there. It's happening in Ottawa. It's happening everywhere. The world is changing. I say often we live in a world of mutation. It's not easy, but we all have to give a little, and we have to, as Councillor Edgett mentioned, we really have to focus on inclusivity and be good neighbors and do everything we can. And I think it's about the neighborhood. So anyway, that's all I wanted to say for tonight. Merci. Thank you, Josh. So we have a motion, mover and a seconder. So on the motion, on the question. We have one nay vote, Conseiller Bourgeois. Thank you. Madame la greffière.
Madam City Clerk?
It's a tentative subdivision plan, Kodiak Heights, cash in lieu, and Paul Edgar is here to provide an update.
Go ahead, please.
Okay. I need to go back. Good evening, Deputy Mayor and members of council. Administration has received a subdivision application on behalf of Mr. Francis Gracie, proposing the creation of a lot for future residential development. The proposed subdivision is located at 774 Salisbury Road in Ward 2. The actual lot that will be subdivided is located on Olympic Crescent. As you can be seen in this map here, the red outline shows the location of the proposed subdivision. Also of note is just to the south of that is Kodiak Heights Park. That'll come into play a little later. The purpose of the tentative plan is to create lot 25-1000 for residential development. And this is a subdivision plan that we worked in consultation with the Recreation Department, and given its proximity to the previously mentioned Kodiak Heights, was determined that we did not need land for public purposes in this case. So the subdivision bylaw at this point allows us to take cash in lieu at a value of 8% instead of LFPP. So the recommendation tonight is administration recommends that Moncton City Council require cash in lieu of land for public purposes in the amount of $2,088.77. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you so much. We have a motion, I believe, before us. So could I have a mover, Jean-Pierre Léger, and a seconder, Sophia Kingston? Thank you. Any questions from council? No questions? So on the question, all those in favor, electrical, comment t'as dit ça là ce soir?
I am quick.
Wish I hadn't been.
Through the house, yeah. Yeah. I don't think no.
Thanks. Unanimous, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay.
Something.
Now we're going to reports from administration, les rapports de l'administration, and there's one before us this evening. City contract number W25D045 GB Street resurfacing number 1. Motion before council is that Moncton City, that the city contract number W25D04GB Street resurfacing number 1 be awarded to Modern Construction 1983 Limited in the amount of $2,730 dollars and 2,730.82 cents, including HSD, and that the budget for the project be set at $2,705,000, including net HSD, engineering, pole, relocation, and contingency. It is also recommended that the contract be drafted and the mayor and the city clerk be authorized to sign said contract and affix the corporate seal of the city of Moncton.
Thank you, Madame la Greffière. I need a mover and a seconder for this. So, Conseil Richard, the Butler. We can go to the vote.
The mover and the seconder for the recorder is Richard and Butler.
So it's unanimous. Thanks.
Also, I noticed that I forgot to ask for counselor statements. His exposé de. Okay. Thank you. Sorry. Next is reading of bylaws, lecture des arrêtés municipaux. And there are 2 before us this evening, or 3 actually before us this evening, that require me to have permission to give second readings. So that's usually done by a manual vote. So I need a mover and a seconder.
Councillor Butler moved, seconded by Councillor Crossman. So do we vote by?
Just show of hands for
show of
second.
hands, please. Unanimous.
Okay, bylaw and amendment of a bylaw relating to the adoption of the City of Moncton Municipal Plan being bylaw 122.12 70 Queensway. This is a second reading. Arrêté portant modification de l'arrêté concernant l'adoption du plan municipal de la ville de Moncton, soit l'arrêté Z122.12 70 Promenade Queensway. C'est la deuxième lecture. I require third reading.
Councillor Crossman. So I need a move.
And I need a seconder.
Seconder for this.
Crossman.
Carla Blanc. Conseiller Steve seconded.
Okay, and this one is done by an electronic vote. Yep.
Unanimous.
Nope,
No,
one nay vote for Richard. Councillor Richard, for the record, did you vote nay against, sorry? Is that what you were going to tell me? Sorry. Okay, for the record, Councillor Richard had voted nay for the second reading. A bylaw and amendment of a bylaw relating to the adoption of the City of Moncton's municipal plan being bylaw 122.12 70 Queensway. This is a third reading. Arrêté portant modification de l'arrêté concernant l'adoption du plan municipal de la ville de Moncton sur l'arrêté.
A bylaw in amendment of a bylaw relating to the adoption of the City of Moncton municipal plan being bylaw 122.12 70 Queensway.
Need a mover.
Counselor Crossman, seconded by Counselor Kingston.
Kingston, manual vote. Favor, not manual vote.
Oh, Manuel.
Manual vote.
Vote.
Manual, this one manual. All second readings are manual, all third readings are electronic. Okay, is there any nay votes?
Is there any nay votes? No.
Okay, motion carries. A bylaw and amendment of a bylaw relating to the adoption of the City of Moncton zoning bylaw being bylaw Z 222.43, 195, 225 Leopold F. Bellevaux Drive, second reading. Arrêté portant modification de l'arrêté concernant l'adoption.
Arrêté, bylaw amendment of a bylaw relating to the adoption of the City of Moncton zoning bylaw being bylaw Z-222.43195225 Leopold F. Bellevaux Drive. This is second reading.
Good job. Kingston, Legier and Kingston. Okay, this is an electronic vote.
Oh.
It's been a long day.
You gotta vote there, guys.
Leger. Bourgeois, Crosman. Conseil Bourgeois.
So Conseiller Bourgeois.
Conseiller Bourgeois.
Did you vote?
Peux-tu voter?
Can you vote, Councillor Bourgeois? No, we're not there yet. We're still voting for the bylaw for Leopold Bellevaux Drive.
Okay. And the last one for second reading, I need a mover and a seconder. This is for the bylaw of neighborhood housing.
Yeah, Edgett,
Edgett,
seconded Conseiller Leblanc.
LeBlanc, manual vote. A manual vote.
Anybody? Second reading.
Conseiller Déjà.
Is there nay votes? Any nay votes?
Qui a voté contre?
No, je ne sais pas. No.
So nay votes, are there any nay votes?
No, okay. A bylaw and amendment of a bylaw relating to the adoption of the City of Moncton Municipal Plan being bylaw Z 222.47 Neighborhood and Housing Zoning Bylaw Amendments. It's a second reading. Arrêté portant modification de l'arrêté concernant la.
A bylaw and amendment of bylaw relating to the adoption of the City of Moncton Municipal Plan being bylaw Z-222.47 Neighborhood and Housing Zoning Bylaw Amendments, second reading. All
Edgett,
Need a mover and a second.
I need it.
Kingston.
So Edgett and Kingston.
Déjà.
So it was moved by Kingston and seconded by Legier. Okay, bylaw and amendment of a bylaw relating to the adoption of the City of Moncton Municipal Plan being bylaw Z 222.47 Neighborhood and Housing Zoning Bylaw Amendments. It's a third reading. Arrêté portant modification.
bylaw and amendment of bylaw relating to the adoption of the City of Moncton Municipal Plan being bylaw Z-222.47 Neighborhood and Housing Zoning Bylaw Amendments. This is the third reading.
I'll see. Oh yeah, we do have to do a vote. Sorry, I was moving along. Councillor Edgett and Councillor Crosman, could you vote? It's a third reading. It's all right. There you go.
Unanimous.
Unanimous.
Thank you.
Next, notice of motions in resolutions, avis de motion et résolution. And this evening, there's one from Conseiller Bourgeois. Un avis de motion arrêté procédure mairesse adjointe Daniel Bourgeois. Conseiller, tu peux la lire? Je vais laisser parler.
I'll let you speak. You can read the motion.
C'est beau?
Am I good to go? Great, thank you. Whereas a mayor may resign his or her position after the provincial deadline to hold by-election 1 year before the completion of the existing councillor's mandate, where the city council, city procedural bylaw A 418 is silent on the matter of a vacant mayor position after the provincial deadline for a by-election in the year before the general elections, whereas the present situation of an unelected mayor assuming the position for 15 months by default is considered less democratic than an elected mayor voted for by a majority of duly elected council members acting on behalf of the citizens of Moncton's they all serve. And whereas council elects a deputy mayor each year during the second meeting in May, be it resolved that bylaw A 418 be amended so that the mayor elected henceforth by council in these extraordinary circumstances will be called mayor rather than acting mayor, and be afforded the same powers as the mayor elected by citizens. Be it further resolved that the bylaw be amended so that the mayor elected by council in these extraordinary circumstances will receive the same salary and benefits as the mayor elected by the citizens because he or she will be assuming the same responsibilities as a mayor that is elected by citizens during a general election or a by-election. Be it further resolved that the bylaw be amended so that the deputy mayor elected by council in these extraordinary circumstances be called deputy mayor rather than acting deputy mayor and receive the same salary and benefits as the deputy mayor. Be it finally resolved that council asks the province permission to amend bylaw A 418 to eliminate the void in which council presently operates and future councils may operate in similar circumstances in order to allow council to hold an election for mayor during the same meeting in May. It elects a deputy mayor whenever the position of mayor cannot be filled by a by-election, both positions to be held until the next general election.
Ça revient à la réunion
Du 5 mai.
So this comes back on the May 5 meeting. So we have nominations. Councillor Daniel Bourgeois to the Committee of Planning Review,
conseiller Butler.
and he will be replacing Councillor Butler.
On a besoin de quelqu'un faire la motion.
Et j'ai besoin de quelqu'un.
We need someone to move the motion. We don't want to sleep here tonight. We want to get out of here. We want to leave.
Question?
Une seconde, ça marche pas. Là.
Avez-vous besoin d'une motion pour le...
Do you need a motion?
Tu veux appuyer la motion?
Vous parlez de la motion pour...
You want to support the motion? Councillor Bourgeois?
Oui, tu as besoin de demander pour un...
Je m'excuse.
quelqu'un qui appuie la motion. Puis quelqu'un...
We need a seconder. We need a mover and a seconder.
For Councillor Bourgeois, Conseiller Jean.
Okay.
Moved and seconded by Conseiller Crossman.
Okay, so
We go to a.
do we have an electronic vote, eh? Yeah, there we go. Okay. We have two nay votes, Monique LeBlanc and Councillor Edgett. Okay.
Merci.
Motion carries, and now you. Sure.
Donc, Conseiller Richard.
Councillor Richard. Inaudible for the interpreter.